Chapter 48 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 48. Uncertain where to go next, and bewildered by the crowd of people who were already astir, they sat down in one of the recesses on the bridge to rest. They soon became aware that the stream of life was all pouring one way, and that a vast throng of persons were crossing the river, from the Middlesex to the Surrey shore, in unusual haste and evident excitement. They were, for the most part, in knots of 2 or 3, or sometimes half a dozen. They spoke little together. Many of them were quite silent, and hurried on as if they had one absorbing object in view, which was common to them all. They were surprised to see that nearly every man in this great concourse, which still came pouring past without slackening in the least, wore in his hat a blue cockade, and that the chance passengers who were not so decorated appeared timidly anxious to escape observation or attack, and gave them the wall as if they would conciliate them. This, however, was natural enough, considering their inferiority in point of numbers, for the proportion of those who wore blue cockades to those who were dressed as usual was at least 40 or 50 to 1. There was no quarrelling, however. The blue cockades went swarming on, passing each other when they could, and making all the speed that was possible in such a multitude, and exchanged nothing more than looks, and very often not even those, with such of the passers-by as were not of their number. At first the current of people had been confined to the 2 pathways, and but a few more eager stragglers kept the road. But after half an hour or so, the passage was completely blocked up by the great press, which, being now closely wedged together, and impeded by the carts and coaches it encountered, moved but slowly, and were sometimes at a stand for 5 or 10 minutes together. After the lapse of nearly 2 hours, the numbers began to diminish visibly, and gradually dwindling away, by little and little, left the bridge quite clear, save that now and then some hot and dusty man, with the cockade in his hat and his coat thrown over his shoulder, went panting by, fearful of being too late, or stopped to ask which way his friends had taken, and being directed, hastened on again like one refreshed. In this comparative solitude, which seemed quite strange and novel after the late crowd, the widow had for the first time an opportunity of inquiring of an old man who came and sat beside them, what was the meaning of that great assemblage. "Why, where have you come from?" he returned, "that you haven't heard of Lord George Gordon's great association? This is the day that he presents a petition against the Catholics, God bless him." "What have all these men to do with that?" she said. "What have they to do with it?" the old man replied. "Why, how you talk! Don't you know his lordship has declared he won't present it to the house at all, unless it is attended to the door by 40,000 good and true men at least? There's a crowd for you."
"A crowd indeed!" said Barnaby. "Do you hear that, mother?"
"And they're mustering yonder, as I am told," resumed the old man, "nigh upon 100,000 strong. Ah! Let Lord George alone. He knows his power. There'll be a good many faces inside them 3 windows over there," and he pointed to where the House of Commons overlooked the river, "that'll turn pale when good Lord George gets up this afternoon. And with reason too. Ay, ay, let his lordship alone. Let him alone. He knows." And so, with much mumbling and chuckling and shaking of his forefinger, he rose with the assistance of his stick, and tottered off.
"Mother," said Barnaby, "that's a brave crowd he talks of. Come."
"Not to join it?" cried his mother.
"Yes, yes,"
he answered, plucking at her sleeve.
"Why not? Come."
"You don't know,"
she urged, what mischief they may do, where they may lead you, what their meaning is. Dear Barnaby, for my sake, for your sake,' he cried, patting her hand. 'Well, it is for your sake, mother. You remember what the blind man said about the gold. Here's a brave crowd. Come, or wait till I come back. Yes, wait here.' She tried with all the earnestness her fears engendered to turn him from his purpose, but in vain. He was stooping down to buckle on his shoe, when a hackney coach passed them rather quickly, and a voice inside called to the driver to stop. 'Young man,' said a voice within. 'Who's that?' cried Barnaby, looking up. 'Do you wear this ornament?' returned the stranger, holding out a blue cockade. 'In heaven's name, no. Pray do not give it him!' exclaimed the widow. 'Speak for yourself, woman,' said the man within the coach coldly. 'Leave the young man to his choice. He's old enough to make it, and to snap your apron strings. He knows, without your telling, whether he wears the sign of a loyal Englishman or not.' Barnaby, trembling with impatience, cried, 'Yes, I do,' as he had cried a dozen times already. The man threw him a cockade, and crying, 'Make haste to St George's Fields,' ordered the coachman to drive on fast, and left them. With hands that trembled with his eagerness to fix the bauble in his hat, Barnaby was adjusting it as best he could, and hurriedly replying to the tears and entreaties of his mother, when two gentlemen passed on the opposite side of the way. Observing them, and seeing how Barnaby was occupied, they stopped, whispered together for an instant, turned back, and came over to them. 'Why are you sitting here?' said one of them, who was dressed in a plain suit of black, wore long lank hair, and carried a great cane. 'Why have you not gone with the rest?' 'I am going, sir,' replied Barnaby, finishing his task, and putting his hat on with an air of pride. 'I shall be there directly.' 'Say my lord, young man, when his lordship does you the honour of speaking to you,' said the second gentleman mildly. 'If you don't know Lord George Gordon when you see him, it's high time you should.' 'Nay, Gashford,' said Lord George, as Barnaby pulled off his hat again, and made him a low bow. 'It's no great matter on a day like this, which every Englishman will remember with delight and pride. Put on your hat, friend, and follow us, for you lag behind and are late. It's past 10 now. Didn't you know that the hour for assembling was 10 o'clock? Barnaby shook his head, and looked vacantly from one to the other. 'You might have known it, friend,' said Gashford. 'It was perfectly understood. How came you to be so ill informed?' 'He cannot tell you, sir,' the widow interposed. 'It's of no use to ask him. We are but this morning come from a long distance in the country, and know nothing of these matters.' 'The cause has taken a deep root, and has spread its branches far and wide,' said Lord George to his secretary. 'This is a pleasant hearing. I thank Heaven for it.' 'Amen!' cried Gashford, with a solemn face. 'You do not understand me, my lord,' said the widow. 'Pardon me, but you cruelly mistake my meaning. We know nothing of these matters. We have no desire or right to join in what you are about to do. This is my son, my poor afflicted son, dearer to me than my own life. In mercy's name, my lord, go your way alone, and do not tempt him into danger.' 'My good woman,' said Gashford, 'how can you dear me, what do you mean by tempting and by danger? Do you think his lordship is a roaring lion, going about and seeking whom he may devour? God bless me!' 'No, my lord, forgive me,' implored the widow, laying both her hands upon his breast, and scarcely knowing what she did or said in the earnestness of her supplication. 'But there are reasons why you should hear my earnest mother's prayer, and leave my son with me. Oh, do! He is not in his right senses. He is not, indeed.' 'It is a bad sign of the wickedness of these times,'
said Lord George, evading her touch and colouring deeply, that those who cling to the truth and support the right cause are set down as mad. Have you the heart to say this of your own son? Unnatural mother!
I am astonished at you,
said Gashford, with a kind of meek severity.
This is a very sad picture of female depravity.
He has surely no appearance, said Lord George, glancing at Barnaby, and whispering in his secretary's ear, of being deranged. And even if he had, we must not construe any trifling peculiarity into madness. Which of us, and here he turned red again, would be safe if that were made the law?
Not one,
replied the secretary.
In that case, the greater the zeal, the truth, and talent, the more direct the call from above, the clearer would be the madness. With regard to this young man, my lord,' he added, with a lip that slightly curled as he looked at Barnaby, who stood twirling his hat and stealthily beckoning them to come away, he is as sensible and self-possessed as any one I ever saw.
And you desire to make one of this great body, said Lord George, addressing him, and intended to make one, did you? Yes, yes, said Barnaby, with sparkling eyes. To be sure I did. I told her so myself. I see, replied Lord George, with a reproachful glance at the unhappy mother. I thought so. Follow me and this gentleman, and you shall have your wish. Barnaby kissed his mother tenderly on the cheek, and bidding her to be of good cheer, for their fortunes were both made now, did as he was desired. She, poor woman, followed too, with how much fear and grief it would be hard to tell. They passed quickly through the bridge road, where the shops were all shut up, for the passage of the great crowd and the expectation of their return had alarmed the tradesmen for their goods and windows, and where in the upper stories all the inhabitants were congregated, looking down into the street below, with faces variously expressive of alarm, of interest, expectancy, and indignation. Some of these applauded, and some hissed, but regardless of these interruptions, for the noise of a vast congregation of people at a little distance sounded in his ears like the roaring of the sea, Lord George Gordon quickened his pace, and presently arrived before St. George's Fields. They were really fields at that time, and of considerable extent. Here an immense multitude was collected, bearing flags of various kinds and sizes, but all of the same colour, blue, like the cockades, some sections marching to and fro in military array, and others drawn up in circles, squares, and lines. A large portion, both of the bodies which paraded the ground, and of those which remained stationary, were occupied in singing hymns or psalms. With whomsoever this originated, it was well done, for the sound of so many thousand voices in the air must have stirred the heart of any man within him, and could not fail to have a wonderful effect upon enthusiasts, however mistaken. Scouts had been posted in advance of the great body, to give notice of their leader's coming. These falling back, the word was quickly passed through the whole host, and for a short interval there ensued a profound and death-like silence, during which the mass was so still and quiet that the fluttering of a banner caught the eye, and became a circumstance of note. Then they burst into a tremendous shout, into another, and another, and the air seemed rent and shaken as if by the discharge of cannon. "Gashford," cried Lord George, pressing his secretary's arm tight within his own, and speaking with as much emotion in his voice as in his altered face, "I am called indeed now. I feel and know it. I am the leader of a host. If they summoned me at this moment with one voice to lead them on to death, I'd do it. Yes, and fall first myself."
"It is a proud sight," said the secretary. "It is a noble day for England, and for the great cause throughout the world. Such homage, my lord, as I, an humble but devoted man, can render." What are you doing?' cried his master, catching him by both hands, for he had made a show of kneeling at his feet. 'Do not unfit me, dear Gashford, for the solemn duty of this glorious day.' The tears stood in the eyes of the poor gentleman as he said the words. 'Let us go among them. We have to find a place in some division for this new recruit. Give me your hand.' Gashford slid his cold insidious palm into his master's grasp, and so, hand in hand, and followed still by Barnaby, and by his mother too, they mingled with the concourse. They had by this time taken to their singing again, and as their leader passed between their ranks, they raised their voices to their utmost. Many of those who were banded together to support the religion of their country, even unto death, had never heard a hymn or psalm in all their lives. But these fellows, having for the most part strong lungs, and being naturally fond of singing, chanted any ribaldry or nonsense that occurred to them, feeling pretty certain that it would not be detected in the general chorus, and not caring much if it were. Many of these voluntaries were sung under the very nose of Lord George Gordon, who, quite unconscious of their burden, passed on with his usual stiff and solemn deportment, very much edified and delighted by the pious conduct of his followers. So they went on and on, up this line, down that, round the exterior of this circle, and on every side of that hollow square, and still there were lines, and squares, and circles out of number to review. The day being now intensely hot, and the sun striking down his fiercest rays upon the field, those who carried heavy banners began to grow faint and weary. Most of the number assembled were fain to pull off their neckcloths, and throw their coats and waistcoats open, and some, towards the centre, quite overpowered by the excessive heat, which was of course rendered more unendurable by the multitude around them, lay down upon the grass, and offered all they had about them for a drink of water. Still no man left the ground, not even of those who were so distressed. Still Lord George, streaming from every pore, went on with Gashford, and still Barnaby and his mother followed close behind them. They had arrived at the top of a long line of some 800 men in single file, and Lord George had turned his head to look back, when a loud cry of recognition, in that peculiar and half-stifled tone which a voice has when it is raised in the open air and in the midst of a great concourse of persons, was heard, and a man stepped with a shout of laughter from the rank, and smote Barnaby on the shoulders with his heavy hand. "How now!" he cried. "Barnaby Rudge! Why, where have you been hiding for these 100 years?" Barnaby had been thinking within himself that the smell of the trodden grass brought back his old days at cricket when he was a young boy and played on Chigwell Green. Confused by this sudden and boisterous address, he stared in a bewildered manner at the man, and could scarcely say, "What, Hugh?" "Hugh!" echoed the other. "Ay, Hugh Maypole, Hugh. You remember my dog. He's alive now, and will know you, I warrant. What, you wear the colour, do you? Well done. You know this young man, I see," said Lord George. "Know him, my lord, as well as I know my own right hand. My captain knows him. We all know him." "Will you take him into your division?" "He hasn't in it a better, nor a nimbler, nor a more active man than Barnaby Rudge," said Hugh. "Show me the man who says it has. Fall in, Barnaby. He shall march, my lord, between me and Dennis, and he shall carry," he added, taking a flag from the hand of a tired man who tendered it, "the gayest silken streamer in this valiant army." "In the name of God, no!" shrieked the widow, darting forward. "Barnaby, my lord, see, he'll come back. Barnaby, Barnaby!" "Women in the field!" cried Hugh, stepping between them, and holding her off. "Halloa! My captain there!" "What's the matter here?" cried Simon Tappertit, bustling up in a great heat. "Do you call this order?" "Nothing like it, captain," answered Hugh, still holding her back with his outstretched hand. "It's against all orders. Ladies are carrying off our gallant soldiers from their duty. The word of command, captain. They're filing off the ground. Quick!' 'Close!' cried Simon, with the whole power of his lungs. 'Form! March!' She was thrown to the ground. The whole field was in motion. Barnaby was whirled away into the heart of a dense mass of men, and she saw him no more. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 49. The mob had been divided from its first assemblage into 4 divisions: the London, the Westminster, the Southwark, and the Scotch. Each of these divisions being subdivided into various bodies, and these bodies being drawn up in various forms and figures, the general arrangement was, except to the few chiefs and leaders, as unintelligible as the plan of a great battle to the meanest soldier in the field. It was not without its method, however, for, in a very short space of time after being put in motion, the crowd had resolved itself into 3 great parties, and were prepared, as had been arranged, to cross the river by different bridges, and make for the House of Commons in separate detachments. At the head of that division which had Westminster Bridge for its approach to the scene of action, Lord George Gordon took his post, with Gashford at his right hand, and sundry ruffians of most unpromising appearance forming a kind of staff about him. The conduct of a second party, whose route lay by Blackfriars, was entrusted to a committee of management, including perhaps a dozen men; while the third, which was to go by London Bridge, and through the main streets, in order that their numbers and their serious intentions might be the better known and appreciated by the citizens, were led by Simon Tappertit, assisted by a few subalterns selected from the Brotherhood of United Bulldogs: Dennis the hangman, Hugh, and some others. The word of command being given, each of these great bodies took the road assigned to it, and departed on its way in perfect order and profound silence. That which went through the city greatly exceeded the others in number, and was of such prodigious extent that when the rear began to move, the front was nearly 4 miles in advance, notwithstanding that the men marched 3 abreast, and followed very close upon each other. At the head of this party, in the place where Hugh, in the madness of his humour, had stationed him, and walking between that dangerous companion and the hangman, went Barnaby, as many a man among the thousands who looked on that day afterwards remembered well. Forgetful of all other things in the ecstasy of the moment, his face flushed and his eyes sparkling with delight, heedless of the weight of the great banner he carried, and mindful only of its flashing in the sun and rustling in the summer breeze, on he went, proud, happy, elated past all telling, the only light-hearted, undesigning creature in the whole assembly. 'What do you think of this?' asked Hugh, as they passed through the crowded streets, and looked up at the windows which were thronged with spectators. 'They've all turned out to see our flags and streamers, eh, Barnaby? Why, Barnaby's the greatest man of all the pack. His flags are the largest of the lot, the brightest too. There's nothing in the show like Barnaby. All eyes are turned on him. Don't make that din, brother,' growled the hangman, glancing with no very approving eyes at Barnaby as he spoke. 'I hope he don't think there's nothing to be done but carrying that there piece of blue rag, like a boy at a breaking up. You're ready for action, I hope, eh? You, I mean,' he added, nudging Barnaby roughly with his elbow. 'What are you staring at? Why don't you speak?' Barnaby had been gazing at his flag, and looked vacantly from his questioner to Hugh. 'He don't understand your way,' said the latter. 'Here, I'll explain to him. Barnaby, old boy, attend to me.' 'I'll attend,' said Barnaby, looking anxiously round, 'but I wish I could see her somewhere.' 'See you!
demanded Dennis, in a gruff tone.
You aren't in love, I hope, brother? That aren't the sort of thing for us, you know. We mustn't have no love here.'
'She would be proud indeed to see me now, eh, Hugh?' said Barnaby. 'Wouldn't it make her glad to see me at the head of this large show? She'd cry for joy, I know she would. Where can she be? She never sees me at my best, and what do I care to be gay and fine if she's not by?'
'Why, what palaver's this?' asked Mr Dennis, with supreme disdain. 'We ain't got no sentimental members among us, I hope.'
'Don't be uneasy, brother,' cried Hugh. 'He's only talking of his mother.'
'Of his what?'
said Mr Dennis, with a strong oath.
'His mother. And have I combined myself with this here section, and turned out on this here memorable day to hear men talk about their mothers?' growled Mr Dennis, with extreme disgust. 'The notion of a man's sweetheart's bad enough, but a man's mother!'
And here his disgust was so extreme that he spat upon the ground and could say no more. 'Barnaby's right,' cried Hugh with a grin, 'and I say it. Look'ee, bold lad, if she's not here to see, it's because I provided for her, and sent half a dozen gentlemen, every one of them with a blue flag, but not half as fine as yours, to take her in state to a grand house all hung round with gold and silver banners and everything else you please, where she'll wait till you come, and want for nothing.'
'Ay!' said Barnaby, his face beaming with delight. 'Have you indeed? That's a good hearing. That's fine. Oh, kind Hugh!'
'But nothing of what will come, bless you,' retorted Hugh, with a wink at Dennis, who regarded his new companion in arms with great astonishment.
'No, indeed!'
cried Barnaby. 'Nothing at all,' said Hugh. 'Money, cocked hats and feathers, red coats and gold lace, all the fine things there are, ever were, or will be, will belong to us, if we are true to that noble gentleman, the best man in the world, carry our flags for a few days, and keep 'em safe. That's all we've got to do.'
'Is that all?'
cried Barnaby with glistening eyes, as he clutched his pole the tighter.
'I warrant you I keep this one safe then. You have put it in good hands. You know me, Hugh. Nobody shall wrest this flag away.'
'Well said!' cried Hugh. 'Ha ha! Nobly said! That's the old stout Barnaby that I've climbed and leapt with many and many a day. I knew I was not mistaken in Barnaby. Don't you see, man,' he added in a whisper, as he slipped to the other side of Dennis, 'that the lad's a natural, and can be got to do anything, if you take him the right way? Letting alone the funny is, he's worth a dozen men in earnest, as you'd find, if you tried to fall with him. Leave him to me. You shall soon see whether he's of use or not.'
Mr Dennis received these explanatory remarks with many nods and winks, and softened his behaviour towards Barnaby from that moment. Hugh, laying his finger on his nose, stepped back into his former place, and they proceeded in silence. It was between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the three great parties met at Westminster, and, uniting into one huge mass, raised a tremendous shout. This was not only done in token of their presence, but as a signal to those on whom the task devolved, that it was time to take possession of the lobbies of both houses, and of the various avenues of approach, and of the gallery stairs. To the last named place, Hugh and Dennis, still with their pupil between them, rushed straightway. Barnaby having given his flag into the hands of one of their own party, who kept them at the outer door, their followers pressed on behind. They were borne as on a great wave to the very doors of the gallery, whence it was impossible to retreat, even if they had been so inclined, by reason of the throng which choked up the passages. It is a familiar expression in describing a great crowd, that a person might have walked upon the people's heads. In this case it was actually done. For a boy who had by some means got among the concourse, and was in imminent danger of suffocation, climbed to the shoulders of a man beside him, and walked upon the people's hats and heads into the open street, traversing in his passage the whole length of 2 staircases and a long gallery. Nor was the swarm without less dense, for a basket which had been tossed into the crowd was jerked from head to head and shoulder to shoulder, and went spinning and whirling on above them until it was lost to view, without ever once falling in among them or coming near the ground. Through this vast throng, sprinkled doubtless here and there with honest zealots, but composed for the most part of the very scum and refuse of London, whose growth was fostered by bad criminal laws, bad prison regulations, and the worst conceivable police, such of the members of both Houses of Parliament as had not taken the precaution to be already at their posts, were compelled to fight and force their way. Their carriages were stopped and broken, the wheels wrenched off, the glasses shivered to atoms, the panels beaten in, drivers, footmen, and masters pulled from their seats and rolled in the mud. Lords, commoners, and reverend bishops, with little distinction of person or party, were kicked and pinched and hustled, passed from hand to hand through various stages of ill usage, and sent to their fellow senators at last, with their clothes hanging in ribbons about them, their bagwigs torn off, themselves speechless and breathless, and their persons covered with the powder which had been cuffed and beaten out of their hair. One lord was so long in the hands of the populace that the peers as a body resolved to sally forth and rescue him, and were in the act of doing so when he happily appeared among them covered with dirt and bruises, and hardly to be recognised by those who knew him best. The noise and uproar were on the increase every moment. The air was filled with execrations, hoots, and howlings. The mob raged and roared like a mad monster as it was, unceasingly, and each new outrage served to swell its fury. Within doors matters were even yet more threatening. Lord George, preceded by a man who carried the immense petition on a porter's knot through the lobby to the door of the House of Commons, where it was received by 2 officers of the House, who rolled it up to the table ready for presentation, had taken his seat at an early hour before the Speaker went to prayers. His followers pouring in at the same time, the lobby and all the avenues were immediately filled, as we have seen. Thus the members were not only attacked in their passage through the streets, but were set upon within the very walls of Parliament, while the tumult both within and without was so great that those who attempted to speak could scarcely hear their own voices, far less consult upon the course it would be wise to take in such extremity, or animate each other to dignified and firm resistance. So sure as any member, just arrived, with dress disordered and dishevelled hair, came struggling through the crowd in the lobby, it yelled and screamed in triumph, and when the door of the house, partially and cautiously opened by those within for his admission, gave them a momentary glimpse of the interior, they grew more wild and savage, like beasts at the sight of prey, and made a rush against the portal, which strained its locks and bolts in their staples, and shook the very beams. The strangers' gallery, which was immediately above the door of the house, had been ordered to be closed on the first rumour of disturbance, and was empty, save that now and then Lord George took his seat there, for the convenience of coming to the head of the stairs which led to it, and repeating to the people what had passed within. It was on these stairs that Barnaby, Hugh, and Dennis were posted. There were 2 flights, short, steep, and narrow, running parallel to each other, and leading to 2 little doors communicating with a low passage which opened on the gallery. Between them was a kind of well, or unglazed skylight, for the admission of light and air into the lobby, which might be some 18 or 20 feet below. Upon one of these little staircases, not that at the head of which Lord George appeared from time to time, but the other, Gashford stood with his elbow on the banister, and his cheek resting on his hand, with his usual crafty aspect. Whenever he varied this attitude in the slightest degree, so much as by the gentlest motion of his arm, the uproar was certain to increase, not merely there, but in the lobby below, from which place no doubt some man, who acted as fugleman to the rest, was constantly looking up and watching him. "Order!" cried Hugh in a voice which made itself heard even above the roar and tumult, as Lord George appeared at the top of the staircase. "News! News from my lord!" The noise continued, notwithstanding his appearance, until Gashford looked round. There was silence immediately. even among the people in the passages without, and on the other staircases, who could neither see nor hear, but to whom, notwithstanding, the signal was conveyed with marvellous rapidity. "Gentlemen," said Lord George, who was very pale and agitated, "we must be firm. They talk of delays, but we must have no delays. They talk of taking your petition into consideration next Tuesday, but we must have it considered now. Present appearances look bad for our success, but we must succeed, and will." "We must succeed, and will," echoed the crowd. And so among their shouts and cheers and other cries, he bowed to them and retired, and presently came back again. There was another gesture from Gashford, and a dead silence directly. "I am afraid," he said this time, "that we have little reason, gentlemen, to hope for any redress from the proceedings of Parliament. But we must redress our own grievances. We must meet again. We must put our trust in Providence, and it will bless our endeavours." This speech, being a little more temperate than the last, was not so favourably received. When the noise and exasperation were at their height, he came back once more, and told them that the alarm had gone forth for many miles round; that when the king heard of their assembling together in that great body, he had no doubt his majesty would send down private orders to have their wishes complied with; and, with the manner of his speech as childish, irresolute, and uncertain as his matter, was proceeding in this strain, when two gentlemen suddenly appeared at the door where he stood, and pressing past him, and coming a step or two lower down upon the stairs, confronted the people. The boldness of this action quite took them by surprise. They were not the less disconcerted when one of the gentlemen, turning to Lord George, spoke thus, in a loud voice, that they might hear him well, but quite coolly and collectedly: "You may tell these people, if you please, my lord, that I am General Conway, of whom they have heard, and that I oppose this petition and all their proceedings, and yours. I am a soldier, you may tell them, and I will protect the freedom of this place with my sword. You see, my lord, that the members of this house are all in arms to-day. You know that the entrance to it is a narrow one. You cannot be ignorant that there are men within these walls who are determined to defend that pass to the last, and before whom many lives must fall if your adherents persevere. Have a care what you do." "And, my Lord George," said the other gentleman, addressing him in like manner, "I desire them to hear this from me, Colonel Gordon, your near relation. If a man among this crowd, whose uproar strikes us deaf, crosses the threshold of the House of Commons, I swear to run my sword that moment, not into his, but into your body." With that, they stepped back again, keeping their faces towards the crowd, took each an arm of the misguided nobleman, drew him into the passage, and shut the door, which they directly locked and fastened on the inside. This was so quickly done, and the demeanour of both gentlemen, who were not young men either, was so gallant and resolute, that the crowd faltered and stared at each other with irresolute and timid looks. Many tried to turn towards the door. Some of the faintest hearted cried they had best go back, and called to those behind to give way, and the panic and confusion were increasing rapidly, when Gashford whispered Hugh. "What now?" Hugh roared aloud, turning towards them. "Why go back? Where can you do better than here, boys? One good rush against these doors, and one below at the same time, will do the business. Rush on, then. As to the door below, let those stand back who are afraid. Let those who are not afraid try who shall be the first to pass it. Here goes. Look out down there." Without the delay of an instant, he threw himself headlong over the banisters into the lobby below. He had hardly touched the ground when Barnaby was at his side. The chaplain's assistant, and some members who were imploring the people to retire, immediately withdrew; and then, with a great shout, both crowds threw themselves against the doors pell-mell, and besieged the house in earnest. At that moment, when a second onset must have brought them into collision with those who stood on the defences within, in which case great loss of life and bloodshed would inevitably have ensued, the hindmost portion of the crowd gave way, and the rumour spread from mouth to mouth that a messenger had been dispatched by water for the military, who were forming in the street. Fearful of sustaining a charge in the narrow passages in which they were so closely wedged together, the throng poured out as impetuously as they had flocked in. As the whole stream turned at once, Barnaby and Hugh went with it, and so, fighting and struggling and trampling on fallen men and being trampled on in turn themselves, they and the whole mass floated by degrees into the open street, where a large detachment of the guards, both horse and foot, came hurrying up, clearing the ground before them so rapidly that the people seemed to melt away as they advanced. The word of command to halt being given, the soldiers formed across the street. The rioters, breathless and exhausted with their late exertions, formed likewise, though in a very irregular and disorderly manner. The commanding officer rode hastily into the open space between the two bodies, accompanied by a magistrate and an officer of the House of Commons, for whose accommodation a couple of troopers had hastily dismounted. The riot act was read, but not a man stirred. In the first rank of the insurgents, Barnaby and Hugh stood side by side. Somebody had thrust into Barnaby's hands when he came out into the street his precious flag, which, being now rolled up and tied round the pole, looked like a giant quarterstaff as he grasped it firmly and stood upon his guard. If ever man believed with his whole heart and soul that he was engaged in a just cause, and that he was bound to stand by his leader to the last, poor Barnaby believed it of himself and Lord George Gordon. After an ineffectual attempt to make himself heard, the magistrate gave the word, and the horse guards came riding in among the crowd. But even then, he galloped here and there, exhorting the people to disperse, and although heavy stones were thrown at the men, and some were desperately cut and bruised, they had no orders but to make prisoners of such of the rioters as were the most active, and to drive the people back with the flat of their sabres. As the horses came in among them, the throng gave way at many points, and the guards, following up their advantage, were rapidly clearing the ground, when 2 or 3 of the foremost, who were in a manner cut off from the rest by the people closing round them, made straight towards Barnaby and Hugh, who had no doubt been pointed out as the 2 men who dropped into the lobby. Laying about them now with some effect, and inflicting on the more turbulent of their opponents a few slight flesh wounds, under the influence of which a man dropped here and there into the arms of his fellows amid much groaning and confusion. At the sight of gashed and bloody faces, seen for a moment in the crowd, then hidden by the press around them, Barnaby turned pale and sick. But he stood his ground, and grasping his pole more firmly yet, kept his eye fixed upon the nearest soldier, nodding his head meanwhile as Hugh, with a scowling visage, whispered in his ear. The soldier came spurring on, making his horse rear as the people pressed about him, cutting at the hands of those who would have grasped his rein and forced his charger back, and waving to his comrades to follow. And still Barnaby, without retreating an inch, waited for his coming. Some called to him to fly, and some were in the very act of closing round him to prevent his being taken, when the pole swept into the air above the people's heads, and the man's saddle was empty in an instant. Then he and Hugh turned and fled, the crowd opening to let them pass, and closing up again so quickly that there was no clue to the course they had taken. Panting for breath, hot, dusty, and exhausted with fatigue, they reached the riverside in safety, and getting into a boat with all dispatch, were soon out of any immediate danger. As they glided down the river, they plainly heard the people cheering, and supposing they might have forced the soldiers to retreat, lay upon their oars for a few minutes, uncertain whether to return or not. But the crowd passing along Westminster Bridge soon assured them that the populace were dispersing, and Hugh rightly guessed from this that they had cheered the magistrate for offering to dismiss the military on condition of their immediate departure to their several homes, and that he and Barnaby were better where they were. He advised, therefore, that they should proceed to Blackfriars, and, going ashore at the bridge, make the best of their way to the Boot, where there was not only good entertainment and safe lodging, but where they would certainly be joined by many of their late companions. Barnaby assenting, they decided on this course of action, and pulled for Blackfriars accordingly. They landed at a critical time, and fortunately for themselves at the right moment, for, coming into Fleet Street, they found it in an unusual stir, and inquiring the cause, were told that a body of horse guards had just galloped past, and that they were escorting some rioters whom they had made prisoners to Newgate for safety. Not at all ill pleased to have so narrowly escaped the cavalcade, they lost no more time in asking questions, but hurried to the Boot with as much speed as Hugh considered it prudent to make, without appearing singular or attracting an inconvenient share of public notice. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 50. They were among the first to reach the tavern, but they had not been there many minutes when several groups of men who had formed part of the crowd came straggling in. Among them were Simon Tappertit and Mr Dennis, both of whom, but especially the latter, greeted Barnaby with the utmost warmth, and paid him many compliments on the prowess he had shown.
"Which,"
said Dennis with an oath, as he rested his bludgeon in a corner with his hat upon it, and took his seat at the same table with them, "it does me good to think of. There was an opportunity, but it led to nothing. For my part, I don't know what would. There's no spirit among the people in these here times. Bring something to eat and drink here. I'm disgusted with humanity."
"On what account?"
asked Mr Tappertit, who had been quenching his fiery face in a half-gallon can.
"Don't you consider this a good beginning, mister?"
"Give me security that it ain't a ending," rejoined the hangman. "When that soldier went down, we might have made London ours, but no, we stand and gape and look on. The justice, I wish he had had a bullet in each eye, as he would have had if we'd gone to work my way, says, 'My lads, if you'll give me your word to disperse, I'll order off the military.' Our people sets up a hurrah, throws up the game with the winning cards in their hands, and skulks away like a pack of tame curs as they are. Ah!" said the hangman, in a tone of deep disgust, "it makes me blush for my feller creeturs. I wish I'd been born a ox, I do."
"You'd have been quite as agreeable a character if you had been, I think," returned Simon Tappertit, going out in a lofty manner.
"Don't be too sure of that," rejoined the hangman, calling after him. "If I was a horned animal at the present moment, with the smallest grain of sense, I'd toss every man in this company, excepting them two," meaning Hugh and Barnaby, "for his manner of conducting himself this day." With which mournful review of their proceedings, Mr Dennis sought consolation in cold boiled beef and beer, but without at all relaxing the grim and dissatisfied expression of his face, the gloom of which was rather deepened than dissipated by their grateful influence. The company who were thus libelled might have retaliated by strong words, if not by blows, but they were dispirited and worn out. The greater part of them had fasted since morning, all had suffered extremely from the excessive heat, and between the day's shouting, exertion, and excitement, many had quite lost their voices, and so much of their strength that they could hardly stand. Then they were uncertain what to do next, fearful of the consequences of what they had done already, and sensible that after all they had carried no point, but had indeed left matters worse than they had found them. Of those who had come to the Boot, many dropped off within an hour, such of them as were really honest and sincere, never, after the morning's experience, to return, or to hold any communication with their late companions.
Others remained but to refresh themselves, and then went home desponding. Others, who had theretofore been regular in their attendance, avoided the place altogether. The half-dozen prisoners whom the guards had taken were magnified by report into 100 at least, and their friends, being faint and sober, so slackened in their energy, and so drooped beneath these dispiriting influences, that by 8 o'clock in the evening, Dennis, Hugh, and Barnaby were left alone. Even they were fast asleep upon the benches, when Gashford's entrance roused them.
"Oh, you are here, then?" said the secretary. "Dear me!"
"Why, where should we be, Muster Gashford?"
Dennis rejoined, as he rose into a sitting posture.
"Oh, nowhere, nowhere," he returned with excessive mildness. "The streets are filled with blue cockades. I rather thought you might have been among them. I am glad you are not."
"You have orders for us, master, then?"
said Hugh.
"Oh dear, no, not I. No orders, my good fellow. What orders should I have? You are not in my service."
"Muster Gashford," remonstrated Dennis, "we belong to the cause, don't we?"
"The cause?"
repeated the secretary, looking at him in a sort of abstraction.
"There is no cause. The cause is lost."
"Lost?"
"Oh, yes. You have heard, I suppose. The petition is rejected by 192 to 6. It's quite final. We might have spared ourselves some trouble. That and my lord's vexation are the only circumstances I regret. I am quite satisfied in all other respects."
As he said this, he took a penknife from his pocket, and putting his hat upon his knee, began to busy himself in ripping off the blue cockade which he had worn all day, at the same time humming a psalm tune which had been very popular in the morning, and dwelling on it with a gentle regret. His two adherents looked at each other, and at him, as if they were at a loss how to pursue the subject. At length Hugh, after some elbowing and winking between himself and Mr Dennis, ventured to stay his hand, and to ask him why he meddled with that riband in his hat.
"Because,"
said the secretary, looking up with something between a snarl and a smile,
"because to sit still and wear it, or to fall asleep and wear it, is a mockery. That's all, friend."
"What would you have us do, master?"
cried Hugh.
"Nothing,"
returned Gashford, shrugging his shoulders.
"Nothing. When my lord was reproached and threatened for standing by you, I, as a prudent man, would have had you do nothing. When the soldiers were trampling you under their horses' feet, I would have had you do nothing. When one of them was struck down by a daring hand, and I saw confusion and dismay in all their faces, I would have had you do nothing. Just what you did, in short. This is the young man who had so little prudence and so much boldness. Ah, I am sorry for him."
"Sorry, master?"
cried Hugh.
"Sorry, Muster Gashford?"
echoed Dennis.
In case there should be a proclamation out to-morrow, offering £500, or some such trifle, for his apprehension, and in case it should include another man who dropped into the lobby from the stairs above," said Gashford coldly, "still do nothing."
"Fire and fury, master!" cried Hugh, starting up. "What have we done, that you should talk to us like this?"
"Nothing," returned Gashford with a sneer. "If you are cast into prison, if the young man," here he looked hard at Barnaby's attentive face, "is dragged from us and from his friends, perhaps from people whom he loves and whom his death would kill, is thrown into jail, brought out and hanged before their eyes, still do nothing. You'll find it your best policy, I have no doubt."
"Come on!"
cried Hugh, striding towards the door.
"Dennis, Barnaby, come on!"
"Where? To do what?"
said Gashford, slipping past him, and standing with his back against it.
"Anywhere, anything,"
cried Hugh. "Stand aside, master, or the window will serve our turn as well. Let us out." "You are of such an impetuous nature," said Gashford, changing his manner for one of the utmost good fellowship and the pleasantest raillery. "You are such an excitable creature. But you'll drink with me before you go?"
"Oh, yes, certainly," growled Dennis, drawing his sleeve across his thirsty lips. "No malice, brother. Drink with Muster Gashford." Hugh wiped his heated brow and relaxed into a smile. The artful secretary laughed outright.
"Some liquor here. Be quick, or he'll not stop even for that. He is a man of such desperate ardour," said the smooth secretary, whom Mr Dennis corroborated with sundry nods and muttered oaths. "Once roused, he is a fellow of such fierce determination."
Hugh poised his sturdy arm aloft, and clapping Barnaby on the back, bade him fear nothing. They shook hands together, poor Barnaby evidently possessed with the idea that he was among the most virtuous and disinterested heroes in the world, and Gashford laughed again.
"I hear,"
he said smoothly, as he stood among them with a great measure of liquor in his hand, and filled their glasses as quickly and as often as they chose,
"I hear, but I cannot say whether it be true or false, that the men who are loitering in the streets to-night are half disposed to pull down a Romish chapel or two, and that they only want leaders. I even heard mention of those in Duke Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields, and in Warwick Street, Golden Square. But common report, you know. You're not going?"
"To do nothing, master, eh?" cried Hugh. "No jails and halter for Barnaby and me. They must be frightened out of that. Leaders are wanted, are they? Now, boys!"
"A most impetuous fellow," cried the secretary. "A courageous, boisterous, most vehement fellow. A man who—"
There was no need to finish the sentence, for they had rushed out of the house, and were far beyond hearing. He stopped in the middle of a laugh, listened, drew on his gloves, and, clasping his hands behind him, paced the deserted room for a long time, then bent his steps towards the busy town, and walked into the streets. They were filled with people, for the rumour of that day's proceedings had made a great noise. Those persons who did not care to leave home were at their doors or windows, and one topic of discourse prevailed on every side. Some reported that the riots were effectually put down, others that they had broken out again. Some said that Lord George Gordon had been sent under a strong guard to the Tower, others that an attempt had been made upon the king's life, that the soldiers had been again called out, and that the noise of musketry in a distant part of the town had been plainly heard within an hour. As it grew darker, these stories became more direful and mysterious, and often, when some frightened passenger ran past with tidings that the rioters were not far off, and were coming up, the doors were shut and barred, lower windows made secure, and as much consternation engendered as if the city were invaded by a foreign army. Gashford walked stealthily about, listening to all he heard, and diffusing or confirming, whenever he had an opportunity, such false intelligence as suited his own purpose, and, busily occupied in this way, turned into Holborn for the 20th time, when a great many women and children came flying along the street, often panting and looking back, and the confused murmur of numerous voices struck upon his ear. Assured by these tokens, and by the red light which began to flash upon the houses on either side, that some of his friends were indeed approaching, he begged a moment's shelter at a door which opened as he passed, and running with some other persons to an upper window, looked out upon the crowd. They had torches among them, and the chief faces were distinctly visible. That they had been engaged in the destruction of some building was sufficiently apparent, and that it was a Catholic place of worship was evident from the spoils they bore as trophies, which were easily recognizable for the vestments of priests and rich fragments of altar furniture. Covered with soot, and dirt, and dust, and lime, their garments torn to rags, their hair hanging wildly about them, their hands and faces jagged and bleeding with the wounds of rusty nails, Barnaby, Hugh, and Dennis hurried on before them all, like hideous madmen. After them the dense throng came fighting on, some singing, some shouting in triumph, some quarrelling among themselves, some menacing the spectators as they passed, some with great wooden fragments on which they spent their rage as if they had been alive, rending them limb from limb, and hurling the scattered morsels high into the air, some in a drunken state, unconscious of the hurts they had received from falling bricks, and stones, and beams, one borne upon a shutter, in the very midst covered with a dingy cloth, a senseless, ghastly heap. Thus a vision of coarse faces, with here and there a blot of flaring, smoky light, a dream of demon heads, and savage eyes, and sticks, and iron bars, uplifted in the air and whirled about, a bewildering horror, in which so much was seen, and yet so little, which seemed so long, and yet so short, in which there were so many phantoms, not to be forgotten all through life, and yet so many things that could not be observed in one distracting glimpse. It flitted onward, and was gone. As it passed away upon its work of wrath and ruin, a piercing scream was heard. A knot of persons ran towards the spot. Gashford, who just then emerged into the street among them. He was on the outskirts of the little concourse, and could not see or hear what passed within, but one who had a better place informed him that a widow woman had descried her son among the rioters.
"Is that all?" said the secretary, turning his face homewards. "Well, I think this looks a little more like business."
End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 51. Promising as these outrages were to Gashford's view, and much like business as they looked, they extended that night no farther. The soldiers were again called out, again they took half a dozen prisoners, and again the crowd dispersed after a short and bloodless scuffle. Hot and drunken though they were, they had not yet broken all bounds, and set all law and government at defiance. Something of their habitual deference to the authority erected by society for its own preservation yet remained among them, and had its majesty been vindicated in time, the secretary would have had to digest a bitter disappointment. By midnight the streets were clear and quiet, and, save that there stood in two parts of the town a heap of nodding walls and pile of rubbish, where there had been at sunset a rich and handsome building, everything wore its usual aspect. Even the Catholic gentry and tradesmen, of whom there were many resident in different parts of the city and its suburbs, had no fear for their lives or property, and but little indignation for the wrong they had already sustained in the plunder and destruction of their temples of worship. An honest confidence in the government under whose protection they had lived for many years, and a well-founded reliance on the good feeling and right thinking of the great mass of the community, with whom, notwithstanding their religious differences, they were every day in habits of confidential, affectionate, and friendly intercourse, reassured them even under the excesses that had been committed, and convinced them that they who were Protestants in anything but the name, were no more to be considered as abettors of these disgraceful occurrences than they themselves were chargeable with the uses of the block, the rack, the gibbet, and the stake in cruel Mary's reign. The clock was on the stroke of 1, when Gabriel Varden, with his lady and Miss Miggs, sat waiting in the little parlour. This fact, the toppling wicks of the dull, wasted candles, the silence that prevailed, and above all the nightcaps of both maid and matron, were sufficient evidence that they had been prepared for bed some time ago, and had some reason for sitting up so far beyond their usual hour. If any other corroborative testimony had been required, it would have been abundantly furnished in the actions of Miss Miggs, who, Having arrived at that restless state and sensitive condition of the nervous system which are the result of long watching, did, by a constant rubbing and tweaking of her nose, a perpetual change of position arising from the sudden growth of imaginary knots and knobs in her chair, a frequent friction of her eyebrows, the incessant recurrence of a small cough, a small groan, a gasp, a sigh, a sniff, a spasmodic start, and by other demonstrations of that nature, so file down and rasp, as it were, the patience of the locksmith, that after looking at her in silence for some time, he at last broke out into this apostrophe:
'Miggs, my good girl, go to bed. Do go to bed. You're really worse than the dripping of 100 water butts outside the window, or the scratching of as many mice behind the wainscot. I can't bear it. Do go to bed, Miggs. To oblige me, do.'
'You haven't got nothing to untie, sir,' returned Miss Miggs, 'and therefore your requests does not surprise me. But Missis has, and while you sit up, Mim,' she added, turning to the locksmith's wife, 'I couldn't, no, not if 20 times the quantity of cold water was aperiently running down my back at this moment, go to bed with a quiet spirit.'
Having spoken these words, Miss Miggs made divers efforts to rub her shoulders in an impossible place, and shivered from head to foot, thereby giving the beholders to understand that the imaginary cascade was still in full flow, but that a sense of duty upheld her under that and all other sufferings, and nerved her to endurance. Mrs Varden being too sleepy to speak, and Miss Miggs having, as the phrase is, said her say, the locksmith had nothing for it but to sigh and be as quiet as he could. But to be quiet with such a basilisk before him was impossible. If he looked another way, it was worse to feel that she was rubbing her cheek, or twitching her ear, or winking her eye, or making all kinds of extraordinary shapes with her nose, than to see her do it. If she was for a moment free from any of these complaints, it was only because of her foot being asleep, or of her arm having got the fidgets, or of her leg being doubled up with the cramp, or of some other horrible disorder which racked her whole frame. If she did enjoy a moment's ease, then, with her eyes shut and her mouth wide open, she would be seen to sit very stiff and upright in her chair, then to nod a little way forward, and stop with a jerk, then to nod a little farther forward, and stop with another jerk, then to recover herself, then to come forward again, lower, 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 by very slow degrees, until, just as it seemed impossible that she could preserve her balance for another instant, and the locksmith was about to call out in an agony to save her from dashing down upon her forehead and fracturing her skull, then all of a sudden, and without the smallest notice, she would come upright and rigid again with her eyes open, and in her countenance an expression of defiance, sleepy but yet most obstinate, which plainly said, "I never once closed 'em since I looked at you last, and I'll take my oath of it." At length, after the clock had struck 2, there was a sound at the street door, as if somebody had fallen against the knocker by accident. Miss Miggs, immediately jumping up and clapping her hands, cried with a drowsy mingling of the sacred and profane,
"Alleluia, Mim! There's Simmons's knock."
"Who's there?"
said Gabriel.
Me!"
cried the well-known voice of Mr Tappertit. Gabriel opened the door, and gave him admission. He did not cut a very insinuating figure, for a man of his stature suffers in a crowd, and having been active in yesterday morning's work, his dress was literally crushed from head to foot. His hat being beaten out of all shape, and his shoes trodden down at heel like slippers, his coat fluttered in strips about him, the buckles were torn away both from his knees and feet, half his neckerchief was gone, and the bosom of his shirt was rent to tatters. Yet, notwithstanding all these personal disadvantages, despite his being very weak from heat and fatigue, and so begrimed with mud and dust that he might have been in a case, for anything of the real texture either of his skin or apparel that the eye could discern, he stalked haughtily into the parlour, and throwing himself into a chair, and endeavouring to thrust his hands into the pockets of his small clothes, which were turned inside out and displayed upon his legs like tassels, surveyed the household with a gloomy dignity.
Simon, said the locksmith gravely, how comes it that you return home at this time of night, and in this condition? Give me an assurance that you have not been among the rioters, and I am satisfied.
Sir, replied Mr Tappertit, with a contemptuous look, I wonder at your assurance in making such demands.
You have been drinking, said the locksmith.
As a general principle, and in the most offensive sense of the word, sir, returned his journeyman, with great self-possession, I consider you a liar. In that last observation you have unintentionally, sir, struck upon the truth.
Martha, said the locksmith, turning to his wife, and shaking his head sorrowfully, while a smile at the absurd figure beside him still played upon his open face, I trust it may turn out that this poor lad is not the victim of the knaves and fools we have so often had words about, and who have done so much harm to-day. If he has been at Warwick Street or Duke Street to-night—
He has been at neither, sir,
cried Tappertit in a loud voice, which he suddenly dropped into a whisper, as he repeated, with eyes fixed upon the locksmith,
he has been at neither.
I am glad of it with all my heart, said the locksmith in a serious tone, for if he had been, and it could be proved against him, Martha, your great association would have been to him the cart that draws men to the gallows and leaves them hanging in the air. It would, as sure as we're alive.
Mrs Varden was too much scared by Simon's altered manner and appearance, and by the accounts of the rioters which had reached her ears that night, to offer any retort, or to have recourse to her usual matrimonial policy. Miss Miggs wrung her hands and wept.
He was not at Duke Street, or at Warwick Street, G. Varden, said Simon sternly, but he was at Westminster. Perhaps, sir, he kicked a county member. Perhaps, sir, he tapped a lord. You may stare, sir, I repeat it. Blood flowed from noses, and perhaps he tapped a lord. Who knows? This,
he added, putting his hand into his waistcoat pocket, and taking out a large tooth, at the sight of which both Miggs and Mrs Varden screamed,
this was a bishop's. Beware, G. Varden.
Now, I would rather, said the locksmith hastily, have paid £500 than had this come to pass. You idiot, do you know what peril you stand in?
I know it, sir, replied his journeyman, and it is my glory. I was there. Everybody saw me there. I was conspicuous and prominent. I will abide the consequences.
The locksmith, really disturbed and agitated, paced to and fro in silence, glancing at his former apprentice every now and then, and at length stopping before him, said,
Get to bed, and sleep for a couple of hours, that you may wake penitent, and with some of your senses about you. Be sorry for what you have done, and we will try to save you. If I call him by 5 o'clock, said Varden, turning hurriedly to his wife, and he washes himself clean, and changes his dress, he may get to the Tower stairs, and away by the Gravesend tide boat, before any search is made for him. From there he can easily get on to Canterbury, where your cousin will give him work till this storm has blown over. I am not sure that I do right in screening him from the punishment he deserves, but he has lived in this house, man and boy, for a dozen years, and I should be sorry if for this one day's work he made a miserable end. Lock the front door, Miggs, and show no light towards the street when you go upstairs. Quick, Simon, get to bed.
And do you suppose, sir,
retorted Mr Tappertit, with a thickness and slowness of speech which contrasted forcibly with the rapidity and earnestness of his kind-hearted master.
And do you suppose, sir, that I am base and mean enough to accept your servile proposition, miscreant?
Whatever you please, Sim, and get to bed. Every minute is of consequence. The light here, Miggs?
Yes, yes, oh do! Go to bed directly! Cried the two women together. Mr Tappertit stood upon his feet, and pushing his chair away to show that he needed no assistance, answered, swaying himself to and fro, and managing his head as if it had no connection whatever with his body.
You spoke of Miggs, sir. Miggs may be smothered.
Oh, Simmun!
ejaculated that young lady in a faint voice.
Oh, Mim! Oh, sir! Oh, goodness gracious, what a turn he has give me!
This family may all be smothered, sir,
returned Mr Tappertit, after glancing at her with a smile of ineffable disdain,
excepting Mrs V. I have come here, sir, for her sake this night. Mrs Varden, take this piece of paper. It's a protection, ma'am. You may need it.
With these words he held out at arm's length a dirty, crumpled scrap of writing. The locksmith took it from him, opened it, and read as follows.
All good friends to our cause, I hope will be particular, and do no injury to the property of any true Protestant. I am well assured that the proprietor of this house is a staunch and worthy friend to the cause. George Gordon. What's this? Said the locksmith, with an altered face.
Something that'll do you good service, young feller, replied his journeyman. As you'll find, keep that safe, and where you can lay your hand upon it in an instant, and chalk no popery on your door tomorrow night, and for a week to come. That's all.
This is a genuine document, said the locksmith. I know, for I have seen the hand before. What threat does it imply? What devil is abroad?
A fiery devil, retorted Sim. A flaming, furious devil. Don't you put yourself in its way, or you're done for, my buck. Be warned in time, G. Varden. Farewell.
But here the two women threw themselves in his way, especially Miss Miggs, who fell upon him with such fervour that she pinned him against the wall, and conjured him in moving words not to go forth till he was sober, to listen to reason, to think of it, to take some rest, and then determine.
I tell you, said Mr Tappertit, that my mind is made up. My bleeding country calls me, and I go. Miggs, if you don't get out of the way, I'll pinch you.
Miss Miggs, still clinging to the rebel, screamed once vociferously, but whether in the distraction of her mind, or because of his having executed his threat, is uncertain.
Release me, said Simon, struggling to free himself from her chaste but spider-like embrace. Let me go. I have made arrangements for you in an altered state of society, and mean to provide for you comfortably in life. There. Will that satisfy you?
Oh, Simmun! cried Miss Miggs. Oh, my blessed Simmun! Oh, Mim! What are my feelings at this conflicting moment?
Of a rather turbulent description, it would seem, for her nightcap had been knocked off in the scuffle, and she was on her knees upon the floor, making a strange revelation of blue and yellow curl papers, straggling locks of hair, tags of stay laces, and strings of it's impossible to say what, panting for breath, clasping her hands, turning her eyes upwards, shedding abundance of tears, and exhibiting various other symptoms of the acutest mental suffering.
I leave, said Simon,
turning to his master with an utter disregard of Miggs's maidenly affliction.
A box of things upstairs. Do what you like with them. I don't want 'em. I'm never coming back here any more. Provide yourself, sir, with a journeyman. I'm my country's journeyman. Henceforward, that's my line of business.
Be what you like in 2 hours' time, but now go up to bed,' returned the locksmith, planting himself in the doorway. 'Do you hear me? Go to bed.'
'I hear you, and defy you, Varden,' rejoined Simon Tappertit. 'This night, sir, I have been in the country, planning an expedition which shall fill your bell-hanging soul with wonder and dismay. The plot demands my utmost energy. Let me pass.'
'I'll knock you down if you come near the door,' replied the locksmith. 'You had better go to bed.'
Simon made no answer, but gathering himself up as straight as he could, plunged head foremost at his old master, and the two went driving out into the workshop together, plying their hands and feet so briskly that they looked like half a dozen, while Miggs and Mrs Varden screamed for 12. It would have been easy for Varden to knock his old prentice down and bind him hand and foot, but as he was loath to hurt him in his then defenceless state, he contented himself with parrying his blows when he could, taking them in perfect good part when he could not, and keeping between him and the door, until a favourable opportunity should present itself for forcing him to retreat upstairs, and shutting him up in his own room. But, in the goodness of his heart, he calculated too much upon his adversary's weakness, and forgot that drunken men who have lost the power of walking steadily can often run. Watching his time, Simon Tappertit made a cunning show of falling back, staggered unexpectedly forward, brushed past him, opened the door (he knew the trick of that lock well), and darted down the street like a mad dog. The locksmith paused for a moment in the excess of his astonishment, and then gave chase. It was an excellent season for a run, for at that silent hour the streets were deserted, the air was cool, and the flying figure before him distinctly visible at a great distance, as it sped away, with a long gaunt shadow following at its heels. But the short-winded locksmith had no chance against a man of Sim's youth and spare figure, though the day had been when he could have run him down in no time. The space between them rapidly increased, and as the rays of the rising sun streamed upon Simon in the act of turning a distant corner, Gabriel Varden was fain to give up, and sit down on a doorstep to fetch his breath. Simon, meanwhile, without once stopping, fled at the same degree of swiftness to the Boot, where, as he well knew, some of his company were lying, and at which respectable hostelry, for he had already acquired the distinction of being in great peril of the law, a friendly watch had been expecting him all night, and was even now on the look-out for his coming.
'Go thy ways, Sim, go thy ways,' said the locksmith, as soon as he could speak. 'I have done my best for thee, poor lad, and would have saved thee, but the rope is round thy neck, I fear.'
So saying, and shaking his head in a very sorrowful and disconsolate manner, he turned back, and soon re-entered his own house, where Mrs Varden and the faithful Miggs had been anxiously expecting his return. Now Mrs Varden, and by consequence Miss Miggs likewise, was impressed with a secret misgiving that she had done wrong, that she had, to the utmost of her small means, aided and abetted the growth of disturbances, the end of which it was impossible to foresee, that she had led remotely to the scene which had just passed, and that the locksmith's time for triumph and reproach had now arrived indeed. And so strongly did Mrs Varden feel this, and so crestfallen was she in consequence, that while her husband was pursuing their lost journeyman, she secreted under her chair the little red-brick dwelling-house with the yellow roof, lest it should furnish new occasion for reference to the painful theme, and now hid the same still more with the skirts of her dress. But it happened that the locksmith had been thinking of this very article on his way home, and that, coming into the room and not seeing it, he at once demanded where it was. Mrs Varden had no resource but to produce it, which she did with many tears and broken protestations that if she could have known—
Yes, yes, said Varden. Of course I know that. I don't mean to reproach you, my dear. But recollect from this time that all good things perverted to evil purposes are worse than those which are naturally bad. A thoroughly wicked woman is wicked indeed. When religion goes wrong, she is very wrong, for the same reason. Let us say no more about it, my dear.
So he dropped the red brick dwelling house on the floor, and setting his heel upon it, crushed it into pieces. The halfpence and sixpences and other voluntary contributions rolled about in all directions, but nobody offered to touch them or to take them up.
That, said the locksmith, is easily disposed of, and I would to heaven that everything growing out of the same society could be settled as easily.
It happens very fortunately, Varden, said his wife, with her handkerchief to her eyes, that in case any more disturbances should happen, which I hope not, I sincerely hope not.
I hope so too, my dear.
That in case any should occur, we have the piece of paper which that poor misguided young man brought.
Ay, to be sure, said the locksmith, turning quickly round. Where is that piece of paper?
Mrs Varden stood aghast, as he took it from her outstretched hand, tore it into fragments, and threw them under the grate.
Not use it?
She said.
Use it? Cried the locksmith. No. Let them come and pull the roof about our ears. Let them burn us out of house and home. I'd neither have the protection of their leader, nor chalk their howl upon my door, though for not doing it they shot me on my own threshold. Use it! Let them come and do their worst. The first man who crosses my doorstep on such an errand as theirs had better be 100 miles away. Let him look to it. The others may have their will. I wouldn't beg or buy them off, if instead of every pound of iron in the place, there was 100 weight of gold. Get you to bed, Martha. I shall take down the shutters and go to work.
So early,
said his wife.
Ay, replied the locksmith cheerily, so early. Come when they may, they shall not find us skulking and hiding as if we feared to take our portion of the light of day, and left it all to them. So, pleasant dreams to you, my dear, and cheerful sleep.
With that he gave his wife a hearty kiss, and bade her delay no longer, or it would be time to rise before she lay down to rest. Mrs Varden quite amiably and meekly walked upstairs, followed by Miggs, who, although a good deal subdued, could not refrain from sundry stimulative coughs and sniffs by the way, or from holding up her hands in astonishment at the daring conduct of master. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 52. A mob is usually a creature of very mysterious existence, particularly in a large city. Where it comes from, or whither it goes, few men can tell. Assembling and dispersing with equal suddenness, it is as difficult to follow to its various sources as the sea itself. Nor does the parallel stop here, for the ocean is not more fickle and uncertain, more terrible when roused, more unreasonable, or more cruel. The people who were boisterous at Westminster upon the Friday morning, and were eagerly bent upon the work of devastation in Duke Street and Warwick Street at night, were, in the mass, the same, allowing for the chance accessions of which any crowd is morally sure in a town where there must always be a large number of idle and profligate persons. One and the same mob was at both places. Yet they spread themselves in various directions when they dispersed in the afternoon, made no appointment for reassembling, had no definite purpose or design, and indeed, for anything they knew, were scattered beyond the hope of future union. At The Boot, which, as has been shown, was in a manner the headquarters of the rioters, there were not upon this Friday night a dozen people. Some slept in the stables and outhouses, some in the common room, some 2 or 3 in beds. The rest were in their usual homes or haunts. Perhaps not a score in all lay in the adjacent fields and lanes, and under haystacks, or near the warmth of brick kilns, who had not their accustomed place of rest beneath the open sky. As to the public ways within the town, they had their ordinary nightly occupants, and no others, the usual amount of vice and wretchedness, but no more. The experience of one evening, however, had taught the reckless leaders of disturbance that they had but to show themselves in the streets, to be immediately surrounded by materials which they could only have kept together when their aid was not required, at great risk, expense, and trouble. Once possessed of this secret, they were as confident as if 20,000 men, devoted to their will, had been encamped about them, and assumed a confidence which could not have been surpassed, though that had really been the case. All day Saturday they remained quiet. On Sunday they rather studied how to keep their men within call, and in full hope, than to follow out by any fierce measure their first day's proceedings.
"I hope,"
said Dennis, as with a loud yawn he raised his body from a heap of straw on which he had been sleeping, and supporting his head upon his hand, appealed to Hugh on Sunday morning,
"that Muster Gashford allow some rest. Perhaps he'd have us at work again already, eh?"
"It's not his way to let matters drop, you may be sure of that," growled Hugh in answer. "I'm in no humour to stir yet, though. I'm as stiff as a dead body, and as full of ugly scratches as if I'd been fighting all day yesterday with wild cats."
"You've so much enthusiasm, that's it,"
said Dennis, looking with great admiration at the uncombed head, matted beard, and torn hands and face of the wild figure before him.
"You're such a devil of a fellow. You hurt yourselves 100 times more than you need, because you will be foremost in everything, and will do more than the rest."
"For the matter of that," returned Hugh, shaking back his ragged hair, and glancing towards the door of the stable in which they lay, "there's one yonder as good as me. What did I tell you about him? Did I say he was worth a dozen when you doubted him?" Mr Dennis rolled lazily over upon his breast, and resting his chin upon his hand in imitation of the attitude in which Hugh lay, said, as he too looked towards the door,
"Ay, you knew him, brother, you knew him. But who'd suppose to look at that chap now, that he could be the man he is? Isn't it a thousand cruel pities, brother, that instead of taking his natural rest, and qualifying himself for further exertions in this here honourable cause, he should be playing at soldiers like a boy? And his cleanliness too," said Mr Dennis, who certainly had no reason to entertain a fellow feeling with anybody who was particular on that score. "What weaknesses he's guilty of, with respect to his cleanliness! At 5 o'clock this morning, there he was at the pump, though any one would think he had gone through enough, the day before yesterday, to be pretty fast asleep at that time. But no, when I woke for a minute or two, there he was at the pump, and if you'd seen him sticking them peacock's feathers into his hat when he'd done washing, I'm sorry he's such an imperfect character, but the best on us is incomplete in some point of view or another." The subject of this dialogue, and of these concluding remarks, which were uttered in a tone of philosophical meditation, was, as the reader will have divined, no other than Barnaby, who, with his flag in hand, stood sentry in the little patch of sunlight at the distant door, or walked to and fro outside, singing softly to himself, and keeping time to the music of some clear church bells. Whether he stood still, leaning with both hands on the flagstaff, or, bearing it upon his shoulder, paced slowly up and down,
The careful arrangement of his poor dress, and his erect and lofty bearing, showed how high a sense he had of the great importance of his trust, and how happy and how proud it made him. To Hugh and his companion, who lay in a dark corner of the gloomy shed, he and the sunlight, and the peaceful Sabbath sound to which he made response, seemed like a bright picture framed by the door, and set off by the stable's blackness. The whole formed such a contrast to themselves, as they lay wallowing like some obscene animals in their squalor and wickedness on the 2 heaps of straw, that for a few moments they looked on without speaking, and felt almost ashamed. "Ah!" said Hugh at length, carrying it off with a laugh. "He's a rare fellow, is Barnaby, and can do more, with less rest, or meat or drink, than any of us. As to his soldiering, I put him on duty there." "Then there was a object in it, and a proper good un too, I'll be sworn," retorted Dennis with a broad grin and an oath of the same quality. "What was it, brother?" "Why, you see," said Hugh, crawling a little nearer to him, "that our noble captain yonder came in yesterday morning rather the worse for liquor, and was, like you and me, ditto last night." Dennis looked to where Simon Tappertit lay coiled upon a truss of hay, snoring profoundly, and nodded. "And our noble captain," continued Hugh with another laugh, "our noble captain and I have planned for to-morrow a roaring expedition, with good profit in it." "Again the Papists?" asked Dennis, rubbing his hands. "Ay, against the Papists. Against one of 'em at least, that some of us, and I for one, owe a good heavy grudge to." "Not Muster Gashford's friend that he spoke to us about in my house, eh?" said Dennis, brimful of pleasant expectation. "The same man," said Hugh. "That's your sort!" cried Mr Dennis, gaily shaking hands with him. "That's the kind of game. Let's have revenges and injuries and all that, and we shall get on twice as fast. Now you talk indeed." "The captain," added Hugh, "has thoughts of carrying off a woman in the bustle, and and so have I." Mr Dennis received this part of the scheme with a wry face, observing that as a general principle he objected to women altogether, as being unsafe and slippery persons, on whom there was no calculating with any certainty, and who were never in the same mind for 24 hours at a stretch. He might have expatiated on this suggestive theme at much greater length, but that it occurred to him to ask what connection existed between the proposed expedition and Barnaby's being posted at the stable door as sentry, to which Hugh cautiously replied in these words: "Why, the people we mean to visit were friends of his once upon a time, and I know that much of him to feel pretty sure that if he thought we were going to do him any harm, he'd be no friend to our side, but would lend a ready hand to the other. So I've persuaded him, for I know him of old, that Lord George has picked him out to guard this place to-morrow while we're away, and that it's a great honour. And so he's on duty now, and as proud of it as if he was a general. What do you say to me for a careful man as well as a devil of a one?" Mr Dennis exhausted himself in compliments, and then added, "But about the expedition itself?" "About that," said Hugh, "you shall hear all particulars from me and the great captain conjointly and both together. For see, he's waiting up. Rouse yourself, Lionheart. Put a good face upon it, and drink again. Another hair of the dog that bit you, captain. Call for drink. There's enough of gold and silver cups and candlesticks buried underneath my bed," he added, rolling back the straw and pointing to where the ground was newly turned, "to pay for it, if it was a score of casks full. Drink, captain." Mr Tappertit received these jovial promptings with a very bad grace, being much the worse, both in mind and body, for his 2 nights of debauch, and but indifferently able to stand upon his legs. With Hugh's assistance, however, he contrived to stagger to the pump, and having refreshed himself with an abundant draught of cold water, and a copious shower of the same refreshing liquid on his head and face, he ordered some rum and milk to be served, and upon that innocent beverage and some biscuits and cheese made a pretty hearty meal. That done, he disposed himself in an easy attitude on the ground beside his two companions, who were carousing after their own tastes, and proceeded to enlighten Mr Dennis in reference to tomorrow's project. That their conversation was an interesting one was rendered manifest by its length, and by the close attention of all three. That it was not of an oppressively grave character, but was enlivened by various pleasantries arising out of the subject, was clear from their loud and frequent roars of laughter, which startled Barnaby on his post, and made him wonder at their levity. But he was not summoned to join them until they had eaten and drunk and slept and talked together for some hours, not, indeed, until the twilight, when they informed him that they were about to make a slight demonstration in the streets, just to keep the people's hands in, as it was Sunday night, and the public might otherwise be disappointed, and that he was free to accompany them if he would. Without the slightest preparation, saving that they carried clubs and wore the blue cockade, they sallied out into the streets, and, with no more settled design than that of doing as much mischief as they could, paraded them at random. Their numbers rapidly increasing, they soon divided into parties, and agreeing to meet by and by, in the fields near Welbeck Street, scoured the town in various directions. The largest body, and that which augmented with the greatest rapidity, was the one to which Hugh and Barnaby belonged. This took its way towards Moorfields, where there was a rich chapel, and in which neighbourhood several Catholic families were known to reside. Beginning with the private houses so occupied, they broke open the doors and windows, and while they destroyed the furniture, and left but the bare walls, made a sharp search for tools and engines of destruction, such as hammers, pokers, axes, saws, and such like instruments. Many of the rioters made belts of cord, of handkerchiefs, or any material they found at hand, and wore these weapons as openly as pioneers upon a field day. There was not the least disguise or concealment. Indeed, on this night, very little excitement or hurry. From the chapels they tore down and took away the very altars, benches, pulpits, pews, and flooring. From the dwelling houses, the very wainscoting and stairs. This Sunday evening's recreation they pursued like mere workmen who had a certain task to do, and did it. 50 resolute men might have turned them at any moment. A single company of soldiers could have scattered them like dust. But no man interposed, no authority restrained them, and, except by the terrified persons who fled from their approach, they were as little heeded as if they were pursuing their lawful occupations with the utmost sobriety and good conduct. In the same manner they marched to the place of rendezvous agreed upon, made great fires in the fields, and reserving the most valuable of their spoils, burnt the rest. Priestly garments, images of saints, rich stuffs and ornaments, altar furniture, and household goods, were cast into the flames, and shed a glare on the whole country round. But they danced and howled and roared about these fires till they were tired, and were never for an instant checked. As the main body filed off from this scene of action, and passed down Welbeck Street, they came upon Gashford, who had been a witness of their proceedings, and was walking stealthily along the pavement. Keeping up with him, and yet not seeming to speak, Hugh muttered in his ear, "Is this better, master?"
"No," said Gashford, "it is not." "What would you have?" said Hugh. "Fevers are never at their height at once. They must get on by degrees." "I would have you," said Gashford, pinching his arm with such malevolence that his nails seemed to meet in the skin, "I would have you put some meaning into your work, fools. Can you make no better bonfires than of rags and scraps? Can you burn nothing whole?" "A little patience, master," said Hugh. "Wait but a few hours, and you shall see. Look for a redness in the sky to-morrow night." With that, he fell back into his place beside Barnaby, and when the secretary looked after him, both were lost in the crowd.
End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80 by Charles Dickens. Chapter 53. The next day was ushered in by merry peals of bells, and by the firing of the Tower guns. Flags were hoisted on many of the church steeples. The usual demonstrations were made in honour of the anniversary of the King's birthday, and every man went about his pleasure or business as if the city were in perfect order, and there were no half-smouldering embers in its secret places, which, on the approach of night, would kindle up again and scatter ruin and dismay abroad. The leaders of the riot, rendered still more daring by the success of last night and by the booty they had acquired, kept steadily together, and only thought of implicating the mass of their followers so deeply that no hope of pardon or reward might tempt them to betray their more notorious confederates into the hands of justice. Indeed, the sense of having gone too far to be forgiven held the timid together no less than the bold. Many who would readily have pointed out the foremost rioters and given evidence against them, felt that escape by that means was hopeless, when their every act had been observed by scores of people who had taken no part in the disturbances, who had suffered in their persons, peace, or property by the outrages of the mob, who would be most willing witnesses, and whom the government would, no doubt, prefer to any king's evidence that might be offered. Many of this class had deserted their usual occupations on the Saturday morning. Some had been seen by their employers active in the tumult. Others knew they must be suspected, and that they would be discharged if they returned. Others had been desperate from the beginning, and comforted themselves with the homely proverb that, being hanged at all, they might as well be hanged for a sheep as a lamb. They all hoped and believed, in a greater or lesser degree, that the government they seemed to have paralysed would, in its terror, come to terms with them in the end, and suffer them to make their own conditions. The least sanguine among them reasoned with himself that, at the worst, they were too many to be all punished, and that he had as good a chance of escape as any other man. The great mass never reasoned or thought at all, but were stimulated by their own headlong passions, by poverty, by ignorance, by the love of mischief, and the hope of plunder. One other circumstance is worthy of remark, and that is, that from the moment of their first outbreak at Westminster, every symptom of order or preconcerted arrangement among them vanished. When they divided into parties and ran to different quarters of the town, it was on the spontaneous suggestion of the moment. Each party swelled as it went along, like rivers as they rolled towards the sea. New leaders sprang up as they were wanted, disappeared when the necessity was over, and reappeared at the next crisis. Each tumult took shape and form from the circumstances of the moment. Sober workmen, going home from their day's labour, were seen to cast down their baskets of tools and become rioters in an instant. Mere boys on errands did the like. In a word, a moral plague ran through the city. The noise and hurry and excitement had for hundreds and hundreds an attraction they had no firmness to resist. The contagion spread like a dread fever, an infectious madness, as yet not near its height, seized on new victims every hour, and society began to tremble at their ravings. It was between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Gashford looked into the lair described in the last chapter, and seeing only Barnaby and Dennis there, inquired for Hugh. He was out, Barnaby told him, had gone out more than an hour ago, and had not yet returned.
"Dennis,"
said the smiling secretary in his smoothest voice, as he sat down cross-legged on a barrel.
"Dennis."
The hangman struggled into a sitting posture directly, and with his eyes wide open, looked towards him.
"How do you do, Dennis?"
said Gashford, nodding.
I hope you have suffered no inconvenience from your late exertions, Dennis?
I always will say of you, Muster Gashford,' returned the hangman, staring at him, that 'ere quiet way of yours might almost wake a dead man. It is,' he added with a muttered oath, still staring at him in a thoughtful manner, 'so awful sly.'
'So distinct, eh, Dennis?'
'Distinct,' he answered, scratching his head, and keeping his eyes upon the secretary's face. 'I seem to hear it, Muster Gashford, in my wery bones.'
'I am very glad your sense of hearing is so sharp, and that I succeed in making myself so intelligible,' said Gashford, in his unvarying even tone. 'Where is your friend?'
Mr Dennis looked round, as in expectation of beholding him asleep upon his bed of straw, then remembering he had seen him go out, replied,
'I can't say where he is, Muster Gashford. I expect him back afore now. I hope it isn't time that we was busy, Muster Gashford.'
'Nay,' said the secretary, 'who should know that as well as you? How can I tell you, Dennis? You are perfect master of your own actions, you know, and accountable to nobody, except sometimes to the law, eh?'
Dennis, who was very much baffled by the cool matter-of-course manner of this reply, recovered his self-possession on his professional pursuits being referred to, and pointing towards Barnaby, shook his head and frowned.
'Hush!' cried Barnaby.
'Ah, do hush about that, Muster Gashford,' said the hangman in a low voice. 'Poplar prejudices. You always forget. Well, Barnaby, my lad, what's the matter?'
'I hear him coming,' he answered. 'Hark! Do you mark that? That's his foot. Bless you, I know his step and his dog's too. Tramp, tramp, pit, pat. On they come together, and and here they are!'
he cried joyfully, welcoming Hugh with both hands, and then patting him fondly on the back, as if instead of being the rough companion he was, he had been one of the most prepossessing of men.
'Here he is, and safe too. I'm glad to see him back again, old Hugh.'
'I'm a Turk if he don't give me a warmer welcome always than any man of sense,' said Hugh, shaking hands with him with a kind of ferocious friendship, strange enough to see. 'How are you, boy?'
'Hearty!'
cried Barnaby, waving his hat.
'And merry too, Hugh, and ready to do anything for the good cause, and the right, and to help the kind, mild, pale-faced gentleman, the lord they used so ill, eh, Hugh?'
'Aye,'
returned his friend, dropping his hand and looking at Gashford for an instant, with a changed expression, before he spoke to him.
'Good day, master.'
'And good day to you,'
replied the secretary, nursing his leg.
'And many good days, whole years of them, I hope. You are heated.'
'So would you have been, master,' said Hugh, wiping his face, 'if you'd been running here as fast as I have.'
'You know the news, then? Yes, I suppose you would have heard it.'
'News? What news?'
'You don't?'
cried Gashford, raising his eyebrows with an exclamation of surprise.
'Dear me! Come, then I am the first to make you acquainted with your distinguished position, after all. Do you see the King's Arms atop?'
he smilingly asked, as he took a large paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and held it out for Hugh's inspection.
'Well,' said Hugh, 'what's that to me?'
'Much, a great deal,' replied the secretary. 'Read it.'
'I told you the first time I saw you that I couldn't read,' said Hugh impatiently. 'What in the devil's name's inside of it?'
'It is a proclamation from the king in council,' said Gashford, 'dated to-day, and offering a reward of £500.
£500 is a great deal of money, and a large temptation to some people, to any one who will discover the person or persons most active in demolishing those chapels on Saturday night.'
'Is that all?'
cried Hugh with an indifferent air.
'I knew of that.'
'Truly I might have known you did,' said Gashford, smiling and folding up the document again. 'Your friend, I might have guessed, indeed I did guess, was sure to tell you.'
'My friend?' stammered Hugh, with an unsuccessful effort to appear surprised. 'What friend?'
'Tut! Do you suppose I don't know where you have been?' retorted Gashford, rubbing his hands, and beating the back of one on the palm of the other, and looking at him with a cunning eye. 'How dull you think me! Shall I say his name?'
'No,' said Hugh, with a hasty glance towards Dennis.
'You have also heard from him, no doubt,'
resumed the secretary, after a moment's pause,
'that the rioters who have been taken, poor fellows, are committed for trial, and that some very active witnesses have had the temerity to appear against them. Among others,'
and here he clenched his teeth, as if he would suppress by force some violent words that rose upon his tongue, and spoke very slowly,
'among others, a gentleman who saw the work going on in Warwick Street, a Catholic gentleman, one Haredale.'
Hugh would have prevented his uttering the word, but it was out already. Hearing the name, Barnaby turned swiftly round.
'Duty, duty, bold Barnaby!'
cried Hugh, assuming his wildest and most rapid manner, and thrusting into his hand his staff and flag, which leant against the wall.
'Mount guard without loss of time, for we are off upon our expedition. Up, Dennis, and get ready. Take care that no one turns the straw upon my bed, brave Barnaby. We know what's underneath it, eh? Now, master, quick! What you have to say, say speedily, for the little captain and a cluster of him are in the fields, and only waiting for us. Sharp's the word, strike's the action. Quick!'
Barnaby was not proof against this bustle and dispatch. The look of mingled astonishment and anger which had appeared in his face when he turned towards them, faded from it as the words passed from his memory, like breath from a polished mirror, and grasping the weapon which Hugh forced upon him, he proudly took his station at the door, beyond their hearing.
'You might have spoiled our plans, master,' said Hugh. 'You, too, of all men!' 'Who would have supposed that he would be so quick?' urged Gashford. 'He's as quick sometimes, I don't mean with his hands, for that you know, but with his head, as you or any man,' said Hugh. 'Dennis, it's time we were going. They're waiting for us. I came to tell you. Reach me my stick and belt. Here, lend a hand, master. Fling this over my shoulder and buckle it behind, will you?' 'Brisk as ever,' said the secretary, adjusting it for him as he desired. 'A man need to be brisk to-day. There's brisk work afoot.' 'There is there?' said Gashford.
He said it with such a provoking assumption of ignorance, that Hugh, looking over his shoulder and angrily down upon him, replied,
'Is there? You know there is. Who knows better than you, master, that the first great step to be taken is to make examples of these witnesses, and frighten all men from appearing against us, or any of our body, any more?' 'There's one we know of,' returned Gashford, with an expressive smile, 'who is at least as well informed upon that subject as you or I.' 'If we mean the same gentleman as I suppose we do,' Hugh rejoined softly, 'I tell you this. He's as good and quick information about everything as—'
here he paused and looked round, as if to make sure that the person in question was not within hearing,
'as old Nick himself. Have you done that, master? How slow you are!' 'It's quite fast now,' said Gashford, rising. 'I say, you didn't find that your friend disapproved of today's little expedition? It is fortunate it jumps so well with the witness policy, for once planned it must have been carried out. And now you are going, eh?' 'Now we are going, master,' Hugh replied. 'Any parting words?' 'Oh dear no,' said Gashford sweetly. 'None.' 'You're sure?' cried Hugh, nudging the grinning Dennis. 'Quite sure, eh, Muster Gashford?' chuckled the hangman. Gashford paused a moment, struggling with his caution and his malice, then putting himself between the two men, and laying a hand upon the arm of each, said in a cramped whisper, 'Do not, my good friends, I'm sure you will not, forget our talk one night in your house, Dennis, about this person. No mercy, no quarter, no two beams of his house to be left standing where the builder placed them. Fire, the saying goes, is a good servant but a bad master. Makes it his master. He deserves no better. But I am sure you will be firm. I am sure you will be very resolute. I am sure you will remember that he thirsts for your lives, and those of all your brave companions. If you ever acted like staunch fellows, you will do so today. Won't you, Dennis? Won't you, Hugh?' The two looked at him, and at each other, then bursting into a roar of laughter, brandished their staves above their heads, shook hands, and hurried out. When they had been gone a little time, Gashford followed. They were yet in sight, and hastening to that part of the adjacent fields in which their fellows had already mustered, Hugh was looking back and flourishing his hat to Barnaby, who, delighted with his trust, replied in the same way, and then resumed his pacing up and down before the stable door, where his feet had worn a path already. And when Gashford himself was far distant, and looked back for the last time, he was still walking to and fro, with the same measured tread, the most devoted and the blithest champion that ever maintained a post, and felt his heart lifted up with a brave sense of duty, and determination to defend it to the last. Smiling at the simplicity of the poor idiot, Gashford betook himself to Welbeck Street by a different path from that which he knew the rioters would take, and sitting down behind a curtain in one of the upper windows of Lord George Gordon's house, waited impatiently for their coming. They were so long, that although he knew it had been settled they should come that way, he had a misgiving they must have changed their plans and taken some other route. But at length the roar of voices was heard in the neighbouring fields, and soon afterwards they came thronging past in a great body. However, they were not all, nor nearly all, in one body, but were, as he soon found, divided into 4 parties, each of which stopped before the house to give 3 cheers, and then went on, the leaders crying out in what direction they were going, and calling on the spectators to join them. The first detachment, carrying by way of banners some relics of the havoc they had made in Moorfields, proclaimed that they were on their way to Chelsea, whence they would return in the same order to make of the spoil they bore a great bonfire near at hand. The second gave out that they were bound for Wapping, to destroy a chapel. The third that their place of destination was East Smithfield, and their object the same. All this was done in broad, bright summer day. Gay carriages and chairs stopped to let them pass, or turned back to avoid them. People on foot stood aside in doorways, or perhaps knocked and begged permission to stand at a window or in the hall until the rioters had passed. But nobody interfered with them, and when they had gone by, everything went on as usual. There still remained the 4th body, and for that the secretary looked with the most intense eagerness. At last it came up. It was numerous, and composed of picked men, for as he gazed down among them, he recognized many upturned faces which he knew well, those of Simon Tappertit, Hugh, and Dennis in the front, of course. They halted and cheered as the others had done, but when they moved again, they did not, like them,
proclaim what design they had. Hugh merely raised his hat upon the bludgeon he carried, and glancing at a spectator on the opposite side of the way, was gone. Gashford followed the direction of his glance instinctively, and saw, standing on the pavement, and wearing the blue cockade, Sir John Chester. He held his hat an inch or two above his head to propitiate the mob, and, resting gracefully on his cane, smiling pleasantly, and displaying his dress and person to the very best advantage, looked on in the most tranquil state imaginable. For all that, and quick and dexterous as he was, Gashford had seen him recognise Hugh with the air of a patron. He had no longer any eyes for the crowd, but fixed his keen regards upon Sir John. He stood in the same place and posture until the last man in the concourse had turned the corner of the street, then very deliberately took the blue cockade out of his hat, put it carefully in his pocket, ready for the next emergency, refreshed himself with a pinch of snuff, put up his box, and was walking slowly off when a passing carriage stopped, and a lady's hand let down the glass. Sir John's hat was off again immediately. After a minute's conversation at the carriage window, in which it was apparent that he was vastly entertaining on the subject of the mob, he stepped lightly in, and was driven away. The secretary smiled, but he had other thoughts to dwell upon, and soon dismissed the topic. Dinner was brought him, but he sent it down untasted, and, in restless pacings up and down the room, and constant glances at the clock, and many futile efforts to sit down and read, or go to sleep, or look out of the window, consumed 4 weary hours. When the dial told him thus much time had crept away, he stole upstairs to the top of the house, and coming out upon the roof, sat down with his face towards the east. Heedless of the fresh air that blew upon his heated brow, of the pleasant meadows from which he turned, of the piles of roofs and chimneys upon which he looked, of the smoke and rising mist he vainly sought to pierce, of the shrill cries of children at their evening sports, the distant hum and turmoil of the town, the cheerful country breath that rustled past to meet it, and to droop and die, he watched and watched, till it was dark save for the specks of light that twinkled in the streets below and far away, and, as the darkness deepened, strained his gaze and grew more eager yet.
"Nothing but gloom in that direction still," he muttered restlessly. "Dog, where is the redness in the sky you promised me?"
End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 54. Rumours of the prevailing disturbances had, by this time, begun to be pretty generally circulated through the towns and villages round London, and the tidings were everywhere received with that appetite for the marvellous and love of the terrible which have probably been among the natural characteristics of mankind since the creation of the world. These accounts, however, appeared to many persons at that day, as they would to us at the present, but that we know them to be matter of history, so monstrous and improbable, that a great number of those who were resident at a distance, and who were credulous enough on other points, were really unable to bring their minds to believe that such things could be, and rejected the intelligence they received on all hands as wholly fabulous and absurd. Mr Willet, not so much perhaps on account of his having argued and settled the matter with himself as by reason of his constitutional obstinacy, was one of those who positively refused to entertain the current topic for a moment. On this very evening, and perhaps at the very time when Gashford kept his solitary watch, old John was so red in the face with perpetually shaking his head in contradiction of his 3 ancient cronies and pot companions, that he was quite a phenomenon to behold, and lighted up the maypole porch wherein they sat together, like a monstrous carbuncle in a fairy tale.
"Do you think, sir," said Mr Willet, looking hard at Solomon Daisy,
for it was his custom in cases of personal altercation to fasten upon the smallest man in the party.
Do you think, sir, that I'm a born fool?
No, no, Johnny,
returned Solomon, looking round upon the little circle of which he formed a part.
we all know better than that. You're no fool, Johnny. No, no.
Mr Cobb and Mr Parkes shook their heads in unison, muttering, "No, no, Johnny, not you." But as such compliments had usually the effect of making Mr Willet rather more dogged than before, he surveyed them with a look of deep disdain, and returned for answer,
Then what do you mean by coming here and telling me that this evening you're a going to walk up to London together, you three, you, and have the evidence of your own senses?
An't,
said Mr Willet, putting his pipe in his mouth with an air of solemn disgust,
an't the evidence of my senses enough for you?
But we haven't got it, Johnny,
pleaded Parkes humbly.
You haven't got it, sir?
repeated Mr Willet, eyeing him from top to toe.
You haven't got it, sir? You have got it, sir. Don't I tell you that His Blessed Majesty, King George the Third, would no more stand a rioting and rollicking in his streets than he'd stand being crowed over by his own Parliament?
Yes, Johnny, but that's your sense, not your senses,
said the adventurous Mr Parkes.
How do you know?
retorted John with great dignity.
You're a contradicting pretty free, you are, sir. How do you know which it is? I'm not aware I ever told you, sir.
Mr Parkes, finding himself in the position of having got into metaphysics without exactly seeing his way out of them, stammered forth an apology, and retreated from the argument. There then ensued a silence of some 10 minutes, or a quarter of an hour, at the expiration of which period Mr Willet was observed to rumble and shake with laughter, and presently remarked, in reference to his late adversary, that he hoped he had tackled him enough. Thereupon Messrs Cobb and Daisy laughed and nodded, and Parkes was looked upon as thoroughly and effectually put down.
Do you suppose, if all this was true, that Mr Haredale would be constantly away from home as he is?
said John, after another silence.
Do you think he wouldn't be afraid to leave his house with them 2 young women in it, and only a couple of men or so? Aye, but then you know, returned Solomon Daisy, his house is a goodish way out of London, and they do say that the rioters won't go more than 2 miles, or 3 at the farthest, off the stones. Besides, you know, some of the Catholic gentlefolks have actually sent trinkets and such like down here for safety. At least, so the story goes. The story goes? said Mr Willet testily. Yes, sir. The story goes that you saw a ghost last March, but nobody believes it.
Well, said Solomon, rising to divert the attention of his 2 friends, who tittered at this retort,
believed or disbelieved, it's true, and true or not, if we mean to go to London, we must be going at once. So, shake hands, Johnny, and good night. I shall shake hands, returned the landlord, putting his into his pockets, with no man as goes to London on such nonsensical errands.
The 3 cronies were therefore reduced to the necessity of shaking his elbows. Having performed that ceremony, and brought from the house their hats and sticks and greatcoats, they bade him good night and departed, promising to bring him on the morrow full and true accounts of the real state of the city, and if it were quiet, to give him the full merit of his victory. John Willet looked after them, as they plodded along the road in the rich glow of a summer evening, and knocking the ashes out of his pipe, laughed inwardly at their folly until his sides were sore. When he had quite exhausted himself, which took some time, for he laughed as slowly as he thought and spoke, he sat himself comfortably with his back to the house, put his legs upon the bench, then his apron over his face, and fell sound asleep. How long he slept matters not, but it was for no brief space, for when he awoke the rich light had faded, the sombre hues of night were falling fast upon the landscape, and a few bright stars were already twinkling overhead. The birds were all at roost, the daisies on the green had closed their fairy hoods, the honeysuckle twining round the porch exhaled its perfume in a twofold degree, as though it lost its coyness at that silent time, and loved to shed its fragrance on the night. The ivy scarcely stirred its deep green leaves. How tranquil and how beautiful it was! Was there no sound in the air, besides the gentle rustling of the trees and the grasshopper's merry chirp? Hark! Something very faint and distant, not unlike the murmuring in a sea shell. Now it grew louder, fainter now, and now it altogether died away. Presently it came again, subsided, came once more, grew louder, fainter, swelled into a roar. It was on the road, and varied with its windings. All at once it burst into a distinct sound, the voices and the tramping feet of many men. It is questionable whether old John Willet, even then, would have thought of the rioters, but for the cries of his cook and housemaid, who ran screaming upstairs and locked themselves into one of the old garrets, shrieking dismally when they had done so, by way of rendering their place of refuge perfectly secret and secure. These two females did afterwards depone that Mr Willet, in his consternation, uttered but one word, and called that up the stairs in a stentorian voice 6 distinct times. But as this word was a monosyllable, which, however inoffensive when applied to the quadruped it denotes, is highly reprehensible when used in connection with females of unimpeachable character, many persons were inclined to believe that the young women laboured under some hallucination caused by excessive fear, and that their ears deceived them. Be this as it may, John Willet, in whom the very uttermost extent of dull-headed perplexity supplied the place of courage, stationed himself in the porch, and waited for their coming up. Once it dimly occurred to him that there was a kind of door to the house, which had a lock and bolts, and at the same time some shadowy ideas of shutters to the lower windows flitted through his brain. But he stood stock still, looking down the road in the direction which the noise was rapidly advancing, and did not so much as take his hands out of his pockets. He had not to wait long. A dark mass, looming through a cloud of dust, soon became visible. The mob quickened their pace, shouting and whooping like savages. They came rushing on pell-mell, and in a few seconds he was bandied from hand to hand in the heart of a crowd of men. "Halloa!" cried a voice he knew, as the man who spoke came cleaving through the throng. "Where is he? Give him to me. Don't hurt him. How now, old Jack?" Mr Willet looked at him, and saw it was Hugh, but he said nothing, and thought nothing. "These lads are thirsty and must drink," cried Hugh, thrusting him back towards the house. "Bustle, Jack, bustle. Show us the best, the very best, the overproof that you keep for your own drinking, Jack." John faintly articulated the words, "Who's to pay?" "He says, who's to pay?" cried Hugh, with a roar of laughter which was loudly echoed by the crowd. Then turning to John, he added, "Pay? Why, nobody." John stared round at the mass of faces, some grinning, some fierce, some lighted up by torches, some indistinct, some dusky and shadowy, some looking at him, some at his house, some at each other, and while he was, as he thought, in the very act of doing so, found himself, without any consciousness of having moved, in the bar, sitting down in an arm-chair, and watching the destruction of his property, as if it were some queer play or entertainment, of an astonishing and stupefying nature, but having no reference to himself that he could make out at all. Yes, here was the bar, The bar that the boldest never entered without special invitation. The sanctuary, the mystery, the hallowed ground. Here it was, crammed with men, clubs, sticks, torches, pistols, filled with a deafening noise, oaths, shouts, screams, hootings, changed all at once into a bear garden, a madhouse, an infernal temple, men darting in and out by door and window, smashing the glass, turning the taps, drinking liquor out of china punch bowls, sitting astride of casks, smoking private and personal pipes, cutting down the sacred grove of lemons, hacking and hewing at the celebrated cheese, breaking open inviolable drawers, putting things in their pockets which didn't belong to them, dividing his own money before his own eyes, wantonly wasting, breaking, pulling down, and tearing up. Nothing quiet, nothing private, men everywhere, above, below, overhead, in the bedrooms, in the kitchen, in the yard, in the stables, clambering in at windows when there were doors wide open, dropping out of windows when the stairs were handy, leaping over the banisters into chasms of passages, new faces and figures presenting themselves every instant, some yelling, some singing, some fighting, some breaking glass and crockery, some laying the dust with the liquor they couldn't drink, some ringing the bells till they pulled them down, others beating them with pokers till they beat them into fragments. More men still, more, swarming on like insects, noise, smoke, light, darkness, frolic, anger, laughter, groans, plunder, fear, and ruin. Nearly all the time while John looked on at this bewildering scene, Hugh kept near him, and though he was the loudest, wildest, most destructive villain there, he saved his old master's bones a score of times. Nay, even when Mr Tappertit, excited by liquor, came up, and in assertion of his prerogative, politely kicked old John Willet on the shins, Hugh bade him return the compliment, and if old John had had sufficient presence of mind to understand this whispered direction, and to profit by it, he might no doubt, under Hugh's protection, have done so with impunity. At length the band began to reassemble outside the house, and to call to those within to join them, for they were losing time. These murmurs increasing and attaining a high pitch, Hugh and some of those who yet lingered in the bar, and who plainly were the leaders of the troop, took counsel together, apart, as to what was to be done with John to keep him quiet until their Chigwell work was over. Some proposed to set the house on fire and leave him in it; others that he should be reduced to a state of temporary insensibility by knocking on the head; others that he should be sworn to sit where he was until tomorrow at the same hour; others again that he should be gagged and taken off with them under a sufficient guard. All these propositions being overruled, it was concluded at last to bind him in his chair, and a word was passed for Dennis. "Look'ee here, Jack," said Hugh, striding up to him, "we are going to tie you, hand and foot, but otherwise you won't be hurt. Do you hear?" John Willet looked at another man, as if he didn't know which was the speaker, and muttered something about an ordinary every Sunday at 2 o'clock. "You won't be hurt, I tell you. Jack, do you hear me?" roared Hugh, impressing the assurance upon him by means of a heavy blow on the back. "He's so dead scared he's wool gathering, I think. Give him a drop of something to drink here. Hand over, one of you." A glass of liquor being passed forward, Hugh poured the contents down old John's throat. Mr Willet feebly smacked his lips, thrust his hand into his pocket, and inquired what was to pay, adding, as he looked vacantly round, that he believed there was a trifle of broken glass. "He's out of his senses for the time, it's my belief," said Hugh, after shaking him, without any visible effect upon his system, until his keys rattled in his pocket. "Where's that Dennis?" The word was again passed, and presently Mr Dennis, with a long cord bound about his middle, something after the manner of a friar, came hurrying in, attended by a bodyguard of half a dozen of his men. "Come, be alive here!" cried Hugh, stamping his foot upon the ground. "Make haste!" Dennis, with a wink and a nod, unwound the cord from about his person, and raising his eyes to the ceiling, looked all over it, and round the walls and cornice, with a curious eye, then shook his head. "Move, man, can't you?" cried Hugh, with another impatient stamp of his foot.
Are we to wait here till the cry has gone for 10 miles round, and our work's interrupted?' 'It's all very fine talking, brother,' answered Dennis, stepping towards him, 'but unless,' and here he whispered in his ear, 'unless we do it over the door, it can't be done at all in this here room.' 'What can't?' Hugh demanded. 'What can't?' retorted Dennis. 'Why, the old man can't.' 'Why, you weren't going to hang him?' cried Hugh. 'No, brother,' returned the hangman with a stare. 'What else?' Hugh made no answer, but snatching the rope from his companion's hand, proceeded to bind old John himself. But his very first move was so bungling and unskilful, that Mr Dennis entreated, almost with tears in his eyes, that he might be permitted to perform the duty. Hugh consenting, he achieved it in a twinkling. 'There,' he said, looking mournfully at John Willet, who displayed no more emotion in his bonds than he had shown out of them. 'That's what I call pretty and workmanlike. He's quite a picture now. But, brother, just a word with you, now that he's ready trussed, as one may say. Wouldn't it be better for all parties if we was to work him off? It would read uncommon well in the newspapers, it would indeed. The public would think a great deal more on us.' Hugh, inferring what his companion meant, rather from his gestures than his technical mode of expressing himself, to which, as he was ignorant of his calling, he wanted the clue, rejected this proposition for the second time, and gave the word 'forward,' which was echoed by 100 voices from without. 'To the Warren!' shouted Dennis as he ran out, followed by the rest. 'A witness's house, my lads!' A loud yell followed, and the whole throng hurried off, mad for pillage and destruction. Hugh lingered behind for a few moments, to stimulate himself with more drink, and to set all the taps running, a few of which had accidentally been spared. Then, glancing round the despoiled and plundered room, through whose shattered window the rioters had thrust the Maypole itself, for even that had been sawn down, lighted a torch, clapped the mute and motionless John Willet on the back, and waving his light above his head, and uttering a fierce shout, hastened after his companions. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 55. John Willet, left alone in his dismantled bar, continued to sit staring about him, awake as to his eyes, certainly, but with all his powers of reason and reflection in a sound and dreamless sleep. He looked round upon the room which had been for years, and was within an hour ago, the pride of his heart, and not a muscle of his face was moved. The night without looked black and cold through the dreary gaps in the casement. The precious liquids, now nearly leaked away, dripped with a hollow sound upon the floor. The Maypole peered ruefully in through the broken window, like the bowsprit of a wrecked ship. The ground might have been the bottom of the sea, it was so strewn with precious fragments. Currents of air rushed in, as the old doors jarred and creaked upon their hinges. The candles flickered and guttered down, and made long winding sheets. The cheery deep red curtains flapped and fluttered idly in the wind. Even the stout Dutch kegs, overthrown and lying empty in dark corners, seemed the mere husks of good fellows whose jollity had departed, and who could kindle with a friendly glow no more. John saw this desolation, and yet saw it not. He was perfectly contented to sit there, staring at it, and felt no more indignation or discomfort in his bonds than if they had been robes of honour. So far as he was personally concerned, old Time lay snoring, and the world stood still. Save for the dripping from the barrels, the rustling of such light fragments of destruction as the wind affected, and the dull creaking of the open doors, all was profoundly quiet.
Indeed, these sounds, like the ticking of the death watch in the night, only made the silence they invaded deeper and more apparent. But quiet or noisy, it was all one to John. If a train of heavy artillery could have come up and commenced ball practice outside the window, it would have been all the same to him. He was a long way beyond surprise. A ghost couldn't have overtaken him. By and by he heard a footstep, a hurried and yet cautious footstep, coming on towards the house. It stopped, advanced again, and seemed to go quite round it. Having done that, it came beneath the window, and a head looked in. It was strongly relieved against the darkness outside by the glare of the guttering candles. A pale, worn, withered face. The eyes, but that was owing to its gaunt condition, unnaturally large and bright. The hair a grizzled black. It gave a searching glance all round the room, and a deep voice said, "Are you alone in this house?" John made no sign, though the question was repeated twice, and he heard it distinctly. After a moment's pause, the man got in at the window. John was not at all surprised at this either. There had been so much getting in and out of window in the course of the last hour or so, that he had quite forgotten the door, and seemed to have lived among such exercises from infancy. The man wore a large dark faded cloak, and a slouched hat. He walked up close to John, and looked at him. John returned the compliment with interest. "How long have you been sitting thus?" said the man. John considered, but nothing came of it. "Which way have the party gone?" Some wandering speculations relative to the fashion of the stranger's boots got into Mr Willet's mind by some accident or other, but they got out again in a hurry, and left him in his former state. "You would do well to speak," said the man. "You may keep a whole skin, though you have nothing else left that can be hurt. Which way have the party gone?"
"That,"
said John, finding his voice all at once, and nodding with perfect good faith. He couldn't point, he was so tightly bound in exactly the opposite direction to the right one.
"You lie," said the man angrily, and with a threatening gesture. "I came that way. You would betray me."
It was so evident that John's imperturbability was not assumed, but was the result of the late proceedings under his roof, that the man stayed his hand in the very act of striking him, and turned away. John looked after him without so much as a twitch in a single nerve of his face. He seized a glass, and holding it under one of the little casks until a few drops were collected, drank them greedily off. Then throwing it down upon the floor impatiently, he took the vessel in his hands and drained it into his throat. Some scraps of bread and meat were scattered about, and on these he fell next, eating them with voracity, and pausing every now and then to listen for some fancied noise outside. When he had refreshed himself in this manner, with violent haste, and raised another barrel to his lips, he pulled his hat upon his brow as though he were about to leave the house, and turned to John.
"Where are your servants?"
Mr Willet indistinctly remembered to have heard the rioters calling to them to throw the key of the room in which they were, out of window, for their keeping. He therefore replied, "Locked up."
"Well for them, if they remain quiet, and well for you if you do the like," said the man. "Now, show me the way the party went."
This time Mr Willet indicated it correctly. The man was hurrying to the door, when suddenly there came towards them on the wind the loud and rapid tolling of an alarm bell, and then a bright and vivid glare streamed up, which illumined not only the whole chamber, but all the country. It was not the sudden change from darkness to this dreadful light. It was not the sound of distant shrieks and shouts of triumph. It was not this dread invasion of the serenity and peace of night that drove the man back as though a thunderbolt had struck him. It was the bell. If the ghastliest shape the human mind has ever pictured in its wildest dreams had risen up before him, he could not have staggered backward from its touch, as he did from the first sound of that loud iron voice. With eyes that started from his head, his limbs convulsed, his face most horrible to see, he raised one arm high up into the air, and holding something visionary back and down with his other hand, drove at it as though he held a knife, and stabbed it to the heart. He clutched his hair, and stopped his ears, and travelled madly round and round, and gave a frightful cry, and with it rushed away. Still the bell tolled on, and seemed to follow him, louder and louder, hotter and hotter yet. The glare grew brighter, the roar of voices deeper, the crash of heavy bodies falling shook the air. Bright streams of sparks rose up into the sky, but louder than them all, rising faster far to heaven, 1,000,000 times more fierce and furious, pouring forth dreadful secrets after its long silence, speaking the language of the dead, the bell. The bell. What hunt of spectres could surpass that dread pursuit and flight? Had there been a legion of them on his track, he could have better borne it. They would have had a beginning and an end, but here all space was full. The one pursuing voice was everywhere. It sounded in the earth, the air, shook the long grass, and howled among the trembling trees. The echoes caught it up. The owls hooted as it flew upon the breeze. The nightingale was silent, and hid herself among the thickest boughs. It seemed to goad and urge the angry fire, and lash it into madness. Everything was steeped in one prevailing red. The glow was everywhere. Nature was drenched in blood. Still the remorseless crying of that awful voice, the bell, the bell. It ceased, but not in his ears. The knell was at his heart. No work of man had ever voiced like that which sounded there, and warned him that it cried unceasingly to heaven. Who could hear that bell and not know what it said? There was murder in its every note, cruel, relentless, savage murder, the murder of a confiding man by one who held his every trust. Its ringing summoned phantoms from their graves. What face was that, in which a friendly smile changed to a look of half incredulous horror, which stiffened for a moment into one of pain, then changed again into an imploring glance at heaven, and so fell idly down with upturned eyes, like the dead stags he had often peeped at when a little child, shrinking and shuddering? There was a dreadful thing to think of now, and clinging to an apron as he looked, he sank upon the ground, and grovelling down as if he would dig himself a place to hide in, covered his face and ears. But no, 100 walls and roofs of brass would not shut out that bell, for in it spoke the wrathful voice of God, and from that voice the whole wide universe could not afford a refuge. While he rushed up and down, not knowing where to turn, and while he lay crouching there, the work went briskly on indeed. When they left the Maypole, the rioters formed into a solid body, and advanced at a quick pace toward the Warren. Rumour of their approach having gone before, they found the garden doors fast closed, the windows made secure, and the house profoundly dark, not a light being visible in any portion of the building. After some fruitless ringing at the bells and beating at the iron gates, they drew off a few paces to reconnoitre, and confer upon the course it would be best to take. Very little conference was needed, when all were bent upon one desperate purpose, infuriated with liquor and flushed with successful riot. The word being given to surround the house, some climbed the gates, or dropped into the shallow trench and scaled the garden wall, while others pulled down the solid iron fence, and while they made a breach to enter by, made deadly weapons of the bars. The house being completely encircled, a small number of men were dispatched to break open a tool shed in the garden, and during their absence on this errand, the remainder contented themselves with knocking violently at the doors, and calling to those within to come down and open them, on peril of their lives. No answer being returned to this repeated summons, and the detachment who had been sent away coming back with an accession of pickaxes, spades, and hoes, they, together with those who had such arms already, or carried, as many did, axes, poles, and crowbars, struggled into the foremost rank, ready to beset the doors and windows. They had not at this time more than a dozen lighted torches among them, but when these preparations were completed, flaming links were distributed and passed from hand to hand with such rapidity that, in a minute's time, at least 2/3 of the whole roaring mass bore, each man in his hand, a blazing brand, Whirling these about their heads, they raised a loud shout, and fell to work upon the doors and windows. Amidst the clattering of heavy blows, the rattling of broken glass, the cries and execrations of the mob, and all the din and turmoil of the scene, Hugh and his friends kept together at the turret door where Mr Haredale had last admitted him and old John Willet, and spent their united force on that. It was a strong old oaken door, guarded by good bolts and a heavy bar, but it soon went crashing in upon the narrow stairs behind, and made, as it were, a platform to facilitate their tearing up into the rooms above. Almost at the same moment, a dozen other points were forced, and at every one the crowd poured in like water. A few armed servant men were posted in the hall, and when the rioters forced an entrance there, they fired some 6 shots. But these taking no effect, and the concourse coming on like an army of devils, they only thought of consulting their own safety, and retreated, echoing their assailants' cries, and hoping in the confusion to be taken for rioters themselves, in which stratagem they succeeded, with the exception of one old man, who was never heard of again, and was said to have had his brains beaten out with an iron bar. One of his fellows reported that he had seen the old man fall, and to have been afterwards burnt in the flames. The besiegers, being now in complete possession of the house, spread themselves over it from garret to cellar, and plied their demon labours fiercely. While some small parties kindled bonfires underneath the windows, others broke up the furniture and cast the fragments down to feed the flames below. Where the apertures in the wall, windows no longer, were large enough, they threw out tables, chests of drawers, beds, mirrors, pictures, and flung them whole into the fire, while every fresh addition to the blazing masses was received with shouts and howls and yells, which added new and dismal terrors to the conflagration. Those who had axes and had spent their fury on the movables, chopped and tore down the doors and window frames, broke up the flooring, hewed away the rafters, and buried men who lingered in the upper rooms in heaps of ruins. Some searched the drawers, the chests, the boxes, writing desks, and closets for jewels, plate, and money, while others, less mindful of gain and more mad for destruction, cast their whole contents into the courtyard without examination, and called to those below to heap them on the blaze. Men who had been into the cellars and had staved the casks, rushed to and fro stark mad, setting fire to all they saw, often to the dresses of their own friends, and kindling the building in so many parts that some had no time for escape, and were seen, with drooping hands and blackened faces, hanging senseless on the window-sills to which they had crawled, until they were sucked and drawn into the burning gulf. The more the fire crackled and raged, the wilder and more cruel the men grew, as though moving in that element they became fiends, and changed their earthly nature for the qualities that give delight in hell. The burning pile, revealing rooms and passages red hot, through gaps made in the crumbling walls, the tributary fires that licked the outer bricks and stones with their long forked tongues, and ran up to meet the glowing mass within, the shining of the flames upon the villains who looked on and fed them, the roaring of the angry blaze, so bright and high that it seemed in its rapacity to have swallowed up the very smoke, the living flakes the wind bore rapidly away and hurried on with, like a storm of fiery snow, the noiseless breaking of great beams of wood, which fell like feathers on the heap of ashes, and crumbled in the very act to sparks and powder, the lurid tinge that overspread the sky, and the darkness, very deep by contrast, which prevailed around, the exposure to the coarse common gaze of every little nook which usages of home had made a sacred place, and the destruction by rude hands of every little household favourite which old associations made a dear and precious thing. All this taking place, not among pitying looks and friendly murmurs of compassion, but brutal shouts and exultations, which seemed to make the very rats who stood by the old house too long, creatures with some claim upon the pity and regard of those its roof had sheltered, combined to form a scene, never to be forgotten by those who saw it and were not actors in the work, so long as life endured. And who were they? The alarm bell rang, and it was pulled by no faint or hesitating hands, for a long time, but not a soul was seen. Some of the insurgents said that when it ceased, they heard the shrieks of women, and saw some garments fluttering in the air as a party of men bore away no unresisting burdens. No one could say that this was true or false, in such an uproar. But where was Hugh? Who among them had seen him since the forcing of the doors? The cry spread through the body. Where was Hugh? "Here!" he hoarsely cried, appearing from the darkness, out of breath and blackened with the smoke. We've done all we can. The fire has burned itself out, and even the corners where it hasn't spread are nothing but heaps of ruins. Disperse, my lads, while the coast's clear. Get back by different ways, and meet as usual." With that he disappeared again, contrary to his wont, for he was always first to advance and last to go away, leaving them to follow homewards as they would. It was not an easy task to draw off such a throng. If Bedlam gates had been flung wide open, there would not have issued forth such maniacs as the frenzy of that night had made. There were men there who danced and trampled on the beds of flowers as though they trod down human enemies, and wrenched them from the stalks like savages who twisted human necks. There were men who cast their lighted torches in the air, and suffered them to fall upon their heads and faces, blistering the skin with deep unseemly burns. There were men who rushed up to the fire, and paddled in it with their hands as if in water, and others who were restrained by force from plunging in, to gratify their deadly longing. On the skull of one drunken lad, not 20 by his looks, who lay upon the ground with a bottle to his mouth, the lead from the roof came streaming down in a shower of liquid fire, white hot, melting his head like wax. When the scattered parties were collected, men, living yet, but singed as if with hot irons, were plucked out of the cellars, and carried off upon the shoulders of others, who strove to wake them as they went along, with ribald jokes, and left them, dead, in the passages of hospitals. But of all the howling throng, not one learnt mercy from, or sickened at, these sights, nor was the fierce, besotted, senseless rage of one man glutted. Slowly, and in small clusters, with hoarse hurrahs and repetitions of their usual cry, the assembly dropped away. The last few red-eyed stragglers reeled after those who had gone before. The distant noise of men calling to each other, and whistling for others whom they missed, grew fainter and fainter. At length even these sounds died away, and silence reigned alone. Silence indeed. The glare of the flames had sunk into a fitful, flashing light, and the gentle stars, invisible till now, looked down upon the blackening heap. A dull smoke hung upon the ruin, as though to hide it from those eyes of heaven, and the wind forbore to move it. Bare walls, roof open to the sky, chambers where the beloved dead had, many and many a fair day, risen to new life and energy, where so many dear ones had been sad and merry, which were connected with so many thoughts and hopes, regrets and changes, all gone, nothing left but a dull and dreary blank, a smouldering heap of dust and ashes, the silence and solitude of utter desolation. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 56. The Maypole cronies, little dreaming of the change so soon to come upon their favourite haunt, struck through the forest path upon their way to London, and avoiding the main road, which was hot and dusty, kept to the by-paths and the fields. As they drew nearer to their destination, they began to make inquiries of the people whom they passed concerning the riots, and the truth or falsehood of the stories they had heard. The answers went far beyond any intelligence that had spread to quiet Chigwell. One man told them that that afternoon the guards, conveying to Newgate some rioters who had been re-examined, had been set upon by the mob and compelled to retreat; another, that the houses of 2 witnesses near Clare Market were about to be pulled down when he came away; another, that Sir George Saville's house in Leicester Fields was to be burnt that night, and that it would go hard with Sir George if he fell into the people's hands, as it was he who had brought in the Catholic bill. All accounts agreed that the mob were out in stronger numbers and more numerous parties than had yet appeared; that the streets were unsafe; that no man's house or life was worth an hour's purchase; that the public consternation was increasing every moment; and that many families had already fled the city. One fellow, who wore the popular colour, damned them for not having cockades in their hats, and bade them set a good watch to-morrow night upon their prison doors, for the locks would have a straining. Another asked if they were fireproof; that they walked abroad without the distinguishing mark of all good and true men; and a third, who rode on horseback, and was quite alone, ordered them to throw each man a shilling in his hat towards the support of the rioters. Although they were afraid to refuse compliance with this demand, and were much alarmed by these reports, they agreed, having come so far, to go forward and see the real state of things with their own eyes. So they pushed on quicker, as men do who are excited by portentous news, and ruminating on what they had heard, spoke little to each other. It was now night, and as they came nearer to the city, they had dismal confirmation of this intelligence in 3 great fires, all close together, which burnt fiercely and were gloomily reflected in the sky. Arriving in the immediate suburbs, they found that almost every house had chalked upon its door in large characters, "No Popery," that the shops were shut, and that alarm and anxiety were depicted in every face they passed. Noting these things with a degree of apprehension which neither of the 3 cared to impart in its full extent to his companions, they came to a turnpike gate which was shut. They were passing through the turnstile on the path, when a horseman rode up from London at a hard gallop, and called to the toll-keeper in a voice of great agitation to open quickly in the name of God. The adjuration was so earnest and vehement, that the man, with a lantern in his hand, came running out, toll-keeper though he was, and was about to throw the gate open, when happening to look behind him, he exclaimed, "Good Heaven! What's that? Another fire?" At this the 3 turned their heads, and saw in the distance, straight in the direction whence they had come, a broad sheet of flame casting a threatening light upon the clouds, which glimmered as though the conflagration were behind them, and showed like a wrathful sunset. "My mind misgives me," said the horseman, "or I know from what far building those flames come. Don't stand aghast, my good fellow. Open the gate." "Sir," cried the man, laying his hand upon his horse's bridle as he let him through, "I know you now, sir. Be advised by me. Do not go on. I saw them pass, and know what kind of men they are. You will be murdered." "So be it," said the horseman, looking intently towards the fire, and not at him who spoke. "But sir, sir," cried the man, grasping at his rein more tightly yet, "if you do go on, wear the blue riband here, sir," he added, taking one from his own hat. "It's necessity, not choice, that makes me wear it. It's love of life and home, sir. Wear it for this one night, sir, only for this one night." "Do," cried the 3 friends, pressing round his horse. "Mr Haredale, worthy sir, good gentleman, pray be persuaded." "Who's that?" cried Mr Haredale, stooping down to look. "Did I hear Daisy's voice?" "You did, sir," cried the little man. "Do be persuaded, sir. This gentleman says very true. Your life may hang upon it." "Are you," said Mr Haredale abruptly, "afraid to come with me?" "I, sir? No." "Put that riband in your hat. If we meet the rioters, swear that I took you prisoner for wearing it. I will tell them so with my own lips, for as I hope for mercy when I die, I will take no quarter from them, nor shall they have quarter from me, if we come hand to hand to-night. Up here, behind me, quick! Clasp me tight round the body, and fear nothing." In an instant they were riding away at full gallop, in a dense cloud of dust, and speeding on like hunters in a dream. It was well the good horse knew the road he traversed, For never once, no, never once in all the journey, did Mr Haredale cast his eyes upon the ground, or turn them for an instant from the light towards which they sped so madly. Once he said in a low voice, "It is my house," but that was the only time he spoke. When they came to dark and doubtful places, he never forgot to put his hand upon the little man to hold him more securely in his seat, but he kept his head erect and his eyes fixed on the fire, then and always. The road was dangerous enough, for they went the nearest way, headlong, far from the highway, by lonely lanes and paths where waggon wheels had worn deep ruts, where hedge and ditch hemmed in the narrow strip of ground, and tall trees arching overhead made it profoundly dark. But on, with neither stop nor stumble, till they reached the Maypole door, and could plainly see that the fire began to fade, as if for want of fuel. "Down, for one moment, for but one moment," said Mr Haredale, helping Daisy to the ground, and following himself. "Willet! Willet! Where are my niece and servants? Willet!" Crying to him distractedly, he rushed into the bar. The landlord bound and fastened to his chair, the place dismantled, stripped, and pulled about his ears. Nobody could have taken shelter here. He was a strong man, accustomed to restrain himself, and suppress his strong emotions, but this preparation for what was to follow, though he had seen that fire burning, and knew that his house must be razed to the ground, was more than he could bear. He covered his face with his hands for a moment, and turned away his head.
"Johnny! Johnny!"
said Solomon, and the simple-hearted fellow cried outright, and wrung his hands.
"Oh dear old Johnny, here's a change! At the Maypole bar should come to this, and we should live to see it. The old Warren too, Johnny. Mr Haredale. Oh Johnny, what a piteous sight this is!"
Pointing to Mr Haredale as he said these words, little Solomon Daisy put his elbows on the back of Mr Willet's chair, and fairly blubbered on his shoulder. While Solomon was speaking, old John sat, mute as a stockfish, staring at him with an unearthly glare, and displaying, by every possible symptom, entire and complete unconsciousness. But when Solomon was silent again, John followed with his great round eyes the direction of his looks, and did appear to have some dawning distant notion that somebody had come to see him.
"You know us, don't you, Johnny?"
said the little clerk, rapping himself on the breast.
"Daisy, you know. Chigwell Church, bell ringer, little desk on Sundays, eh, Johnny?"
Mr Willet reflected for a few moments, and then muttered, as it were mechanically, "Let us sing to the praise and glory of—"
"Yes, to be sure," cried the little man hastily. "That's it. That's me, Johnny. You're all right now, ain't you? Say you're all right, Johnny."
"All right," pondered Mr Willet, as if that were a matter entirely between himself and his conscience. "All right. Ah."
"They haven't been misusing you with sticks or pokers, or any other blunt instruments, have they, Johnny?" asked Solomon, with a very anxious glance at Mr Willet's head. "They didn't beat you, did they?"
John knitted his brow, looked downwards as if he were mentally engaged in some arithmetical calculation, then upwards as if the total would not come at his call, then at Solomon Daisy, from his eyebrow to his shoe buckle, then very slowly round the bar, and then a great, round, leaden-looking, and not at all transparent tear came rolling out of each eye, and he said, as he shook his head,
"If they'd only had the goodness to murder me, I'd have thanked 'em kindly." No, don't say that, Johnny," whimpered his little friend. "It's very, very bad, but not quite so bad as that. No."
"Look'ee here, sir," cried John, turning his rueful eyes on Mr Haredale, who had dropped on one knee, and was hastily beginning to untie his bonds. "Look'ee here, sir. The very Maypole, the old dumb Maypole, stares in at the winder as if it said, 'John Willet, John Willet,
Let's go and pitch ourselves in the nighest pool of water as is deep enough to hold us, for our day is over.' 'Don't, Johnny, don't!' cried his friend, no less affected with this mournful effort of Mr Willet's imagination than by the sepulchral tone in which he had spoken of the Maypole. 'Please don't, Johnny.'
'Your loss is great, and your misfortune a heavy one,' said Mr Haredale, looking restlessly towards the door, 'and this is not a time to comfort you. If it were, I am in no condition to do so. Before I leave you, tell me one thing, and try to tell me plainly, I implore you. Have you seen or heard of Emma?' 'No,' said Mr Willet. 'Nor any one but these bloodhounds?' 'No.' 'They rode away, I trust in Heaven, before these dreadful scenes began?' said Mr Haredale, who, between his agitation, his eagerness to mount his horse again, and the dexterity with which the cords were tied, had scarcely yet undone one knot. 'A knife, Daisy.'
'You didn't,' said John, looking about, as though he had lost his pocket handkerchief or some such slight article, 'either of you gentlemen see a coffin anywheres, did you?'
'Willet!'
cried Mr Haredale. Solomon dropped the knife, and instantly becoming limp from head to foot, exclaimed, 'Good gracious!'
'Because,' said John, not at all regarding them, 'a dead man called a little time ago, on his way yonder. I could have told you what name was on the plate, if he had brought his coffin with him, and left it behind. If he didn't, it don't signify.' His landlord, who had listened to these words with breathless attention, started that moment to his feet, and, without a word, drew Solomon Daisy to the door, mounted his horse, took him up behind again, and flew rather than galloped towards the pile of ruins which that day's sun had shone upon a stately house. Mr Willet stared after them, listened, looked down upon himself to make quite sure that he was still unbound, and, without any manifestation of impatience, disappointment, or surprise, gently relapsed into the condition from which he had so imperfectly recovered. Mr Haredale tied his horse to the trunk of a tree, and grasping his companion's arm, stole softly along the footpath, and into what had been the garden of his house. He stopped for an instant to look upon its smoking walls, and at the stars that shone through roof and floor, upon the heap of crumbling ashes. Solomon glanced timidly in his face, but his lips were tightly pressed together, a resolute and stern expression sat upon his brow, and not a tear, a look, or gesture indicating grief, escaped him. He drew his sword, felt for a moment in his breast, as though he carried other arms about him, then grasping Solomon by the wrist again, went with a cautious step all round the house. He looked into every doorway and gap in the wall, retraced his steps at every rustling of the air among the leaves, and searched in every shadowed nook with outstretched hands. Thus they made the circuit of the building, but they returned to the spot from which they had set out, without encountering any human being, or finding the least trace of any concealed straggler. After a short pause, Mr Haredale shouted twice or thrice, then cried aloud, 'Is there any one in hiding here who knows my voice? There is nothing to fear now. If any of my people are near, I entreat them to answer.' He called them all by name. His voice was echoed in many mournful tones. Then all was silent as before. They were standing near the foot of the turret where the alarm bell hung. The fire had raged there, and the floors had been sawn and hewn and beaten down besides. It was open to the night, but a part of the staircase still remained, winding upward from a great mound of dust and cinders. Fragments of the jagged and broken steps offered an insecure and giddy footing here and there, and then were lost again behind protruding angles of the wall, or in the deep shadows cast upon it by other portions of the ruin, for by this time the moon had risen and shone brightly. As they stood here, listening to the echoes as they died away, and hoping in vain to hear a voice they knew, some of the ashes in this turret slipped and rolled down.
Startled by the least noise in that melancholy place, Solomon looked up in his companion's face, and saw that he had turned towards the spot, and that he watched and listened keenly. He covered the little man's mouth with his hand, and looked again. Instantly, with kindling eyes, he bade him on his life keep still, and neither speak nor move. Then holding his breath, and stooping down, he stole into the turret with his drawn sword in his hand, and disappeared. Terrified to be left there by himself, under such desolate circumstances, and after all he had seen and heard that night, Solomon would have followed. But there had been something in Mr Haredale's manner and his look, the recollection of which held him spellbound. He stood rooted to the spot, and scarcely venturing to breathe, looked up with mingled fear and wonder. Again the ashes slipped and rolled very, very softly, again, and then again, as though they crumbled underneath the tread of a stealthy foot. And now a figure was dimly visible, climbing very softly, and often stopping to look down. Now it pursued its difficult way, and now it was hidden from the view again. It emerged once more into the shadowy and uncertain light, higher now, but not much, for the way was steep and toilsome, and its progress very slow. What phantom of the brain did he pursue, and why did he look down so constantly? He knew he was alone. Surely his mind was not affected by that night's loss and agony. He was not about to throw himself headlong from the summit of the tottering wall. Solomon turned sick, and clasped his hands. His limbs trembled beneath him, and a cold sweat broke out upon his pallid face. If he complied with Mr Haredale's last injunction now, it was because he had not the power to speak or move. He strained his gaze, and fixed it on a patch of moonlight, into which, if he continued to ascend, he must soon emerge. When he appeared there, he would try to call to him. Again the ashes slipped and crumbled. Some stones rolled down, and fell with a dull heavy sound upon the ground below. He kept his eyes upon the piece of moonlight. The figure was coming on, for its shadow was already thrown upon the wall. Now it appeared, and now looked round at him, and now the horror-stricken clerk uttered a scream that pierced the air, and cried, "The ghost! The ghost!" Long before the echo of his cry had died away, another form rushed out into the light, flung itself upon the foremost one, knelt down upon its breast, and clutched its throat with both hands. "Villain!" cried Mr Haredale, in a terrible voice, for it was he. "Dead and buried, as all men suppose through your infernal arts, but reserved by Heaven for this. At last I have you. You, whose hands are red with my brother's blood, and that of his faithful servant, shed to conceal your own atrocious guilt. You, Rudge, double murderer and monster, I arrest you in the name of God, who has delivered you into my hands. No, though you had the strength of 20 men," he added, as the murderer writhed and struggled, "you could not escape me, or loosen my grasp tonight." End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 57. Barnaby, armed as we have seen, continued to pace up and down before the stable door, glad to be alone again, and heartily rejoicing in the unaccustomed silence and tranquillity. After the whirl of noise and riot in which the last 2 days had been passed, the pleasures of solitude and peace were enhanced 1,000-fold. He felt quite happy, and as he leaned upon his staff and mused, a bright smile overspread his face, and none but cheerful visions floated into his brain. Had he no thoughts of her, whose sole delight he was, and whom he had unconsciously plunged in such bitter sorrow and such deep affliction? Oh yes, she was at the heart of all his cheerful hopes and proud reflections. It was she whom all this honour and distinction were to gladden, the joy and profit were for her. What delight it gave her to hear of the bravery of her poor boy! Ah! He would have known that without Hugh's telling him. And what a precious thing it was to know she lived so happily, and heard with so much pride. He pictured to himself her look when they told her that he was in such high esteem, bold among the boldest, and trusted before them all. And when these frays were over, and the good Lord had conquered his enemies, and they were all at peace again, and he and she were rich, what happiness they would have in talking of these troubled times when he was a great soldier, and when they sat alone together in the tranquil twilight, and she had no longer reason to be anxious for the morrow. What pleasure would he have in the reflection that this was his doing, his, poor foolish Barnaby's, and in patting her on the cheek, and saying with a merry laugh, "Am I silly now, mother? Am I silly now?" With a lighter heart and step, and eyes the brighter for the happy tear that dimmed them for a moment, Barnaby resumed his walk, and singing gaily to himself, kept guard upon his quiet post. His comrade Grip, the partner of his watch, though fond of basking in the sunshine, preferred to-day to walk about the stable, having a great deal to do in the way of scattering the straw, hiding under it such small articles that had been casually left about, and haunting Hugh's bed, to which he seemed to have taken a particular attachment. Sometimes Barnaby looked in and called him, and then he came hopping out, but he merely did this as a concession to his master's weakness, and soon returned again to his own grave pursuits, peering into the straw with his bill, and rapidly covering up the place, as if, Midas-like, he were whispering secrets to the earth, and burying them, constantly busying himself upon the sly, and affecting, whenever Barnaby came past, to look up in the clouds and have nothing whatever on his mind. In short, conducting himself in many respects in a more than usually thoughtful, deep, and mysterious manner. As the day crept on, Barnaby, who had no directions forbidding him to eat and drink upon his post, but had been, on the contrary, supplied with a bottle of beer and a basket of provisions, determined to break his fast, which he had not done since morning. To this end he sat down on the ground before the door, and putting his staff across his knees in case of alarm or surprise, summoned Grip to dinner. This call the bird obeyed with great alacrity, crying as he sidled up to his master,
I'm a devil, I'm a Polly, I'm a kettle, I'm a Protestant, no popery.
Having learnt this latter sentiment from the gentry among whom he had lived of late, he delivered it with uncommon emphasis.
"Well said, Grip!"
cried his master, as he fed him with the daintiest bits.
"Well said, old boy!"
Never say die, bow wow wow. Keep up your spirits, Grip, 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 Lord, we'll all have tea. I'm a Protestant kettle, no popery,
cried the raven.
"Gordon for ever, Grip!"
cried Barnaby. The raven, placing his head upon the ground, looked at his master sideways, as though he would have said, "Say that again." Perfectly understanding his desire, Barnaby repeated the phrase a great many times. The bird listened with profound attention, sometimes repeating the popular cry in a low voice, as if to compare the two, and try if it would at all help him to this new accomplishment, sometimes flapping his wings or barking, and sometimes, in a kind of desperation, drawing a multitude of corks with extraordinary viciousness. Barnaby was so intent upon his favourite that he was not at first aware of the approach of two persons on horseback, who were riding at a foot-pace and coming straight towards his post. When he perceived them, however, which he did when they were within some 50 yards of him, he jumped hastily up, and ordering Grip within doors, stood with both hands on his staff, waiting until he should know whether they were friends or foes. He had hardly done so when he observed that those who advanced were a gentleman and his servant. Almost at the same moment he recognized Lord George Gordon, before whom he stood uncovered, with his eyes turned towards the ground.
"Good day,"
said Lord George, not reining in his horse until he was close beside him. 'Well?'
'All quiet, sir, all safe,' cried Barnaby. 'The rest are away. They went by that path, that one, a grand party.'
'Ay?' said Lord George, looking thoughtfully at him. 'And you?'
'Oh! They left me here to watch, to mount guard, to keep everything secure, till they come back. I'll do it, sir, for your sake. You're a good gentleman, a kind gentleman. Ay, you are. There are many against you, but we'll be a match for them, never fear.'
'What's that?' said Lord George, pointing to the raven, who was peeping out of the stable door, but still looking thoughtfully, and in some perplexity it seemed, at Barnaby.
'Why, don't you know?' retorted Barnaby with a wondering laugh. 'Not know what he is? A bird, to be sure. My bird. My friend Grip.'
'A devil, a kettle, a grip, a Polly, a Protestant, no popery,' cried the raven.
'Though indeed,' added Barnaby, laying his hand upon the neck of Lord George's horse, and speaking softly, 'you had good reason to ask me what he is, for sometimes it puzzles me, and I am used to him, to think he's only a bird. He's my brother, Grip is, always with me, always talking, always merry, eh, Grip?'
The raven answered by an affectionate croak, and hopping on his master's arm, which he held downward for that purpose, submitted with an air of perfect indifference to be fondled, and turned his restless, curious eye now upon Lord George, and now upon his man. Lord George, biting his nails in a discomfited manner, regarded Barnaby for some time in silence, then beckoning to his servant, said, 'Come hither, John.' John Grueby touched his hat, and came. 'Have you ever seen this young man before?' his master asked in a low voice. 'Twice, my lord,' said John. 'I saw him in the crowd last night and Saturday.' Did it seem to you that his manner was at all wild or strange?' Lord George demanded, faltering. 'Mad,' said John, with emphatic brevity. 'And why do you think him mad, sir?' said his master, speaking in a peevish tone. 'Don't use that word too freely. Why do you think him mad?' 'My lord,' John Grueby answered, 'look at his dress, look at his eyes, look at his restless way, hear him cry no popery. Mad, my lord.' 'So, because one man dresses unlike another,' returned his angry master, glancing at himself, 'and happens to differ from other men in his carriage and manner, and to advocate a great cause, which the corrupt and irreligious desert, he is to be accounted mad, is he?' 'Stark, staring, raving, roaring mad, my lord,' returned the unmoved John. 'Do you say this to my face?' cried his master, turning sharply upon him. 'To any man, my lord, who asks me,' answered John. 'Mr Gashford, I find, was right,' said Lord George. 'I thought him prejudiced, though I ought to have known a man like him better than to have supposed it possible.' 'I shall never have Mr Gashford's good word, my lord,' replied John, touching his hat respectfully, 'and I don't covet it.' 'You are an ill-conditioned, most ungrateful fellow,' said Lord George. 'A spy, for anything I know. Mr Gashford is perfectly correct, as I might have felt convinced he was. I have done wrong to retain you in my service. It is a tacit insult to him, as my choice and confidential friend, to do so, remembering the cause you sided with on the day he was maligned at Westminster. You will leave me to night. Nay, as soon as we reach home, the sooner the better.' 'If it comes to that, I say so too, my lord. Let Mr Gashford have his will. As to my being a spy, my lord, you know me better than to believe it, I am sure. I don't know much about causes. My cause is the cause of one man against 200, and I hope it always will be.' 'You have said quite enough,' returned Lord George, motioning him to go back. 'I desire to hear no more.' 'If you'll let me have another word, my lord,' returned John Grueby,
I'll give this silly fellow a caution not to stay here by himself. The proclamation is in a good many hands already, and it's well known that he was concerned in the business it relates to. He had better get to a place of safety if he can, poor creature.' 'You hear what this man says?' cried Lord George, addressing Barnaby, who had looked on and wondered while this dialogue passed. 'He thinks you may be afraid to remain upon your post, and are kept here perhaps against your will. What do you say?' 'I think, young man,' said John in explanation, 'that the soldiers may turn out and take you, and that if they do, you will certainly be hung by the neck till you're dead, dead, dead. And I think you had better go from here as fast as you can. That's what I think.'
'He's a coward, Grip, a coward!'
cried Barnaby, putting the raven on the ground and shouldering his staff.
'Let them come. Gordon for ever, let them come.'
'Ay,' said Lord George, 'let them. Let us see who will venture to attack a power like ours, the solemn league of a whole people. Thus, a madman! You have said well, very well. I am proud to be the leader of such men as you.' Barnaby's heart swelled within his bosom as he heard these words. He took Lord George's hand and carried it to his lips, patted his horse's crest, as if the affection and admiration he had conceived for the man extended to the animal he rode, then unfurling his flag and proudly waving it, resumed his pacing up and down. Lord George, with a kindling eye and glowing cheek, took off his hat, and flourishing it above his head, bade him exultingly farewell, then cantered off at a brisk pace, after glancing angrily round to see that his servant followed. Honest John set spurs to his horse and rode after his master, but not before he had again warned Barnaby to retreat, with many significant gestures, which indeed he continued to make, and Barnaby to resist, until the windings of the road concealed them from each other's view. Left to himself again with a still higher sense of the importance of his post, and stimulated to enthusiasm by the special notice and encouragement of his leader, Barnaby walked to and fro in a delicious trance, rather than as a waking man. The sunshine which prevailed around was in his mind. He had but one desire ungratified, if she could only see him now. The day wore on. Its heat was gently giving place to the cool of evening. A light wind sprung up, fanning his long hair, and making the banner rustle pleasantly above his head. There was a freedom and freshness in the sound, and in the time, which chimed exactly with his mood. He was happier than ever. He was leaning on his staff, looking towards the declining sun, and reflecting with a smile that he stood sentinel at that moment over buried gold, when 2 or 3 figures appeared in the distance, making towards the house at a rapid pace, and motioning with their hands as though they urged its inmates to retreat from some approaching danger. As they drew nearer, they became more earnest in their gestures, and they were no sooner within hearing than the foremost among them cried that the soldiers were coming up. At these words Barnaby furled his flag and tied it round the pole. His heart beat high while he did so, but he had no more fear or thought of retreating than the pole itself. The friendly stragglers hurried past him, after giving him notice of his danger, and quickly passed into the house, where the utmost confusion immediately prevailed. As those within hastily closed the windows and the doors, they urged him by looks and signs to fly without loss of time, and called to him many times to do so. But he only shook his head indignantly in answer, and stood the firmer on his post. Finding that he was not to be persuaded, they took care of themselves, and leaving the place with only one old woman in it, speedily withdrew. As yet there had been no symptom of the news having any better foundation than in the fears of those who brought it, but the boot had not been deserted 5 minutes, when there appeared, coming across the fields, a body of men who, it was easy to see, by the glitter of their arms and ornaments in the sun, and by their orderly and regular mode of advancing, for they came on as one man, were soldiers. In a very little time, Barnaby knew that they were a strong detachment of the Foot Guards, having along with them 2 gentlemen in private clothes, and a small party of horse. The latter brought up the rear, and were not in number more than 6 or 8. They advanced steadily,
neither quickening their pace as they came nearer, nor raising any cry, nor showing the least emotion or anxiety. Though this was a matter of course in the case of regular troops, even to Barnaby there was something particularly impressive and disconcerting in it to one accustomed to the noise and tumult of an undisciplined mob. For all that, he stood his ground not a whit the less resolutely, and looked on undismayed. Presently they marched into the yard and halted. The commanding officer dispatched a messenger to the horsemen, one of whom came riding back. Some words passed between them, and they glanced at Barnaby, who well remembered the man he had unhorsed at Westminster, and saw him now before his eyes. The man, being speedily dismissed, saluted and rode back to his comrades, who were drawn up apart at a short distance. The officer then gave the word to prime and load. The heavy ringing of the musket stocks upon the ground, and the sharp and rapid rattling of the ramrods in their barrels, were a kind of relief to Barnaby, deadly though he knew the purport of such sounds to be. When this was done, other commands were given, and the soldiers instantaneously formed in single file all round the house and stables, completely encircling them in every part, at a distance perhaps of some half-dozen yards. At least that seemed in Barnaby's eyes to be about the space left between himself and those who confronted him. The horsemen remained drawn up by themselves as before. The two gentlemen in private clothes, who had kept aloof, now rode forward, one on either side the officer. The proclamation having been produced, and read by one of them, the officer called on Barnaby to surrender. He made no answer, but stepping within the door, before which he had kept guard, held his pole crosswise to protect it. In the midst of a profound silence, he was again called upon to yield. Still he offered no reply. Indeed, he had enough to do, to run his eye backward and forward along the half-dozen men who immediately fronted him, and settle hurriedly within himself at which of them he would strike first when they pressed on him. He caught the eye of one in the centre, and resolved to hew that fellow down, though he died for it. Again there was a dead silence, and again the same voice called upon him to deliver himself up. Next moment he was back in the stable, dealing blows about him like a madman. Two of the men lay stretched at his feet. The one he had marked dropped first. He had a thought for that, even in the hot blood and hurry of the struggle. Another blow, another. Down, mastered, wounded in the breast by a heavy blow from the butt end of a gun, he saw the weapon in the act of falling, breathless, and a prisoner. An exclamation of surprise from the officer recalled him, in some degree, to himself. He looked round. Grip, after working in secret all the afternoon, and with redoubled vigour while everybody's attention was distracted, had plucked away the straw from Hugh's bed, and turned up the loose ground with his iron bill. The hole had been recklessly filled to the brim, and was merely sprinkled with earth. Golden cups, spoons, candlesticks, coined guineas, all the riches were revealed. They brought spades and a sack, dug up everything that was hidden there, and carried away more than two men could lift. They handcuffed him and bound his arms, searched him, and took away all he had. Nobody questioned or reproached him, or seemed to have much curiosity about him. The two men he had stunned were carried off by their companions in the same business-like way in which everything else was done. Finally, he was left under a guard of 4 soldiers with fixed bayonets, while the officer directed in person the search of the house and the other buildings connected with it. This was soon completed. The soldiers formed again in the yard. He was marched out with his guard about him, and ordered to fall in where a space was left. The others closed up all round, and so they moved away with the prisoner in the centre. When they came into the streets, he felt he was a sight, and looking up as they passed quickly along, could see people running to the windows, a little too late, and throwing up the sashes to look after him. Sometimes he met a staring face beyond the heads about him, or under the arms of his conductors, or peering down upon him from a waggon top or coach box. But this was all he saw, being surrounded by so many men. The very noises of the streets seemed muffled and subdued, and the air came stale and hot upon him, like the sickly breath of an oven. Tramp, 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 heads erect, shoulders square, every man stepping in exact time, all so orderly and regular, nobody looking at him, nobody seeming conscious of his presence, he could hardly believe he was a prisoner. But at the word, though only thought, not spoken, he felt the handcuffs galling his wrists, the cord pressing his arms to his sides, the loaded guns levelled at his head, and those cold, bright, sharp, shining points turned towards him, the mere looking down at which, now that he was bound and helpless, made the warm current of his life run cold. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 58. They were not long in reaching the barracks, for the officer who commanded the party was desirous to avoid rousing the people by the display of military force in the streets, and was humanely anxious to give as little opportunity as possible for any attempt at rescue, knowing that it must lead to bloodshed and loss of life, and that if the civil authorities by whom he was accompanied empowered him to order his men to fire, many innocent persons would probably fall, whom curiosity or idleness had attracted to the spot. He therefore led the party briskly on, avoiding with a merciful prudence the more public and crowded thoroughfares, and pursuing those which he deemed least likely to be infested by disorderly persons. This wise proceeding not only enabled them to gain their quarters without any interruption, but completely baffled a body of rioters who had assembled in one of the main streets through which it was considered certain they would pass, and who remained gathered together for the purpose of releasing the prisoner from their hands, long after they had deposited him in a place of security, closed the barrack gates, and set a double guard at every entrance for its better protection. Arrived at this place, poor Barnaby was marched into a stone-floored room, where there was a very powerful smell of tobacco, a strong thorough draught of air, and a great wooden bedstead large enough for a score of men. Several soldiers in undress were lounging about, or eating from tin cans. Military accoutrements dangled on rows of pegs along the whitewashed wall, and some half-dozen men lay fast asleep upon their backs, snoring in concert. After remaining here just long enough to note these things, he was marched out again, and conveyed across the parade ground to another portion of the building. Perhaps a man never sees so much at a glance as when he is in a situation of extremity. The chances are 100 to 1, that if Barnaby had lounged in at the gate to look about him, he would have lounged out again with a very imperfect idea of the place, and would have remembered very little about it. But as he was taken handcuffed across the gravelled area, nothing escaped his notice. The dry, arid look of the dusty square, and of the bare brick building, the clothes hanging at some of the windows, and the men in their shirt sleeves and braces, lolling with half their bodies out of the others, the green sunblinds of the officers' quarters, and the little scanty trees in front, the drummer boys practising in a distant courtyard, the men at drill on the parade, the two soldiers carrying a basket between them, who winked to each other as he went by, and slyly pointed to their throats, the spruce sergeant who hurried past with a cane in his hand, and under his arm a clasped book with a vellum cover, the fellows in the ground-floor rooms, furbishing and brushing up their different articles of dress, who stopped to look at him, and whose voices as they spoke together echoed loudly through the empty galleries and passages. Everything, down to the stand of muskets before the guard-house, and the drum with a pipe-clayed belt attached in one corner, impressed itself upon his observation, as though he had noticed them in the same place 100 times, or had been a whole day among them in place of one brief hurried minute. He was taken into a small paved backyard, and there they opened a great door, plated with iron, and pierced some 5 feet above the ground with a few holes to let in air and light. Into this dungeon he was walked straightway, and having locked him up there, and placed a sentry over him, they left him to his meditations. The cell, or black hole, for it had those words painted on the door, was very dark, and having recently accommodated a drunken deserter, by no means clean. Barnaby felt his way to some straw at the farther end, and looking towards the door, tried to accustom himself to the gloom, which, coming from the bright sunshine out of doors, was not an easy task. There was a kind of portico or colonnade outside, and this obstructed even the little light that at the best could have found its way through the small apertures in the door. The footsteps of the sentinel echoed monotonously as he paced its stone pavement to and fro, reminding Barnaby of the watch he had so lately kept himself; and as he passed and repassed the door, he made the cell for an instant so black by the interposition of his body, that his going away again seemed like the appearance of a new ray of light, and was quite a circumstance to look for. When the prisoner had sat some time upon the ground, gazing at the chinks and listening to the advancing and receding footsteps of his guard, the man stood still upon his post. Barnaby, quite unable to think or to speculate on what would be done with him, had been lulled into a kind of doze by his regular pace, but his stopping roused him, and then he became aware that two men were in conversation under the colonnade and very near the door of his cell. How long they had been talking there he could not tell, for he had fallen into an unconsciousness of his real position, and when the footsteps ceased, was answering aloud some question which seemed to have been put to him by Hugh in the stable, though of the fancied purport, either of question or reply, notwithstanding that he awoke with the latter on his lips, he had no recollection whatever. The first words that reached his ears were these: "Why is he brought here, then, if he has to be taken away again so soon?" "Why, where would you have him go? Damme, he's not as safe anywhere as among the king's troops, is he? What would you do with him? Would you hand him over to a pack of cowardly civilians, a shaking their shoes till they wear themselves out, with trembling at the threats of the ragamuffins he belongs to?" "Well, that's true enough." "True enough! I'll tell you what I wish, Tom Green, that I was a commissioned instead of a non-commissioned officer, and that I had the command of 2 companies, only 2 companies, of my own regiment. Call me out to stop these riots, give me the needful authority, and 6 rounds of ball cartridge."
"Ay," said the other voice, "that's all very well. They won't give the needful authority. If the magistrate won't give the word, what's the officer to do?" Not very well knowing, as it seemed, how to overcome this difficulty, the other man contented himself with damning the magistrates. "With all my heart," said his friend. "Where's the use of a magistrate?" returned the other voice. "What's a magistrate in this case but an impertinent, unnecessary, unconstitutional sort of interference? Here's a proclamation. Here's a man referred to in that proclamation. Here's proof against him, and a witness on the spot. Damn! Take him out and shoot him, sir. Who wants a magistrate?" "When does he go before Sir John Fielding?" asked the man who had spoken first. "To-night, at 8 o'clock," returned the other. "Mark what follows. The magistrate commits him to Newgate. Our people take him to Newgate. The rioters pelt our people retire before the rioters. Stones are thrown. Insults are offered. Not a shot's fired. Why? Because of the magistrates. Damn the magistrates!" When he had in some degree relieved his mind by cursing the magistrates and various other forms of speech, the man was silent, save for a low growling, still having reference to those authorities which from time to time escaped him. Barnaby, who had wit enough to know that this conversation concerned, and very nearly concerned, himself, remained perfectly quiet until they ceased to speak, when he groped his way to the door, and peeping through the air holes, tried to make out what kind of men they were to whom he had been listening. The one who condemned the civil power in such strong terms was a sergeant, engaged just then, as the streaming ribbons in his cap announced, on the recruiting service. He stood leaning sideways against a pillar nearly opposite the door, and as he growled to himself, drew figures on the pavement with his cane. The other man had his back towards the dungeon, and Barnaby could only see his form. To judge from that, he was a gallant, manly, handsome fellow, but he had lost his left arm. It had been taken off between the elbow and the shoulder, and his empty coat sleeve hung across his breast. It was probably this circumstance which gave him an interest beyond any that his companion could boast of,
and attracted Barnaby's attention. There was something soldierly in his bearing, and he wore a jaunty cap and jacket. Perhaps he had been in the service at one time or other. If he had, it could not have been very long ago, for he was but a young fellow now. "Well, well," he said thoughtfully, "let the fault be where it may, it makes a man sorrowful to come back to old England and see her in this condition." "I suppose the pigs will join 'em next," said the serjeant, with an imprecation on the rioters, "now that the birds have set 'em the example." "The birds?" repeated Tom Green. "Ah, birds," said the serjeant testily. "That's English, ain't it?" "I don't know what you mean." "Go to the guardhouse and see. You'll find a bird there that's got their cry as pat as any of 'em, and bawls no popery, like a man, or like a devil, as he says he is. I shouldn't wonder. The devil's loose in London somewhere. Damme if I wouldn't twist his neck round on the chance, if I had my way." The young man had taken 2 or 3 steps away, as if to go and see this creature, when he was arrested by the voice of Barnaby.
"It's mine!"
he called out, half laughing and half weeping.
"My pet, my friend Grip. Oh, don't hurt him. He has done no harm. I taught him. It's my fault. Let me have him, if you please. He's the only friend I have left now. He'll not dance or talk or whistle for you, I know, but he will for me, because he knows me and loves me, though you wouldn't think it very well. You wouldn't hurt a bird, I'm sure. You're a brave soldier, sir, and wouldn't harm a woman or a child. No, nor a poor bird, I'm certain."
This latter adjuration was addressed to the serjeant, whom Barnaby judged from his red coat to be high in office, and able to seal Grip's destiny by a word. But that gentleman in reply surlily damned him for a thief and rebel as he was, and with many disinterested imprecations on his own eyes, liver, blood, and body, assured him that if it rested with him to decide, he would put a final stopper on the bird, and his master too.
"You talk boldly to a caged man," said Barnaby in anger. "If I was on the other side of the door, and there were none to part us, you'd change your note. Ay, you may toss your head, you would. Kill the bird, do. Kill anything you can, and so revenge yourself on those who, with their bare hands untied, could do as much to you."
Having vented his defiance, he flung himself into the furthest corner of his prison, and muttering,
"Good bye, Grip. Good bye, dear old Grip,"
shed tears for the first time since he had been taken captive, and hid his face in the straw. He had had some fancy at first that the one-armed man would help him, or would give him a kind word in answer. He hardly knew why, but he hoped and thought so. The young fellow had stopped when he called out, and checking himself in the very act of turning round, stood listening to every word he said. Perhaps he built his feeble trust on this. Perhaps on his being young, and having a frank and honest manner. However that might be, he built on sand. The other went away directly he had finished speaking, and neither answered him nor returned. No matter. They were all against him here. He might have known as much. Good bye, old Grip. Good bye. After some time, they came and unlocked the door, and called to him to come out. He rose directly and complied, for he would not have them think he was subdued or frightened. He walked out like a man, and looked from face to face. None of them returned his gaze, or seemed to notice it. They marched him back to the parade by the way they had brought him, and there they halted among a body of soldiers at least twice as numerous as that which had taken him prisoner in the afternoon. The officer he had seen before bade him in a few brief words take notice that if he attempted to escape, no matter how favourable a chance he might suppose he had, certain of the men had orders to fire upon him that moment. They then closed round him as before, and marched him off again. In the same unbroken order they arrived at Bow Street, followed and beset on all sides by a crowd which was continually increasing. Here he was placed before a blind gentleman, and asked if he wished to say anything. Not he. What had he got to tell them? After very little talking, which he was careless of and quite indifferent to, they told him he was to go to Newgate, and took him away. He went out into the street, so surrounded and hemmed in on every side by soldiers that he could see nothing, but he knew there was a great crowd of people by the murmur, and that they were not friendly to the soldiers was soon rendered evident by their yells and hisses. How often and how eagerly he listened for the voice of Hugh! There was not a voice he knew among them all. Was Hugh a prisoner too? Was there no hope? As they came nearer and nearer to the prison, the hootings of the people grew more violent. Stones were thrown, and every now and then a rush was made against the soldiers, which they staggered under. One of them, close before him, smarting under a blow upon the temple, levelled his musket, but the officer struck it upwards with his sword, and ordered him on peril of his life to desist. This was the last thing he saw with any distinctness, for directly afterwards he was tossed about, and beaten to and fro as though in a tempestuous sea, but go where he would, there were the same guards about him. Twice or thrice he was thrown down, and so were they, but even then he could not elude their vigilance for a moment. They were up again, and had closed about him, before he, with his wrists so tightly bound, could scramble to his feet. Fenced in thus, he felt himself hoisted to the top of a low flight of steps, and then for a moment he caught a glimpse of the fighting in the crowd, and of a few redcoats sprinkled together, here and there, struggling to rejoin their fellows. Next moment, everything was dark and gloomy, and he was standing in the prison lobby, the centre of a group of men. A smith was speedily in attendance, who riveted upon him a set of heavy irons. Stumbling on as well as he could, beneath the unusual burden of these fetters, he was conducted to a strong stone cell, where, fastening the door with locks and bolts and chains, they left him, well secured, having first, unseen by him, thrust in Grip, who, with his head drooping and his deep black plumes rough and rumpled, appeared to comprehend and to partake his master's fallen fortunes. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 59. It is necessary at this juncture to return to Hugh, who, having, as we have seen, called to the rioters to disperse from about the warren, and meet again as usual, glided back into the darkness from which he had emerged, and reappeared no more that night. He paused in the copse which sheltered him from the observation of his mad companions, and waited to ascertain whether they drew off at his bidding, or still lingered, and called to him to join them. Some few, he saw, were indisposed to go away without him, and made towards the spot where he stood concealed, as though they were about to follow in his footsteps, and urge him to come back. But these men, being in their turn called to by their friends, and in truth not greatly caring to venture into the dark parts of the grounds, where they might be easily surprised and taken, if any of the neighbours or retainers of the family were watching them from among the trees, soon abandoned the idea, and hastily assembling such men as they found of their mind at the moment, straggled off. When he was satisfied that the great mass of the insurgents were imitating this example, and that the ground was rapidly clearing, he plunged into the thickest portion of the little wood, and, crashing the branches as he went, made straight towards a distant light, guided by that and by the sullen glow of the fire behind him. As he drew nearer and nearer to the twinkling beacon towards which he bent his course, the red glare of a few torches began to reveal itself, and the voices of men speaking together in a subdued tone broke the silence which, save for a distant shouting now and then, already prevailed. At length he cleared the wood, and, springing across a ditch, stood in a dark lane, where a small body of ill-looking vagabonds, whom he had left there some 20 minutes before, waited his coming with impatience. They were gathered round an old post-chaise or chariot, driven by one of themselves, who sat postillion-wise upon the near horse. The blinds were drawn up, and Mr Tappertit and Dennis kept guard at the two windows. The former assumed the command of the party, for he challenged Hugh as he advanced towards them, and when he did so, those who were resting on the ground about the carriage rose to their feet and clustered round him.
'Well,' said Simon in a low voice, 'is all right?'
'Right enough,' replied Hugh in the same tone. 'They're dispersing now. Had begun before I came away.'
'And is the coast clear?'
'Clear enough before our men, I take it,' said Hugh. 'There are not many who, knowing of their work over yonder, will want to meddle with them to-night. Who's got some drink here?'
Everybody had some plunder from the cellar. Half a dozen flasks and bottles were offered directly. He selected the largest, and putting it to his mouth, sent the wine gurgling down his throat. Having emptied it, he threw it down, and stretched out his hand for another, which he emptied likewise at a draught. Another was given him, and this he half emptied too. Reserving what remained to finish with, he asked,
'Have you got anything to eat, any of you? I'm as ravenous as a hungry wolf. Which of you was in the larder? Come.' 'I was, brother,' said Dennis, pulling off his hat and fumbling in the crown. 'There's a matter of cold venison pasty, somewhere or another here, if that'll do.' 'Do!' cried Hugh, seating himself on the pathway. 'Bring it out. Quick! Show a light here, and gather round. Let me sup in state, my lads. Ha ha ha!'
Entering into his boisterous humour, for they all had drunk deeply, and were as wild as he, they crowded about him, while two of their number who had torches held them up, one on either side of him, that his banquet might not be dispatched in the dark. Mr Dennis, having by this time succeeded in extricating from his hat a great mass of pasty, which had been wedged in so tightly that it was not easily got out, put it before him; and Hugh, having borrowed a notched and jagged knife from one of the company, fell to work upon it vigorously.
'I should recommend you to swallow a little fire every day, about an hour afore dinner, brother,' said Dennis after a pause. 'It seems to agree with you, and to stimulate your appetite.'
Hugh looked at him, and at the blackened faces by which he was surrounded, and, stopping for a moment to flourish his knife above his head, answered with a roar of laughter.
'Keep order there, will you?'
said Simon Tappertit.
'Why, isn't a man allowed to regale himself, noble captain?' retorted his lieutenant, parting the men who stood between them with his knife, that he might see him. 'To regale himself a little bit after such work as mine! What a hard captain! What a strict captain! What a tyrannical captain!
I wish one of you fellows would hold a bottle to his mouth to keep him quiet,' said Simon, 'unless you want the military to be down upon us.'
'And what if they are down upon us?' retorted Hugh. 'Who cares? Who's afraid? Let 'em come, I say, let 'em come. The more the merrier. Give me bold Barnaby at me side, and we two will settle the military without troubling any of you. Barnaby's the man for the military. Barnaby's health!'
But as the majority of those present were by no means anxious for a second engagement that night, being already weary and exhausted, they sided with Mr Tappertit, and pressed him to make haste with his supper, for they had already delayed too long. Knowing, even in the height of his frenzy, that they incurred great danger by lingering so near the scene of the late outrages, Hugh made an end of his meal without more remonstrance, and rising, stepped up to Mr Tappertit and smote him on the back.
'Now then,' he cried, 'I'm ready. There are brave birds inside this cage, eh? Delicate birds, tender, loving little doves. I caged 'em, I caged 'em. One more peep.'
He thrust the little man aside as he spoke, and mounting on the steps, which were half let down, pulled down the blind by force, and stared into the chaise like an ogre into his larder.
'Ha ha ha! And did you scratch and pinch and struggle, pretty mistress?'
he cried, as he grasped a little hand that sought in vain to free itself from his grip.
'You, so bright-eyed and cherry-lipped and daintily made! But I love you better for it, mistress. Ay, I do. You should stab me, and welcome. so that it pleased you, and you had to cure me afterwards. I love to see you proud and scornful. It makes you handsomer than ever, and who so handsome as you at any time, my pretty one?' 'Come,' said Mr Tappertit, who had waited during this speech with considerable impatience. 'There's enough of that. Come down.' The little hand seconded this admonition by thrusting Hugh's great head away with all its force, and drawing up the blind amidst his noisy laughter, and vows that he must have another look, for the last glimpse of that sweet face had provoked him past all bearing. However, as the suppressed impatience of the party now broke out in open murmurs, he abandoned this design, and taking his seat upon the bar, contented himself with tapping at the front windows of the carriage, and trying to steal a glance inside. Mr Tappertit, mounting the steps and hanging on by the door, issued his directions to the driver with a commanding voice and attitude. The rest got up behind, or ran by the side of the carriage as they could. Some, in imitation of Hugh, endeavoured to see the face he had praised so highly, and were reminded of their impertinence by hints from the cudgel of Mr Tappertit. Thus they pursued their journey by circuitous and winding roads, preserving, except when they halted to take breath, or to quarrel about the best way of reaching London, pretty good order and tolerable silence. In the meantime, Dolly, beautiful, bewitching, captivating little Dolly, her hair dishevelled, her dress torn, her dark eyelashes wet with tears, her bosom heaving, her face, now pale with fear, now crimsoned with indignation, her whole self 100 times more beautiful in this heightened aspect than ever she had been before, vainly strove to comfort Emma Haredale, and to impart to her the consolation of which she stood in so much need herself. The soldiers were sure to come. They must be rescued. It would be impossible to convey them through the streets of London when they set the threats of their guards at defiance, and shrieked to the passengers for help. If they did this when they came into the more frequented ways, she was quite certain, they must be released. So poor Dolly said, and so poor Dolly tried to think, but the invariable conclusion of all such arguments was, that Dolly burst into tears, cried as she wrung her hands, what would they do or think, or who would comfort them, at home, at the Golden Key, and sobbed most piteously. Miss Haredale, whose feelings were usually of a quieter kind than Dolly's, and not so much upon the surface, was dreadfully alarmed, and indeed had only just recovered from a swoon. She was very pale, and the hand which Dolly held was quite cold, but she bade her, nevertheless, remember that, under Providence, much must depend upon their own discretion; that if they remained quiet, and lulled the vigilance of the ruffians into whose hands they had fallen, the chances of their being able to procure assistance when they reached the town were very much increased; that unless society were quite unhinged, a hot pursuit must be immediately commenced; and that her uncle, she might be sure, would never rest until he had found them out and rescued them. But as she said these latter words, the idea that he had fallen in a general massacre of the Catholics that night, no very wild or improbable supposition after what they had seen and undergone, struck her dumb; and, lost in the horrors they had witnessed, and those they might be yet reserved for, she sat incapable of thought, or speech, or outward show of grief, as rigid and almost as white and cold as marble. Oh, how many, many times in that long ride did Dolly think of her old lover, poor, fond, slighted Joe! How many, many times did she recall that night when she ran into his arms from the very man now projecting his hateful gaze into the darkness where she sat, and leering through the glass in monstrous admiration; and when she thought of Joe, and what a brave fellow he was, and how he would have rode boldly up and dashed in among these villains now, yes, though they were double the number, and here she clenched her little hand and pressed her foot upon the ground, the pride she felt for a moment in having won his heart, faded in a burst of tears, and she sobbed more bitterly than ever. As the night wore on, and they proceeded by ways which were quite unknown to them, for they could recognize none of the objects of which they sometimes caught a hurried glimpse, their fears increased, nor were they without good foundation.
It was not difficult for two beautiful young women to find, in their being borne they knew not whither by a band of daring villains who eyed them as some among these fellows did, reasons for the worst alarm. When they at last entered London by a suburb with which they were wholly unacquainted, it was past midnight, and the streets were dark and empty. Nor was this the worst, for the carriage stopping in a lonely spot, Hugh suddenly opened the door, jumped in, and took his seat between them. It was in vain they cried for help. He put his arm about the neck of each, and swore to stifle them with kisses if they were not as silent as the grave.
"I come here to keep you quiet," he said, "and that's the means I shall take. So don't be quiet, pretty mistresses. Make a noise, do, and I shall like it all the better."
They were proceeding at a rapid pace, and apparently with fewer attendants than before, though it was so dark, the torches being extinguished, that this was mere conjecture. They shrunk from his touch, each into the farthest corner of the carriage, but shrink as Dolly would, his arm encircled her waist and held her fast. She neither cried nor spoke, for terror and disgust deprived her of the power, but she plucked at his hand as though she would die in the effort to disengage herself, and crouching on the ground, with her head averted and held down, repelled him with a strength she wondered at as much as he. The carriage stopped again.
"Lift this one out,"
said Hugh to the man who opened the door, as he took Miss Haredale's hand, and felt how heavily it fell.
"She's fainted." "So much the better," growled Dennis.
It was that amiable gentleman.
"She's quiet. I always like 'em to faint, unless they're very tender and composed." "Can you take her by yourself?" asked Hugh. "I don't know, till I try. I ought to be able to. I've lifted up a good many in my time," said the hangman. "Up then. She's no small weight, brother. None of these here fine girls are. Up again. Now we have her."
Having by this time hoisted the young lady into his arms, he staggered off with his burden.
"Look ye, pretty bird,"
said Hugh, drawing Dolly towards him.
"Remember what I told you. A kiss for every cry. Scream, if you love me, darling. Scream once, mistress. Pretty mistress, only once, if you love me."
Thrusting his face away with all her force, and holding down her head, Dolly submitted to be carried out of the chaise, and borne after Miss Haredale into a miserable cottage, where Hugh, after hugging her to his breast, set her gently down upon the floor. Poor Dolly! Do what she would, she only looked the better for it, and tempted them the more. When her eyes flashed angrily, and her ripe lips slightly parted to give her rapid breathing vent, who could resist it? When she wept and sobbed as though her heart would break, and bemoaned her miseries in the sweetest voice that ever fell upon a listener's ear, who could be insensible to the little winning pettishness which now and then displayed itself even in the sincerity and earnestness of her grief, when, forgetful for a moment of herself, as she was now, she fell on her knees beside her friend, and bent over her, and laid her cheek to hers, and put her arms about her? What mortal eyes could have avoided wandering to the delicate bodice, the streaming hair, the neglected dress, the perfect abandonment and unconsciousness of the blooming little beauty? Who could look on and see her lavish caresses and endearments, and not desire to be in Emma Haredale's place, to be either her or Dolly, either the hugging or the hugged? Not Hugh, not Dennis.
"I tell you what it is, young women," said Mr Dennis, "I aren't much of a ladies' man myself, nor am I a party in the present business further than lending a willing hand to my friends. But if I see much more of this here sort of thing, I shall become a principal instead of a accessory, I tell you candid."
"Why have you brought us here?" said Emma. "Are we to be murdered?"
"Murdered?"
cried Dennis, sitting down upon a stool, and regarding her with great favour.
"Why, my dear, who'd murder sich chickabiddies as you? If you was to ask me now whether you was brought here to be married, there might be something in it."
and here he exchanged a grin with Hugh, who removed his eyes from Dolly for the purpose.
No, no, said Dennis. There'll be no murdering, my pets. Nothing of that sort. Quite the contrary.
You are an older man than your companion, sir, said Emma, trembling. Have you no pity for us? Do you not consider that we are women?
I do indeed, my dear, retorted Dennis. It'll be very hard not to, with two such specimens afore my eyes. Oh, yes, I consider that. We all consider that, miss.
He shook his head waggishly, leered at Hugh again, and laughed very much, as if he had said a noble thing, and rather thought he was coming out.
There'll be no murdering, my dear. Not a bit on it. I'll tell you what, though, brother, said Dennis, cocking his hat for the convenience of scratching his head, and looking gravely at Hugh. It's worthy of notice, as a proof of the amazing equalness and dignity of our law, that it don't make no distinction between men and women. I've heerd the judge say, sometimes, to a highwayman or housebreaker as had tied the lady's neck and heels, you'll excuse me making mention of it, my darlings, and put him in a cellar, that he showed no consideration to women. Now, I say that there judge didn't know his business, brother, and that if I had been that there highwayman or housebreaker, I should have made answer, "What are you a talking of, my lord? I showed the women as much consideration as the law does, and what more would you have me do?" If you was to count up in the newspapers the number of females as have been worked off in this here city alone in the last 10 year, said Mr Dennis thoughtfully, you'd be surprised at the total. Quite amazed, you would. There's a dignified and equal thing, a beautiful thing, but we've no security for its lasting. Now that they've begun to favour these here papists, I shouldn't wonder if they went and altered even that, one of these days. 'Pon my soul, I shouldn't. The subject, perhaps from being of too exclusive and professional a nature, failed to interest Hugh as much as his friend had anticipated. But he had no time to pursue it, for at this crisis Mr Tappertit entered precipitately, at sight of whom Dolly uttered a scream of joy, and fairly threw herself into his arms.
I knew it! I was sure of it! cried Dolly. My dear father's at the door. Thank God! Thank God! Bless you, Sim! Heaven bless you for this!
Simon Tappertit, who had at first implicitly believed that the locksmith's daughter, unable any longer to suppress her secret passion for himself, was about to give it full vent in its intensity, and declare that she was his for ever, looked extremely foolish when she said these words. The more so as they were received by Hugh and Dennis with a loud laugh, which made her draw back and regard him with a fixed and earnest look.
Miss Haredale,
said Sim, after a very awkward silence,
I hope you're as comfortable as circumstance will permit of. Dolly Varden, my darling, my own, my lovely one, I hope you're pretty comfortable, likewise.
Poor little Dolly! She saw how it was, hid her face in her hands, and sobbed more bitterly than ever.
You meet in me, Miss V., said Simon, laying his hand upon his breast, not apprentice, not a workman, not a slave, not the victim of your father's tyrannical behaviour, but the leader of a great people, the captain of a noble band, in which these gentlemen are, as I may say, corporals and sergeants. You behold in me, not a private individual, but a public character, not a mender of locks, but a healer of the wounds of his unhappy country. Dolly V., sweet Dolly V., For how many years have I looked forward to this present meeting? For how many years has it been my intention to exalt and ennoble you? I redeem it. Behold in me your husband. Yes, beautiful Dolly, charmer, enslaver, Tappertit is all your own.
As he said these words, he advanced towards her. Dolly retreated till she could go no further, and then sank down upon the floor. Thinking it very possible that this might be maiden modesty, Simon essayed to raise her, on which Dolly, goaded to desperation, wound her hands in his hair, and crying out amidst her tears that he was a dreadful little wretch, and always had been, shook and pulled and beat him until he was fain to call for help, most lustily. Hugh had never admired her half so much as at that moment.
She's in an excited state to-night, said Simon, as he smoothed his rumpled feathers, and don't know when she's well off. Let her be by herself till to-morrow, and that'll bring her down a little. Carry her into the next house.
Hugh had her in his arms directly. It might be that Mr Tappertit's heart was really softened by her distress, or it might be that he felt it in some degree indecorous that his intended bride should be struggling in the grasp of another man. He commanded him, on second thoughts, to put her down again, and looked moodily on as she flew to Miss Haredale's side, and clinging to her dress, hid her flushed face in its folds.
They shall remain here together till to-morrow, said Simon, who had now quite recovered his dignity. Till to-morrow. Come away.
Aye, cried Hugh. Come away, captain.
What are you laughing at?
demanded Simon sternly.
Nothing, captain, nothing,
Hugh rejoined, and as he spoke, and clapped his hand upon the shoulder of the little man, he laughed again, for some unknown reason, with tenfold violence. Mr Tappertit surveyed him from head to foot with lofty scorn. This only made him laugh the more, and turning to the prisoners, said,
You'll take notice, ladies, that this place is well watched on every side, and that the least noise is certain to be attended with unpleasant consequences. You'll hear, both of you, more of our intentions to-morrow. In the meantime, don't show yourselves at the window, or appeal to any of the people you may see pass it, for if you do, it'll be known directly that you come from a Catholic house, and all the exertions our men can make may not be able to save your lives.
With this last caution, which was true enough, he turned to the door, followed by Hugh and Dennis. They paused for a moment, going out, to look at them clasped in each other's arms, and then left the cottage, fastening the door, and setting a good watch upon it, and indeed all round the house.
I say,
growled Dennis as they walked away in company,
that's a dainty pair. Muster Gashford's one, and is as handsome as the other, eh?
Hush, said Hugh hastily. Don't you mention names. It's a bad habit.
I wouldn't like to be him, then. As you don't like names, when he breaks it out to her, that's all, said Dennis. She's one of them fine, black-eyed, proud gals as I wouldn't trust at such times with a knife too near 'em. I've seen some of that sort afore now. I recollect one that was worked off many a year ago, and there was a gentleman in that case too, as says to me, with her lip a-trembling, but her hand as steady as ever I see one, Dennis, I'm near my end, but if I had a dagger in these fingers, and he was within my reach, I'd strike him dead afore me. Ah, she did, and she'd have done it too.
Strike who dead? demanded Hugh.
How should I know, brother? Answered Dennis. She never said, not she.
Hugh looked for a moment as though he would have made some further inquiry into this incoherent recollection, but Simon Tappertit, who had been meditating deeply, gave his thoughts a new direction.
'Hugh,' said Sim, 'you have done well to-day. You shall be rewarded. So have you, Dennis. There's no young woman you want to carry off, is there?'
'No,' returned that gentleman, stroking his grizzly beard, which was some 2 inches long. 'None in particular, I think.'
'Very good,' said Sim. 'Then we'll find some other way of making it up to you. As to you, old boy,' he turned to Hugh, 'you shall have Miggs. Her that I promised you, you know, within 3 days. Mind, I pass my word for it.'
Hugh thanked him heartily, and as he did so, his laughing fit returned with such violence that he was obliged to hold his side with one hand, and to lean with the other on the shoulder of his small captain, without whose support he would certainly have rolled upon the ground. Chapter 59. Chapter 60 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 60. The three worthies turned their faces towards the Boot, with the intention of passing the night in that place of rendezvous, and of seeking the repose they so much needed in the shelter of their old den. For now that the mischief and destruction they had purposed were achieved, and their prisoners were safely bestowed for the night, they began to be conscious of exhaustion, and to feel the wasting effects of the madness which had led to such deplorable results. Notwithstanding the lassitude and fatigue which oppressed him now, in common with his two companions, and indeed with all who had taken an active share in that night's work, Hugh's boisterous merriment broke out afresh whenever he looked at Simon Tappertit, and vented itself, much to that gentleman's indignation, in such shouts of laughter as bade fair to bring the watch upon them, and involve them in a skirmish, to which in their present worn-out condition they might prove by no means equal. Even Mr Dennis, who was not at all particular on the score of gravity or dignity, and who had a great relish for his young friend's eccentric humours, took occasion to remonstrate with him on this imprudent behaviour, which he held to be a species of suicide, tantamount to a man's working himself off without being overtaken by the law, than which he could imagine nothing more ridiculous or impertinent. Not abating one jot of his noisy mirth for these remonstrances, Hugh reeled along between them, having an arm of each, until they hove in sight of the Boot, and were within a field or two of that convenient tavern. He happened by great good luck to have roared and shouted himself into silence by this time. They were proceeding onward without noise, when a scout who had been creeping about the ditches all night, to warn any stragglers from encroaching further on what was now such dangerous ground, peeped cautiously from his hiding place, and called to them to stop. 'Stop! And why?' said Hugh. 'Because,' the scout replied, 'the house was filled with constables and soldiers, having been surprised that afternoon. The inmates had fled or been taken into custody, he could not say which. He had prevented a great many people from approaching nearer, and he believed they had gone to the markets and such places to pass the night. He had seen the distant fires, but they were all out now. He had heard the people who passed and repassed speaking of them too, and could report that the prevailing opinion was one of apprehension and dismay. He had not heard a word of Barnaby, didn't even know his name, but it had been said in his hearing that some man had been taken and carried off to Newgate. Whether this was true or false, he could not affirm. The three took counsel together on hearing this, and debated what it might be best to do. Hugh, deeming it possible that Barnaby was in the hands of the soldiers, and at that moment under detention at the Boot, was for advancing stealthily and firing the house, but his companions, who objected to such rash measures unless they had a crowd at their backs, represented that if Barnaby were taken he had assuredly been removed to a stronger prison,
They would never have dreamed of keeping him all night in a place so weak and open to attack. Yielding to this reasoning and to their persuasions, Hugh consented to turn back and to repair to Fleet Market, for which place it seemed a few of their boldest associates had shaped their course on receiving the same intelligence. Feeling their strength recruited and their spirits roused, now that there was a new necessity for action, they hurried away, quite forgetful of the fatigue under which they had been sinking but a few minutes before, and soon arrived at their new place of destination. Fleet Market, at that time, was a long irregular row of wooden sheds and penthouses, occupying the centre of what is now called Farringdon Street. They were jumbled together in a most unsightly fashion in the middle of the road, to the great obstruction of the thoroughfare and the annoyance of passengers, who were fain to make their way, as they best could, among carts, baskets, barrows, trucks, casks, bulks, and benches, and to jostle with porters, hucksters, waggoners, and a motley crowd of buyers, sellers, pickpockets, vagrants, and idlers. The air was perfumed with the stench of rotten leaves and faded fruit, the refuse of the butchers' stalls, and offal and garbage of 100 kinds. It was indispensable to most public conveniences in those days that they should be public nuisances likewise, and Fleet Market maintained the principle to admiration. To this place, perhaps because its sheds and baskets were a tolerable substitute for beds, or perhaps because it afforded the means of a hasty barricade in case of need, many of the rioters had straggled, not only that night, but for 2 or 3 nights before. It was now broad day, but the morning being cold, a group of them were gathered round a fire in a public house, drinking hot purl, and smoking pipes, and planning new schemes for tomorrow. Hugh and his 2 friends, being known to most of these men, were received with signal marks of approbation, and inducted into the most honourable seats. The room door was closed and fastened to keep intruders at a distance, and then they proceeded to exchange news.
"The soldiers have taken possession of the Boot, I hear," said Hugh. "Who knows anything about it?"
Several cried that they did, but the majority of the company having been engaged in the assault upon the Warren, and all present having been concerned in one or other of the night's expeditions, it proved that they knew no more than Hugh himself, having been merely warned by each other or by the scout, and knowing nothing of their own knowledge.
"We left a man on guard there today," said Hugh, looking round him. "Who's not here? You know who it is. Barnaby, who brought the soldier down at Westminster. Has any man seen or heard of him?" They shook their heads, and murmured an answer in the negative, as each man looked round and appealed to his fellow, when a noise was heard without, and a man was heard to say that he wanted Hugh, that he must see Hugh. "Here's but one man," cried Hugh to those who kept the door. "Let him come in."
"Ay, ay," muttered the others. "Let him come in. Let him come in." The door was accordingly unlocked and opened. A one-armed man, with his head and face tied up with a bloody cloth, as though he had been severely beaten, his clothes torn, and his remaining hand grasping a thick stick, rushed in among them, and panting for breath, demanded which was Hugh.
"Here he is," replied the person he inquired for. "I am Hugh. What do you want with me?"
"I have a message for you," said the man. "You know one Barnaby?"
"What of him? Did he send a message?"
"Yes. He's taken. He's in one of the strong cells in Newgate. He defended himself as well as he could, but was overpowered by numbers. That's his message."
"When did you see him?" asked Hugh hastily.
"On his way to prison, where he was taken by a party of soldiers. They took a by-road, and not the one we expected. I was one of the few who tried to rescue him, and he called to me, and told me to tell Hugh where he was. We made a good struggle, though it failed. Look here."
He pointed to his dress, and to his bandaged head, and, still panting for breath, glanced round the room, then faced towards Hugh again.
"I know you by sight," he said, "for I was in the crowd on Friday, and on Saturday and yesterday, but I didn't know your name.
You're a bold fellow, I know. So is he. He fought like a lion to-night, but it was of no use. I did my best, considering that I want this limb.'
Again he glanced inquisitively round the room, or seemed to do so, for his face was nearly hidden by the bandage, and again facing sharply towards Hugh, grasped his stick as if he half expected to be set upon, and stood on the defensive. If he had any such apprehension, however, he was speedily reassured by the demeanour of all present. None thought of the bearer of the tidings. He was lost in the news he brought. Oaths, threats, and execrations were vented on all sides. Some cried that if they bore this tamely, another day would see them all in jail; some that they should have rescued the other prisoners, and this would not have happened. One man cried in a loud voice, 'Who'll follow me to Newgate?' and there was a loud shout and general rush towards the door. But Hugh and Dennis stood with their backs against it, and kept them back, until the clamour had so far subsided that their voices could be heard, when they called to them together that to go now, in broad day, would be madness, and that if they waited until night, and arranged a plan of attack, they might release not only their own companions, but all the prisoners, and burn down the jail.
'Not that jail alone,' cried Hugh, 'but every jail in London. They shall have no place to put their prisoners in. We'll burn 'em all down. Make bonfires of 'em, every one. Here,' he cried, catching at the hangman's hand, 'let all who are men here join with us. Shake hands upon it. Barnaby out of jail, and not a jail left standing. Who joins?'
Every man there, and they swore a great oath to release their friends from Newgate next night, to force the doors, and burn the jail, or perish in the fire themselves. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 61. On that same night, events so crowd upon each other in convulsed and distracted times, that more than the stirring incidents of a whole life often become compressed into the compass of 24 hours. On that same night, Mr Haredale, having strongly bound his prisoner with the assistance of the sexton, and forced him to mount his horse, conducted him to Chigwell, bent upon procuring a conveyance to London from that place, and carrying him at once before a justice. The disturbed state of the town would be, he knew, a sufficient reason for demanding the murderer's committal to prison before daybreak, as no man could answer for the security of any of the watch-houses or ordinary places of detention; and to convey a prisoner through the streets, when the mob were again abroad, would not only be a task of great danger and hazard, but would be to challenge an attempt at rescue. Directing the sexton to lead the horse, he walked close by the murderer's side, and in this order they reached the village about the middle of the night. The people were all awake and up, for they were fearful of being burnt in their beds, and sought to comfort and assure each other by watching in company. A few of the stoutest hearted were armed and gathered in a body on the green. To these, who knew him well, Mr Haredale addressed himself, briefly narrating what had happened, and beseeching them to aid in conveying the criminal to London before the dawn of day. But not a man among them dared to help him, by so much as the motion of a finger. The rioters, in their passage through the village, had menaced with their fiercest vengeance any person who should aid in extinguishing the fire, or render the least assistance to him, or any Catholic whomsoever. Their threats extended to their lives, and all they possessed. They were assembled for their own protection, and could not endanger themselves by lending any aid to him. This they told him, not without hesitation and regret, as they kept aloof in the moonlight, and glanced fearfully at the ghostly rider, who, with his head drooping on his breast and his hat slouched down upon his brow, neither moved nor spoke. Finding it impossible to persuade them, and indeed hardly knowing how to do so, after what they had seen of the fury of the crowd, Mr Haredale besought them that at least they would leave him free to act for himself, and would suffer him to take the only chaise and pair of horses that the place afforded. This was not acceded to without some difficulty, but in the end they told him to do what he would, and go away from them in Heaven's name. Leaving the sexton at the horse's bridle, he drew out the chaise with his own hands, and would have harnessed the horses, but that the post-boy of the village, a soft-hearted, good-for-nothing, vagabond kind of fellow, was moved by his earnestness and passion, and, throwing down a pitchfork with which he was armed, swore that the rioters might cut him into mincemeat if they liked, but he would not stand by and see an honest gentleman who had done no wrong reduced to such extremity without doing what he could to help him. Mr Haredale shook him warmly by the hand, and thanked him from his heart. In 5 minutes' time the chaise was ready, and this good scapegrace in his saddle. The murderer was put inside, the blinds were drawn up, the sexton took his seat upon the bar, Mr Haredale mounted his horse and rode close beside the door, and so they started in the dead of night, and in profound silence, for London. The consternation was so extreme, that even the horses which had escaped the flames at the Warren could find no friends to shelter them. They passed them on the road, browsing on the stunted grass, and the driver told them that the poor beasts had wandered to the village first, but had been driven away, lest they should bring the vengeance of the crowd on any of the inhabitants. Nor was this feeling confined to such small places, where the people were timid, ignorant, and unprotected. When they came near London, they met, in the grey light of morning, more than one poor Catholic family, who, terrified by the threats and warnings of their neighbours, were quitting the city on foot, and who told them they could hire no cart or horse for the removal of their goods, and had been compelled to leave them behind at the mercy of the crowd. Near Mile End they passed a house, the master of which, a Catholic gentleman of small means, having hired a waggon to remove his furniture by midnight, had had it all brought down into the street to wait the vehicle's arrival, and save time in the packing. But the man with whom he had made the bargain, alarmed by the fires that night, and by the sight of the rioters passing his door, had refused to keep it, and the poor gentleman, with his wife and servant and their little children, were sitting trembling among their goods in the open street, dreading the arrival of day, and not knowing where to turn or what to do. It was the same, they heard, with the public conveyances. The panic was so great that the mails and stage-coaches were afraid to carry passengers who professed the obnoxious religion. If the drivers knew them, or they admitted that they held that creed, they would not take them, no, though they offered large sums, and yesterday people had been afraid to recognize Catholic acquaintance in the streets, lest they should be marked by spies, and burnt out, as it was called, in consequence. One mild old man, a priest, whose chapel was destroyed, a very feeble, patient, inoffensive creature, who was trudging away alone, designing to walk some distance from town, and then try his fortune with the coaches, told Mr Haredale that he feared he might not find a magistrate who would have the hardihood to commit a prisoner to jail on his complaint. But notwithstanding these discouraging accounts, they went on, and reached the mansion house soon after sunrise. Mr Haredale threw himself from his horse, but he had no need to knock at the door, for it was already open, and there stood upon the step a portly old man, with a very red, or rather purple, face, who with an anxious expression of countenance was remonstrating with some unseen personage upstairs, while the porter essayed to close the door by degrees and get rid of him. With the intense impatience and excitement natural to one in his condition, Mr Haredale thrust himself forward and was about to speak, when the fat old gentleman interposed.
"My good sir," said he, "pray let me get an answer. This is the 6th time I have been here. I was here 5 times yesterday. My house is threatened with destruction. It is to be burnt down tonight, and was to have been last night, but they had other business on their hands. Pray let me get an answer."
"My good sir," returned Mr Haredale, shaking his head, "my house is burnt to the ground, but Heaven forbid that yours should be.
Get your answer. Be brief, in mercy to me.'
'Now, you hear this, my lord?'
said the old gentleman, calling up the stairs to where the skirt of a dressing gown fluttered on the landing place.
'Here is a gentleman here, whose house was actually burnt down last night.'
'Dear me, replied a testy voice. 'I am very sorry for it, but what am I to do? I can't build it up again. The chief magistrate of the city can't go and be a rebuilding of people's houses, my good sir. Stuff and nonsense.'
'But the chief magistrate of the city can prevent people's houses from having any need to be rebuilt, if the chief magistrate's a man and not a dummy. Can't he, my lord?'
cried the old gentleman in a choleric manner.
'You are disrespectable, sir,' said the Lord Mayor. 'Leastways, disrespectful, I mean.'
'Disrespectful, my lord!' returned the old gentleman. 'I was respectful 5 times yesterday. I can't be respectful for ever. Men can't stand on being respectful when their houses are going to be burnt over their heads with them in 'em. What am I to do, my lord? Am I to have any protection?'
'I told you yesterday, sir,' said the Lord Mayor, 'that you might have an alderman in your house, if you could get one to come.'
'What the devil's the good of an alderman?' returned the choleric old gentleman.
'To awe the crowd, sir,' said the Lord Mayor.
'Oh, Lord a mercy!'
whimpered the old gentleman, as he wiped his forehead in a state of ludicrous distress.
'To think of sending an alderman to awe a crowd! Why, my lord, if they were even so many babies fed on mother's milk, what do you think they'd care for an alderman? Will you come?'
'I?'
said the Lord Mayor, most emphatically.
'Certainly not.'
'Then what?'
returned the old gentleman.
'What am I to do? Am I a citizen of England? Am I to have the benefit of the laws? Am I to have any return for the king's taxes?'
'I don't know, I am sure,' said the Lord Mayor. 'What a pity it is you're a Catholic! Why couldn't you be a Protestant, and you wouldn't have got yourself into such a mess? I'm sure I don't know what's to be done. There are great people at the bottom of these riots. Oh dear me, what a thing it is to be a public character! You must look in again in the course of the day. Would a javelin man do, or there's Phillips, the constable. He's disengaged. He's not very old for a man at his time of life, except in his legs, and if you put him up at a window, he'd look quite young by candlelight, and might frighten him off very much. Oh dear! Well, we'll see about it.'
'Stop!' cried Mr Haredale, pressing the door open as the porter strove to shut it, and speaking rapidly. 'My Lord Mayor, I beg you not to go away. I have a man here who committed a murder 28 years ago. Half a dozen words from me on oath will justify you in committing him to prison for re-examination. I only seek just now to have him consigned to a place of safety. The least delay may involve his being rescued by the rioters.'
'Oh dear me!' cried the Lord Mayor. 'God bless my soul and body! Oh law! Well, there are great people at the bottom of these riots, you know. You really mustn't.'
'My lord,' said Mr Haredale, 'the murdered gentleman was my brother. I succeeded to his inheritance. There were not wanting slanderous tongues at that time to whisper that the guilt of this most foul and cruel deed was mine. Mine, who loved him as he knows in heaven dearly. The time has come, after all these years of gloom and misery, for avenging him, and bringing to light a crime so artful and so devilish that it has no parallel. Every second's delay on your part loosens this man's bloody hands again, and leads to his escape. My lord, I charge you, hear me, and dispatch this matter on the instant.'
'Oh dear me!' cried the chief magistrate. 'These aren't business hours, you know. I wonder at you. How ungentlemanly it is of you. You mustn't. No, you really mustn't. And I suppose you are a Catholic too?'
'I am,' said Mr Haredale.
Oh, God bless my soul! I believe people turn Catholics, a purpose to vex and worrit me,' cried the Lord Mayor. 'I wish you wouldn't come here. They'll be setting the Mansion House afire next, and we shall have you to thank for it. You must lock your prisoner up, sir. Give him to a watchman, and call again at a proper time. Then we'll see about it.'
Before Mr Haredale could answer, the sharp closing of a door and drawing of its bolts gave notice that the Lord Mayor had retreated to his bedroom, and that further remonstrance would be unavailing. The two clients retreated likewise, and the porter shut them out into the street.
'That's the way he puts me off,' said the old gentleman. 'I can get no redress and no help. What are you going to do, sir?'
'To try elsewhere,' answered Mr Haredale, who was by this time on horseback.
'I feel for you, I assure you, and well I may, for we are in a common cause,' said the old gentleman. 'I may not have a house to offer you to-night. Let me tender it while I can. On second thoughts, though,' he added, putting up a pocket-book he had produced while speaking, I'll not give you a card, for if it was found upon you, it might get you into trouble. Langdale, that's my name, vintner and distiller, Holborn Hill. You're heartily welcome, if you'll come.'
Mr Haredale bowed and rode off, close beside the chaise as before, determining to repair to the house of Sir John Fielding, who had the reputation of being a bold and active magistrate, and fully resolved, in case the rioters should come upon them, to do execution on the murderer with his own hands, rather than suffer him to be released. They arrived at the magistrate's dwelling, however, without molestation, for the mob, as we have seen, were then intent on deeper schemes, and knocked at the door. As it had been pretty generally rumoured that Sir John was proscribed by the rioters, a body of thief-takers had been keeping watch in the house all night. To one of them Mr Haredale stated his business, which, appearing to the man of sufficient moment to warrant his arousing the justice, procured him an immediate audience. No time was lost in committing the murderer to Newgate. Then a new building, recently completed at a vast expense, and considered to be of enormous strength. The warrant being made out, 3 of the thief-takers bound him afresh. He had been struggling, it seemed, in the chaise, and had loosened his manacles. Gagged him lest they should meet with any of the mob, and he should call to them for help, and seated themselves, along with him, in the carriage. These men being all well armed, made a formidable escort, but they drew up the blinds again, as though the carriage were empty, and directed Mr Haredale to ride forward, that he might not attract attention by seeming to belong to it. The wisdom of this proceeding was sufficiently obvious, for as they hurried through the city, they passed among several groups of men, who, if they had not supposed the chaise to be quite empty, would certainly have stopped it. But those within keeping quite close, and the driver tarrying to be asked no questions, they reached the prison without interruption, and once there, had him out and safe within its gloomy walls in a twinkling. With eager eyes and strained attention, Mr Haredale saw him chained, and locked, and barred up in his cell. Nay, when he had left the jail, and stood in the free street without, he felt the iron plates upon the doors with his hands, and drew them over the stone wall to assure himself that it was real, and to exult in its being so strong, and rough, and cold. It was not until he turned his back upon the jail, and glanced along the empty streets, so lifeless and quiet in the bright morning, that he felt the weight upon his heart, that he knew he was tortured by anxiety for those he had left at home, and that home itself was but another bead in the long rosary of his regrets. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 62. The prisoner, left to himself, sat down upon his bedstead, and resting his elbows on his knees and his chin upon his hands, remained in that attitude for hours. It would be hard to say of what nature his reflections were. They had no distinctness, and, saving for some flashes now and then, no reference to his condition or the train of circumstances by which it had been brought about. The cracks in the pavement of his cell, the chinks in the wall where stone was joined to stone, the bars in the window, the iron ring upon the floor, such things as these, subsiding strangely into one another, and awakening an indescribable kind of interest and amusement, engrossed his whole mind. And although at the bottom of his every thought there was an uneasy sense of guilt and dread of death, he felt no more than that vague consciousness of it which a sleeper has of pain. It pursues him through his dreams, gnaws at the heart of all his fancied pleasures, robs the banquet of its taste, music of its sweetness, makes happiness itself unhappy, and yet is no bodily sensation, but a phantom without shape, or form, or visible presence, pervading everything, but having no existence, recognizable everywhere, but nowhere seen or touched or met with face to face, until the sleep is past, and waking agony returns. After a long time the door of his cell opened. He looked up, saw the blind man enter, and relapsed into his former position. Guided by his breathing, the visitor advanced to where he sat, and stopping beside him and stretching out his hand to assure himself that he was right, remained for a good space silent. "This is bad, Rudge, this is bad," he said at length. The prisoner shuffled with his feet upon the ground in turning his body from him, but made no other answer. "How were you taken?" he asked. "And where? You never told me more than half your secret. No matter, I know it now. How was it, and where, eh?" he asked again, coming still nearer to him. "At Chigwell," said the other. "At Chigwell? How came you there?" "Because I went there to avoid the man I stumbled on," he answered. "Because I was chased and driven there by him and fate. Because I was urged to go there by something stronger than my own will. When I found him watching in the house she used to live in, night after night, I knew I never could escape him. Never. And when I heard the bell—" He shivered, muttered that it was very cold, paced quickly up and down the narrow cell, and sitting down again, fell into his old posture. "You were saying," said the blind man, after another pause, "that when you heard the bell—" "Let it be, will you?" he retorted in a hurried voice. "It hangs there yet." The blind man turned a wistful and inquisitive face towards him, but he continued to speak without noticing him. "I went to Chigwell in search of the mob. I've been so hunted and beset by this man that I knew my only hope of safety lay in joining them. They had gone on before. I followed them when it left off." "When what left off?" "The bell. They had quitted the place. I hoped that some of them might be still lingering among the ruins, and was searching for them when I heard—" He drew a long breath, and wiped his forehead with his sleeve. "His voice." "Saying what?" "No matter what. I don't know. I was then at the foot of the turret, where I did the—" "Ay?" said the blind man, nodding his head with perfect composure. "I understand." "I climbed the stair, or so much of it as was left, meaning to hide till he'd gone. But he heard me, and followed almost as soon as I set foot upon the ashes." "You might have hidden in the wall, and thrown him down, or stabbed him," said the blind man. "Might I? Between that man and me was one who led him on. I saw it, though he did not, and raised above his head a bloody hand. It was in the room above that he and I stood glaring at each other on the night of the murder, and before he fell he raised his hand like that, and fixed his eyes on me. I knew the chase would end there.
You have a strong fancy,' said the blind man with a smile. 'Strengthen yours with blood, and see what it will come to.' He groaned, and rocked himself, and looking up for the first time, said, in a low, hollow voice, 28 years. 28 years. He has never changed in all that time, never grown older, nor altered in the least degree. He has been before me in the dark night, and the broad sunny day, in the twilight, the moonlight, the sunlight, the light of fire and lamp and candle, and in the deepest gloom. Always the same. In company, in solitude, on land, on shipboard, sometimes leaving me alone for months, and sometimes always with me. I have seen him at sea, come gliding in the dead of night, along the bright reflection of the moon in the calm water; and I have seen him on quays and market places, with his hand uplifted, towering, the centre of a busy crowd, unconscious of the terrible form that had its silent stand among them. Fancy? Are you real? Am I? Are these iron fetters riveted on me by the smith's hammer, or are they fancies I can shatter at a blow? The blind man listened in silence. Fancy? Do I fancy that I killed him? Do I fancy that as I left the chamber where he lay, I saw the face of a man peeping from a dark door, who plainly showed me by his fearful looks that he suspected what I had done? Do I remember that I spoke fairly to him, that I drew nearer, nearer yet, with the hot knife in my sleeve? Do I fancy how he died? Did he stagger back into the angle of the wall into which I had hemmed him, and, bleeding inwardly, stand, not fail, a corpse before me? Did I see him for an instant, as I see you now, erect and on his feet, but dead? The blind man, who knew that he had risen, motioned him to sit down again upon his bedstead, but he took no notice of the gesture. It was then I thought, for the first time, of fastening the murder upon him. It was then I dressed him in my clothes, and dragged him down the back stairs to the piece of water. Do I remember listening to the bubbles that came rising up when I had rolled him in? Do I remember wiping the water from my face, and because the body splashed it there, in its descent, feeling as if it must be blood? Did I go home when I had done? And oh, my God, how long it took to do! Did I stand before my wife and tell her? Did I see her fall upon the ground, and when I stooped to raise her, did she thrust me back with a force that cast me off as if I had been a child, staining the hand with which she clasped my wrist? Is that fancy? Did she go down upon her knees, and call on heaven to witness that she and her unborn child renounced me from that hour? And did she, in words so solemn that they turned me cold, me, fresh from the horrors my own hands had made, warn me to fly while there was time? For though she would be silent, being my wretched wife, she would not shelter me. Did I go forth that night, abjured of God and man, and anchored deep in hell, to wander at my cable's length about the earth, and surely be drawn down at last? Why did you return? Said the blind man. Why is blood red? I could no more help it than I could live without breath. I struggled against the impulse, but I was drawn back through every difficult and adverse circumstance, as by a mighty engine. Nothing could stop me. The day and hour were none of my choice. Sleeping and waking, I had been among the old haunts for years, had visited my own grave. Why did I come back? Because this jail was gaping for me, and he stood beckoning at the door. 'You were not known,' said the blind man. 'I was a man who had been 22 years dead. No, I was not known.' 'You should have kept your secret better.' 'My secret? Mine? It was a secret any breath of air could whisper at its will. The stars had it in their twinkling, the water in its flowing, the leaves in their rustling, the seasons in their return. It lurked in strangers' faces and their voices. Everything had lips on which it always trembled. My secret!' 'It was revealed by your own act, at any rate,' said the blind man. 'The act was not mine. I did it, but it was not mine. I was forced at times to wander round and round and round that spot. If you chained me up when the fit was on me, I should have broken away and gone there. As truly as the lodestone draws iron towards it, so he, lying at the bottom of his grave, could draw me near him when he would. Was that fancy? Did I like to go there? Or did I strive and wrestle with the power that forced me?' The blind man shrugged his shoulders and smiled incredulously. The prisoner again resumed his old attitude, and for a long time both were mute. 'I suppose, then,' said his visitor, at length breaking silence, 'that you are penitent and resigned, that you desire to make peace with everybody, in particular with your wife, who has brought you to this, and that you ask no greater favour than to be carried to Tyburn as soon as possible. That being the case, I had better take my leave. I am not good enough to be company for you.' 'Have I not told you,' said the other fiercely, 'that I have striven and wrestled with the power that brought me here? Has my whole life, for 28 years, been one perpetual struggle and resistance? And do you think I want to lie down and die? Do all men shrink from death? I most of all.' 'That's better said. That's better spoken, Rudge. But I'll not call you that again, than anything you have said yet,' returned the blind man, speaking more familiarly, and laying his hands upon his arm. 'Look'ee, I never killed a man myself, for I had never been placed in a position that made it worth my while. Farther, I am not an advocate for killing men. I don't think I should recommend it or like it, for it's very hazardous under any circumstances. But, as you had the misfortune to get into this trouble before I made your acquaintance, and as you have been my companion, and have been of use to me for a long time now, I overlook that part of the matter, and am only anxious that you shouldn't die unnecessarily. Now, I do not consider that, at present, it is at all necessary.' 'What is left to me?' returned the prisoner. 'To eat my way through these walls with my teeth?' 'Something easier than that,' returned his friend. 'Promise me that you will talk no more of these fancies of yours, idle, foolish things quite beneath a man, and I'll tell you what I mean.' 'Tell me,' said the other. 'Your worthy lady with the tender conscience, your scrupulous, virtuous, punctilious, but not blindly affectionate wife,' 'What of her?' 'Is now in London.' 'A curse upon her, be she where she may.' 'That's natural enough. If she had taken her annuity as usual, you would not have been here, and we should have been better off. But that's apart from the business. She's in London. Scared, as I suppose, and have no doubt, by my representation when I waited upon her, that you were close at hand, which I, of course, urged only as an inducement to compliance, knowing that she was not pining to see you. She left that place, and travelled up to London.' 'How do you know?' 'From my friend the noble captain, the illustrious general, the bladder, Mr Tappertit. I learnt from him the last time I saw him, which was yesterday, that your son, who was called Barnaby, not after his father, I suppose ' 'Death. Does that matter now?' 'You are impatient,' said the blind man calmly. 'It's a good sign, and looks like life. that your son Barnaby had been lured away from her by one of his companions who knew him of old at Chigwell, and that he is now among the rioters. And what is that to me? If father and son be hanged together, what comfort shall I find in that?' 'Stay, stay, my friend,' returned the blind man, with a cunning look. 'You travel fast to journey's ends. Suppose I track my lady out, and say thus much. You want your son, ma'am. Good. I, knowing those who tempt him to remain among them, can restore him to you, ma'am. Good. You must pay a price, ma'am, for his restoration. Good again. The price is small, and easy to be paid. Dear ma'am, that's best of all. What mockery is this?' Very likely she may reply in those words, no mockery at all. I answer, Madam, a person said to be your husband, identity is difficult of proof after the lapse of many years, is in prison, his life in peril, the charge against him murder. Now, ma'am, your husband has been dead a long, long time. The gentleman never can be confounded with him. If you will have the goodness to say a few words on oath as to when he died and how, and that this person, who I am told resembles him in some degree, is no more he than I am. Such testimony will set the question quite at rest. Pledge yourself to me to give it, ma'am, and I will undertake to keep your son, a fine lad, out of harm's way until you have done this trifling service, when he shall be delivered up to you safe and sound. On the other hand, if you decline to do so, I fear he will be betrayed, and handed over to the law, which will assuredly sentence him to suffer death. It is, in fact, a choice between his life and death. If you refuse, he swings. If you comply, the timber is not grown, nor the hemp sown, that shall do him any harm.' 'There is a gleam of hope in this,' cried the prisoner. 'A gleam!' returned his friend. 'A noon blaze! A full and glorious daylight! Hush! I hear the tread of distant feet. Rely on me. When shall I hear more?' 'As soon as I do. I should hope tomorrow. They are coming to say that our time for talk is over. I hear the jingling of the keys. Not another word of this just now, or they may overhear us.' As he said these words, the lock was turned, and one of the prison turnkeys appearing at the door, announced that it was time for visitors to leave the jail. 'So soon!' said Stagg meekly. 'But it can't be helped. Cheer up, friend. This mistake will soon be set at rest, and then you are a man again. If this charitable gentleman will lead a blind man, who has nothing in return but prayers, to the prison porch, and set him with his face towards the west, he will do a worthy deed. Thank you, good sir, I thank you very kindly.' So saying, and pausing for an instant at the door to turn his grinning face towards his friend, he departed. When the officer had seen him to the porch, he returned, and again unlocking and unbarring the door of the cell, set it wide open, informing its inmate that he was at liberty to walk in the adjacent yard, if he thought proper, for an hour. The prisoner answered with a sullen nod, and being left alone again, sat brooding over what he had heard, and pondering upon the hopes the recent conversation had awakened, gazing abstractedly the while he did so on the light without, and watching the shadows thrown by one wall on another, and on the stone-paved ground. It was a dull, square yard, made cold and gloomy by high walls, and seeming to chill the very sunlight. The stone, so bare and rough and obdurate, filled even him with longing thoughts of meadowland and trees, and with a burning wish to be at liberty. As he looked, he rose, and leaning against the doorpost, gazed up at the bright blue sky, smiling even on that dreary home of crime.
He seemed for a moment to remember lying on his back in some sweet-scented place, and gazing at it through moving branches, long ago. His attention was suddenly attracted by a clanking sound. He knew what it was, for he had startled himself by making the same noise in walking to the door. Presently a voice began to sing, and he saw the shadow of a figure on the pavement. It stopped, was silent all at once, as though the person for a moment had forgotten where he was, but soon remembered, and so, with the same clanking noise, the shadow disappeared. He walked out into the court, and paced it to and fro, startling the echoes as he went with the harsh jangling of his fetters. There was a door near his, which, like his, stood ajar. He had not taken half a dozen turns up and down the yard, when, standing still to observe this door, he heard the clanking sound again. A face looked out of the grated window. He saw it very dimly, for the cell was dark and the bars were heavy, and directly afterwards a man appeared and came towards him. For the sense of loneliness he had, he might have been in jail a year. Made eager by the hope of companionship, he quickened his pace, and hastened to meet the man half-way. What was this? His son? They stood face to face, staring at each other, he shrinking and cowed despite himself, Barnaby struggling with his imperfect memory, and wondering where he had seen that face before. He was not uncertain long, for suddenly he laid hands upon him, and striving to bear him to the ground, cried,
"Ah, I know! You are the robber!"
He said nothing in reply at first, but held down his head and struggled with him silently. Finding the younger man too strong for him, he raised his face, looked closely into his eyes, and said, "I am your father." God knows what magic the name had for his ears, but Barnaby released his hold, fell back, and looked at him aghast. Suddenly he sprung towards him, put his arms about his neck, and pressed his head against his cheek. Yes, he was. He was sure he was. But where had he been so long, and why had he left his mother by herself, or worse than by herself, with her poor foolish boy? And had she really been as happy as they said? And where was she? Was she near there? She was not happy now, and he in jail. Ah, no! Not a word was said in answer, but Grip croaked loudly, and hopped about them, round and round, as if enclosing them in a magic circle, and invoking all the powers of mischief. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 63. During the whole of this day, every regiment in or near the metropolis was on duty in one or other part of the town, and the regulars and militia, in obedience to the orders which were sent to every barrack and station within 24 hours' journey, began to pour in by all the roads. But the disturbance had attained to such a formidable height, and the rioters had grown, with impunity, to be so audacious, that the sight of this great force, continually augmented by new arrivals, instead of operating as a check, stimulated them to outrages of greater hardihood than any they had yet committed, and helped to kindle a flame in London, the like of which had never been beheld, even in its ancient and rebellious times. All yesterday, and on this day likewise, the Commander-in-Chief endeavoured to arouse the magistrates to a sense of their duty, and in particular the Lord Mayor, who was the faintest-hearted and most timid of them all. With this object, large bodies of the soldiery were several times dispatched to the Mansion House to await his orders. But as he could, by no threats or persuasions, be induced to give any, and as the men remained in the open street, fruitlessly for any good purpose, and thrivingly for a very bad one, these laudable attempts did harm rather than good. For the crowd, becoming speedily acquainted with the Lord Mayor's temper, did not fail to take advantage of it by boasting that even the civil authorities were opposed to the Papists, and could not find it in their hearts to molest those who were guilty of no other offence. These vaunts they took care to make within the hearing of the soldiers, and they, being naturally loath to quarrel with the people, received their advances kindly enough, answering when they were asked if they desired to fire upon their countrymen, no, they would be damned if they did, and showing much honest simplicity and good nature. The feeling that the military were no popery men, and were ripe for disobeying orders and joining the mob, soon became very prevalent in consequence. Rumours of their disaffection, and of their leaning towards the popular cause, spread from mouth to mouth with astonishing rapidity, and whenever they were drawn up idly in the streets or squares, there was sure to be a crowd about them, cheering and shaking hands, and treating them with a great show of confidence and affection. By this time the crowd was everywhere. All concealment and disguise were laid aside, and they pervaded the whole town. If any man among them wanted money, he had but to knock at the door of a dwelling-house, or walk into a shop, and demand it in the rioter's name, and his demand was instantly complied with. The peaceable citizens being afraid to lay hands upon them, singly and alone, it may be easily supposed that when gathered together in bodies, they were perfectly secure from interruption. They assembled in the streets, traversed them at their will and pleasure, and publicly concerted their plans. Business was quite suspended. The greater part of the shops were closed. Most of the houses displayed a blue flag in token of their adherence to the popular side, and even the Jews in Houndsditch, Whitechapel, and those quarters, wrote upon their doors or window shutters, "This house is a true Protestant." The crowd was the law, and never was the law held in greater dread or more implicitly obeyed. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening, when a vast mob poured into Lincoln's Inn Fields by every avenue, and divided, evidently in pursuance of a previous design, into several parties. It must not be understood that this arrangement was known to the whole crowd, but that it was the work of a few leaders, who, mingling with the men as they came upon the ground, and calling to them to fall into this or that parry, effected it as rapidly as if it had been determined on by a council of the whole number, and every man had known his place. It was perfectly notorious to the assemblage that the largest body, which comprehended about 2/3 of the whole, was designed for the attack on Newgate. It comprehended all the rioters who had been conspicuous in any of their former proceedings, all those whom they recommended as daring hands and fit for the work, all those whose companions had been taken in the riots, and a great number of people who were relatives or friends of felons in the jail. This last class included not only the most desperate and utterly abandoned villains in London, but some who were comparatively innocent. There was more than one woman there, disguised in man's attire, and bent upon the rescue of a child or brother. There were the 2 sons of a man who lay under sentence of death, and who was to be executed along with 3 others on the next day but one. There was a great party of boys whose fellow pickpockets were in the prison, and at the skirts of all, a score of miserable women, outcasts from the world, seeking to release some other fallen creature as miserable as themselves, or moved by a general sympathy perhaps, God knows, with all who were without hope and wretched. Old swords and pistols without ball or powder, sledge-hammers, knives, axes, saws, and weapons pillaged from the butchers' shops, a forest of iron bars and wooden clubs, long ladders for scaling the walls, each carried on the shoulders of a dozen men, lighted torches, toes smeared with pitch and tar and brimstone, staves roughly plucked from fence and paling, and even crutches taken from crippled beggars in the streets, composed their arms. When all was ready, Hugh and Dennis, with Simon Tappertit between them, led the way. Roaring and chafing like an angry sea, the crowd pressed after them. Instead of going straight down Holborn to the jail, as all expected, their leaders took the way to Clerkenwell, and pouring down a quiet street, halted before a locksmith's house, the Golden Key.
'Beat at the door!' cried Hugh to the men about him. 'We want one of his craft to-night. Beat it in, if no one answers.'
The shop was shut. Both door and shutters were of a strong and sturdy kind, and they knocked without effect. But the impatient crowd raising a cry of 'Set fire to the house!' and torches being passed to the front, an upper window was thrown open, and the stout old locksmith stood before them.
'What now, you villains?' he demanded. 'Where is my daughter?'
'Ask no questions of us, old man,' retorted Hugh, waving his comrades to be silent. 'But come down, and bring the tools of your trade. We want you.'
'Want me?'
cried the locksmith, glancing at the regimental dress he wore.
'Ay, and if some that I could name possessed the hearts of mice, ye should have had me long ago. Mark me, my lad, and you about him do the same. There are a score among ye whom I see now and know, who are dead men from this hour. Begone, and rob an undertaker's while you can. You'll want some coffins before long.'
'Will you come down?' cried Hugh.
'Will you give me my daughter, ruffian?'
cried the locksmith.
'I know nothing of her,' Hugh rejoined. 'Burn the door.'
'Stop!'
cried the locksmith, in a voice that made them falter, presenting, as he spoke, a gun.
'Let an old man do that. You can spare him better.'
The young fellow who held the light, and who was stooping down before the door, rose hastily at these words, and fell back. The locksmith ran his eye along the upturned faces, and kept the weapon levelled at the threshold of his house. It had no rest than his shoulder, but was as steady as the house itself.
'Let the man who does it take heed to his prayers,' he said firmly. 'I warn him.'
Snatching a torch from one who stood near him, Hugh was stepping forward with an oath, when he was arrested by a shrill and piercing shriek, and, looking upward, saw a fluttering garment on the house-top. There was another shriek, and another, and then a shrill voice cried,
'Is Simon below?'
At the same moment a lean neck was stretched over the parapet, and Miss Miggs, indistinctly seen in the gathering gloom of evening, screeched in a frenzied manner,
'Oh, my dear gentleman, let me hear Simon's answer from his own lips. Speak to me, Simon, speak to me.'
Mr Tappertit was not at all flattered by this compliment, looked up, and bidding her hold her peace, ordered her to come down and open the door, for they wanted her master, and would take no denial.
'Oh, good gentleman!' cried Miss Miggs. 'Oh, my own precious, precious Simon!'
'Hold your nonsense, will you?' retorted Mr Tappertit, 'and come down and open the door. G. Varden, drop that gun, or it'll be the worse for you.'
'Don't mind his gun,'
screamed Miggs.
'Simon and gentlemen, I poured a mug of table beer right down the barrel.'
The crowd gave a loud shout, which was followed by a roar of laughter.
'It wouldn't go off, not if you was to load it up to the muzzle,'
screamed Miggs.
'Simon and gentlemen, I'm locked up in the front attic. Through the little door on the right hand, when you think you've got to the very top of the stairs, and up the flight of corner steps, being careful not to knock your heads against the rafters, and not to tread on one side, in case you should fall into 2 pair bedrooms through the lath and plaster, which do not bear, but the contrary. Simon and gentlemen, I've been locked up here for safety, but my endeavours has always been, and always will be, to be on the right side, the blessed side, and to prenounce the Pope of Babylon, and all her inward and her outward workings, which is pagan. My sentiments is of little consequences, I know,' cried Miggs, with additional shrillness, 'for my position is but a servant, and as sich of humility still I gives expressions to my feelings, and places my reliances on them which entertains my own opinions.'
Without taking much notice of these outpourings of Miss Miggs, after she had made her first announcement in relation to the gun, The crowd raised a ladder against the window where the locksmith stood, and notwithstanding that he closed and fastened and defended it manfully, soon forced an entrance by shivering the glass and breaking in the frames. After dealing a few stout blows about him, he found himself defenceless, in the midst of a furious crowd, which overflowed the room and softened off in a confused heap of faces at the door and window. They were very wrathful with him, for he had wounded 2 men, and even called out to those in front to bring him forth and hang him on a lamp-post. But Gabriel was quite undaunted, and looked from Hugh and Dennis, who held him by either arm, to Simon Tappertit, who confronted him.
"You have robbed me of my daughter," said the locksmith, "who is far dearer to me than my life, and you may take my life if you will. I bless God that I have been enabled to keep my wife free of this scene, and that he has made me a man who will not ask mercy at such hands as yours."
"And a wery game old gentleman you are," said Mr Dennis approvingly, "and you express yourself like a man. What's the odds, brother, whether it's a lamp-post to-night, or a feather-bed 10 year to come, eh?"
The locksmith glanced at him disdainfully, but returned no other answer.
"For my part,"
said the hangman, who particularly favoured the lamp-post suggestion,
"I honour your principles. They're mine exactly. In such sentiments as them," and here he emphasised his discourse with an oath, "I'm ready to meet you or any man half-way. Have you got a bit of cord anywheres handy? And don't put yourself out of the way, if you haven't. A handkerchief will do." "Don't be a fool, master," whispered Hugh, seizing Varden roughly by the shoulder, "but do as you're bid. You'll soon hear what you're wanted for. Do it."
"I'll do nothing at your request, or that of any scoundrel here," returned the locksmith. "If you want any service from me, you may spare yourselves the pains of telling me what it is. I tell you beforehand, I'll do nothing for you."
Mr Dennis was so affected by this constancy on the part of the staunch old man, that he protested, almost with tears in his eyes, that to baulk his inclinations would be an act of cruelty and hard dealing to which he, for one, never could reconcile his conscience. The gentleman, he said, had avowed in so many words that he was ready for working off. Such being the case, he considered it their duty, as a civilized and enlightened crowd, to work him off. It was not often, he observed, that they had it in their power to accommodate themselves to the wishes of those from whom they had the misfortune to differ. Having now found an individual who expressed a desire which they could reasonably indulge, and for himself he was free to confess that in his opinion that desire did honour to his feelings, he hoped they would decide to accede to his proposition before going any further. It was an experiment which, skillfully and dexterously performed, would be over in 5 minutes with great comfort and satisfaction to all parties; and though it did not become him, Mr Dennis, to speak well of himself, he trusted he might be allowed to say that he had practical knowledge of the subject, and being naturally of an obliging and friendly disposition, would work the gentleman off with a deal of pleasure. These remarks, which were addressed in the midst of a frightful din and turmoil to those immediately about him, were received with great favour. Not so much perhaps because of the hangman's eloquence, as on account of the locksmith's obstinacy. Gabriel was in imminent peril, and he knew it, but he preserved a steady silence, and would have done so if they had been debating whether they should roast him at a slow fire. As the hangman spoke, there was some stir and confusion on the ladder, and directly he was silent, so immediately upon his holding his peace, that the crowd below had no time to learn what he had been saying, or to shout in response. Some one at the window cried, "He has a grey head. He is an old man. Don't hurt him." The locksmith turned with a start towards the place from which the words had come, and looked hurriedly at the people who were hanging on the ladder and clinging to each other.
"Pay no respect to my grey hair, young man," he said, answering the voice, and not any one he saw. "I don't ask it. My heart is green enough to scorn and despise every man among you, band of robbers that you are."
This incautious speech by no means tended to appease the ferocity of the crowd. They cried again to have him brought out, and would have gone hard with the honest locksmith, but that Hugh reminded them, in answer, that they wanted his services, and must have them.
So tell him what we want, he said to Simon Tappertit, and quickly, and open your ears, master, if you would ever use him after tonight.
Gabriel folded his arms, which were now at liberty, and eyed his old prentice in silence.
"Look'ee, Varden," said Sim, "we're bound for Newgate."
I know you are, returned the locksmith. You never said a truer word than that.
"To burn it down, I mean,"
said Simon.
"And force the gates, and set the prisoners at liberty. You helped to make the lock of the great door."
I did, said the locksmith. You owe me no thanks for that, as you'll find before long.
"Maybe," returned his journeyman, "but you must show us how to force it."
Must I?
"Yes, for you know, and I don't. You must come along with us, and pick it with your own hands."
When I do, said the locksmith quietly, my hands shall drop off at the wrists, and you shall wear them, Simon Tappertit, on your shoulders for epaulets.
We'll see that,
cried Hugh, interposing, as the indignation of the crowd again burst forth.
You fill a basket with the tools you want, while I bring him downstairs. Open the doors below, some of you, and light the great captain, others. Is there no business afoot, my lads, that you can do nothing but stand and grumble?
They looked at one another, and quickly dispersing, swarmed over the house, plundering and breaking, according to their custom, and carrying off such articles of value as happened to please their fancy. They had no great length of time for these proceedings, for the basket of tools was soon prepared and slung over a man's shoulders. The preparations being now completed, and everything ready for the attack, those who were pillaging and destroying in the other rooms were called down to the workshop. They were about to issue forth, when the man who had been last upstairs stepped forward and asked if the young woman in the garret, who was making a terrible noise, he said, and kept on screaming without the least cessation, was to be released. For his own part, Simon Tappertit would certainly have replied in the negative, but the mass of his companions, mindful of the good service she had done in the matter of the gun, being of a different opinion, he had nothing for it but to answer, yes. The man accordingly went back again to the rescue, and presently returned with Miss Miggs, limp and doubled up, and very damp from much weeping. As the young lady had given no tokens of consciousness on their way downstairs, the bearer reported her either dead or dying, and being at some loss what to do with her, was looking round for a convenient bench or heap of ashes on which to place her senseless form, when she suddenly came upon her feet by some mysterious means, thrust back her hair, stared wildly at Mr Tappertit, cried,
"My Simmon's life is not a victim,"
and dropped into his arms with such promptitude that he staggered and reeled some paces back beneath his lovely burden.
"Oh, bother!" said Mr Tappertit. "Here, catch hold of her, somebody. Lock her up again. She never ought to have been let out."
"My Simon!"
cried Miss Miggs in tears and faintly.
"My for ever blessed Simon!"
"Hold up, will you?"
said Mr Tappertit, in a very unresponsive tone.
"I'll let you fall if you don't. What are you sliding your feet off the ground for?"
"My angel Simmons,"
murmured Miggs.
"he promised."
"Promised? Well, and I'll keep my promise," answered Simon testily. "I mean to provide for you, don't I? Stand up."
"Where am I to go? What is to become of me after my actions of this night?" cried Miggs. "What resting places now remains but in the silent tombses?"
"I wish you was in the silent tombses, I do," cried Mr Tappertit, "and boxed up tight in a good strong one. Here," he cried to one of the bystanders, in whose ear he whispered for a moment, "take her off, will you? You understand where?'
The fellow nodded, and taking her in his arms, notwithstanding her broken protestations, and her struggles, which latter species of opposition involving scratches was much more difficult of resistance, carried her away. They who were in the house poured out into the street. The locksmith was taken to the head of the crowd, and required to walk between his two conductors. The whole body was put in rapid motion, and without any shouts or noise, they bore down straight on Newgate, and halted in a dense mass before the prison gate. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 64. Breaking the silence they had hitherto preserved, they raised a great cry as soon as they were ranged before the jail, and demanded to speak to the governor. This visit was not wholly unexpected, for his house, which fronted the street, was strongly barricaded, the wicket gate of the prison was closed up, and at no loophole or grating was any person to be seen. Before they had repeated their summons many times, a man appeared upon the roof of the governor's house, and asked what it was they wanted. Some said one thing, some another, and some only groaned and hissed. It being now nearly dark, and the house high, many persons in the throng were not aware that any one had come to answer them, and continued their clamour until the intelligence was gradually diffused through the whole concourse. 10 minutes or more elapsed before any one voice could be heard with tolerable distinctness, during which interval the figure remained perched alone against the summer evening sky, looking down into the troubled street. "Are you," said Hugh at length, "Mr. Akerman, the head jailer here?"
"Of course he is, brother," whispered Dennis.
But Hugh, without minding him, took his answer from the man himself. "Yes," he said, "I am."
"You have got some friends of ours in your custody, master."
"I have a good many people in my custody." He glanced downward, as he spoke, into the jail, and the feeling that he could see into the different yards, and that he overlooked everything which was hidden from their view by the rugged walls, so lashed and goaded the mob that they howled like wolves.
"Deliver up our friends," said Hugh, "and you may keep the rest."
"It's my duty to keep them all. I shall do my duty."
"If you don't throw the doors open, we shall break them down," said Hugh, "for we will have the rioters out."
"All I can do, good people," Akerman replied, "is to exhort you to disperse, and to remind you that the consequences of any disturbance in this place will be very severe, and bitterly repented by most of you, when it is too late." He made as though he would retire when he said these words, but he was checked by the voice of the locksmith. "Mr. Akerman!" cried Gabriel. "Mr. Akerman!" "I will hear no more from any of you," replied the governor, turning towards the speaker, and waving his hand. "But I am not one of them," said Gabriel. "I am an honest man, Mr. Akerman, a respectable tradesman, Gabriel Varden the locksmith. You know me?"
"You among the crowd?" cried the governor in an altered voice.
"Brought here by force. Brought here to pick the lock of the great door for them," rejoined the locksmith. "Bear witness for me, Mr. Akerman, that I refuse to do it, and that I will not do it, come what may of my refusal. If any violence is done to me, please to remember this."
"Is there no way of helping you?" said the governor.
"None, Mr. Akerman. You'll do your duty, and I'll do mine. Once again, you robbers and cut-throats,' said the locksmith, turning round upon them, 'I refuse. Ha! Howl till you're hoarse. I refuse.'
'Stay, stay,' said the jailer hastily. 'Mr Varden, I know you for a worthy man, and one who would do no unlawful act except upon compulsion.'
'Upon compulsion, sir?'
interposed the locksmith, who felt that the tone in which this was said conveyed the speaker's impression that he had ample excuse for yielding to the furious multitude who beset and hemmed him in on every side, and among whom he stood, an old man, quite alone.
'Upon compulsion, sir, I'll do nothing.'
'Where is that man,' said the keeper anxiously, 'who spoke to me just now?'
'Here,' Hugh replied. 'Do you know what the guilt of murder is, and that by keeping that honest tradesman at your side, you endanger his life?'
'We know it very well,' he answered. 'For what else did we bring him here? Let's have our friends, master, and you shall have your friend. Is that fair, lads?' The mob replied to him with a loud hurrah.
'You see how it is, sir,' cried Varden. 'Keep him out, in King George's name. Remember what I have said. Good night.'
There was no more parley. A shower of stones and other missiles compelled the keeper of the jail to retire, and the mob, pressing on and swarming round the walls, forced Gabriel Varden close up to the door. In vain the basket of tools was laid upon the ground before him, and he was urged in turn by promises, by blows, by offers of reward, and threats of instant death, to do the office for which they had brought him there.
'No,' cried the sturdy locksmith, 'I will not.'
He had never loved his life so well as then, but nothing could move him. The savage faces that glared upon him, look where he would, the cries of those who thirsted like wild animals for his blood, the sight of men pressing forward and trampling down their fellows as they strove to reach him, and struck at him above the heads of other men with axes and with iron bars, all failed to daunt him. He looked from man to man, and face to face, and still with quickened breath and lessening colour cried firmly,
'I will not.'
Dennis dealt him a blow upon the face, which felled him to the ground. He sprung up again like a man in the prime of life, and with blood upon his forehead, caught him by the throat.
'You cowardly dog!' he said. 'Give me my daughter. Give me my daughter.'
They struggled together. Some cried, 'Kill him!' and some, but they were not near enough, strove to trample him to death. Tug as he would at the old man's wrists, the hangman could not force him to unclench his hands.
'Is this all the return you make me, you ungrateful monster?'
he articulated with great difficulty, and with many oaths.
'Give me my daughter!'
cried the locksmith, who was now as fierce as those who gathered round him.
'Give me my daughter!'
He was down again, and up, and down once more, and buffeting with a score of them who bandied him from hand to hand, when one tall fellow, fresh from a slaughter-house, whose dress and great thigh-boots smoked hot with grease and blood, raised a pole-axe, and, swearing a horrible oath, aimed it at the old man's uncovered head. At that instant, and in the very act, he fell himself, as if struck by lightning, and over his body a one-armed man came darting to the locksmith's side. Another man was with him, and both caught the locksmith roughly in their grasp. 'Leave him to us,' they cried to Hugh, struggling as they spoke to force a passage backward through the crowd. 'Leave him to us. Why do you waste your whole strength on such as he, when a couple of men can finish him in as many minutes? You lose time. Remember the prisoners.
Remember Barnaby.'
The cry ran through the mob. Hammers began to rattle on the walls, and every man strove to reach the prison and be among the foremost rank. Fighting their way through the press and struggle, as desperately as if they were in the midst of enemies rather than their own friends, the two men retreated with the locksmith between them, and dragged him through the very heart of the concourse. And now the strokes began to fall like hail upon the gate, and on the strong building. For those who could not reach the door, spent their fierce rage on anything, even on the great blocks of stone, which shivered their weapons into fragments, and made their hands and arms to tingle as if the walls were active in their stout resistance, and dealt them back their blows. The clash of iron ringing upon iron mingled with the deafening tumult and sounded high above it, as the great sledge-hammers rattled on the nailed and plated door. The sparks flew off in showers. Men worked in gangs, and at short intervals relieved each other, that all their strength might be devoted to the work. But there stood the portal still, as grim and dark and strong as ever, and, saving for the dints upon its battered surface, quite unchanged. While some brought all their energies to bear upon this toilsome task, and some, rearing ladders against the prison, tried to clamber to the summit of the walls, they were too short to scale. And some again engaged a body of police 100 strong, and beat them back and trod them under foot by force of numbers. Others besieged the house on which the jailer had appeared, and driving in the door, brought out his furniture and piled it up against the prison gate, to make a bonfire which should burn it down. As soon as this device was understood, all those who had laboured hitherto cast down their tools and helped to swell the heap, which reached halfway across the street, and was so high that those who threw more fuel on the top got up by ladders. When all the keeper's goods were flung upon this costly pile, to the last fragment, they smeared it with the pitch and tar and rosin they had brought, and sprinkled it with turpentine. To all the woodwork round the prison doors they did the like, leaving not a joist or beam untouched. This infernal christening performed, they fired the pile with lighted matches, and with blazing tow, and then stood by, awaiting the result. The furniture being very dry, and rendered more combustible by wax and oil, besides the arts they had used, took fire at once. The flames roared high and fiercely, blackening the prison wall and twining up its lofty front like burning serpents. At first they crowded round the blaze, and vented their exultation only in their looks, but when it grew hotter and fiercer, when it crackled, leaped, and roared like a great furnace, when it shone upon the opposite houses and lighted up not only the pale and wondering faces at the windows, but the inmost corners of each habitation, when through the deep red heat and glow the fire was seen sporting and toying with the door, now clinging to its obdurate surface, now gliding off with fierce inconstancy, and soaring high into the sky, anon returning to fold it in its burning grasp and lure it to its ruin, when it shone and gleamed so brightly that the church clock of St Sepulchre's, so often pointing to the hour of death, was legible as in broad day, and the vane upon its steeple top glittered in the unwonted light like something richly jewelled, when blackened stone and sombre brick grew ruddy in the deep reflection, and windows shone like burnished gold, dotting the longest distance in the fiery vista with their specks of brightness, when wall and tower and roof and chimney stack seemed drunk, and in the flickering glare appeared to reel and stagger, when scores of objects never seen before burst out upon the view, and things the most familiar put on some new aspect. Then the mob began to join the whirl, and with loud yells and shouts and clamour, such as happily is seldom heard, bestirred themselves to feed the fire and keep it at its height. Although the heat was so intense that the paint on the houses over against the prison parched and crackled up, and swelling into boils, as it were from excess of torture, broke and crumbled away, although the glass fell from the window sashes, and the lead and iron on the roofs blistered the incautious hand that touched them, and the sparrows in the eaves took wing, and, rendered giddy by the smoke, fell fluttering down upon the blazing pile. Still the fire was tended unceasingly by busy hands, and round it men were going always. They never slackened in their zeal, or kept aloof, but pressed upon the flames so hard that those in front had much ado to save themselves from being thrust in. If one man swooned or dropped, a dozen struggled for his place, and that although they knew the pain and thirst and pressure to be unendurable. Those who fell down in fainting fits, and were not crushed or burnt, were carried to an inn yard close at hand, and dashed with water from a pump, of which buckets full were passed from man to man among the crowd. But such was the strong desire of all to drink, and such the fighting to be first, that, for the most part, the whole contents were spilled upon the ground, without the lips of one man being moistened. Meanwhile, and in the midst of all the roar and outcry, those who were nearest to the pile heaped up again the burning fragments that came toppling down, and raked the fire about the door, which, although a sheet of flame, was still a door fast locked and barred, and kept them out. Great pieces of blazing wood were passed, besides, above the people's heads to such as stood about the ladders, and some of these, climbing up to the topmost stave, and holding on with one hand by the prison wall, exerted all their skill and force to cast these firebrands on the roof, or down into the yards within. In many instances their efforts were successful, which occasioned a new and appalling addition to the horrors of the scene, for the prisoners within, seeing from between their bars that the fire caught in many places and thrived fiercely, and being all locked up in strong cells for the night, began to know that they were in danger of being burnt alive. This terrible fear, spreading from cell to cell and from yard to yard, vented itself in such dismal cries and wailings, and in such dreadful shrieks for help, that the whole jail resounded with the noise, which was loudly heard even above the shouting of the mob and roaring of the flames, and was so full of agony and despair that it made the boldest tremble. It was remarkable that these cries began in that quarter of the jail which fronted Newgate Street, where, it was well known, the men who were to suffer death on Thursday were confined. And not only were these four, who had so short a time to live, the first to whom the dread of being burnt occurred, but they were throughout the most importunate of all, for they could be plainly heard, notwithstanding the great thickness of the walls, crying that the wind set that way, and that the flames would shortly reach them, and calling to the officers of the jail to come and quench the fire from a cistern which was in their yard, and full of water. Judging from what the crowd outside the walls could hear from time to time, these four doomed wretches never ceased to call for help, and that with as much distraction, and in as great a frenzy of attachment to existence, as though each had an honoured, happy life before him, instead of 48 hours of miserable imprisonment, and then a violent and shameful death. But the anguish and suffering of the two sons of one of these men, when they heard, or fancied that they heard, their father's voice, is past description. After wringing their hands and rushing to and fro as if they were stark mad, one mounted on the shoulders of his brother, and tried to clamber up the face of the high wall, guarded at the top with spikes and points of iron. And when he fell among the crowd, he was not deterred by his bruises, but mounted up again, and fell again, and, when he found the feat impossible, began to beat the stones and tear them with his hands, as if he could that way make a breach in the strong building, and force a passage in. At last they cleft their way among the mob about the door, though many men, a dozen times their match, had tried in vain to do so, and were seen in, yes in, the fire, striving to prise it down with crowbars. Nor were they alone affected by the outcry from within the prison. The women who were looking on shrieked loudly, beat their hands together, stopped their ears, and many fainted. The men who were not near the walls and active in the siege, rather than do nothing, tore up the pavement of the street, and did so with a haste and fury they could not have surpassed, if that had been the jail, and they were near their object. Not one living creature in the throng was for an instant still. The whole great mass were mad. A shout. Another. Another yet, though few knew why, or what it meant. But those around the gate had seen it slowly yield, and drop from its topmost hinge. It hung on that side by but one, but it was upright still, because of the bar, and its having sunk of its own weight into the heap of ashes at its foot. There was now a gap at the top of the doorway, through which could be descried a gloomy passage, cavernous and dark. Pile up the fire. It burnt fiercely. The door was red hot, and the gap wider. They vainly tried to shield their faces with their hands, and standing as if in readiness for a spring, watched the place. Dark figures, some crawling on their hands and knees, some carried in the arms of others, were seen to pass along the roof. It was plain the jail could hold out no longer. The keeper and his officers, and their wives and children, were escaping. Pile up the fire. The door sank down again. It settled deeper in the cinders, tottered, yielded, was down. As they shouted again, they fell back, for a moment, and left a clear space about the fire that lay between them and the jail entry. Hugh leapt upon the blazing heap, and scattering a train of sparks into the air, and making the dark lobby glitter with those that hung upon his dress, dashed into the jail. The hangman followed, and then so many rushed upon their track, that the fire got trodden down and thinly strewn about the street. But there was no need of it now, for, inside and out, the prison was in flames. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Barnaby Rudge, A Tale of the Riots of '80, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 65. During the whole course of the terrible scene, which was now at its height, one man in the jail suffered a degree of fear and mental torment which had no parallel in the endurance even of those who lay under sentence of death. When the rioters first assembled before the building, the murderer was roused from sleep, if such slumbers as his may have that blessed name, by the roar of voices and the struggling of a great crowd. He started up as these sounds met his ear, and, sitting on his bedstead, listened. After a short interval of silence, the noise burst out again. Still listening attentively, he made out in course of time that the jail was besieged by a furious multitude. His guilty conscience instantly arrayed these men against himself, and brought the fear upon him that he would be singled out and torn to pieces. Once impressed with the terror of this conceit, everything tended to confirm and strengthen it. His double crime, the circumstances under which it had been committed, the length of time that had elapsed, and its discovery in spite of all, made him, as it were, the visible object of the Almighty's wrath. In all the crime and vice and moral gloom of the great pest house of the capital, he stood alone, marked and singled out by his great guilt, a Lucifer among the devils. The other prisoners were a host, hiding and sheltering each other, a crowd like that without the walls. He was one man against the whole united concourse, a single, solitary, lonely man, from whom the very captives in the jail fell off and shrunk appalled. It might be that the intelligence of his capture having been bruited abroad, they had come there purposely to drag him out and kill him in the street, or it might be that they were the rioters, and, in pursuance of an old design, had come to sack the prison. But in either case he had no belief or hope that they would spare him. Every shout they raised, and every sound they made, was a blow upon his heart. As the attack went on, he grew more wild and frantic in his terror, tried to pull away the bars that guarded the chimney and prevented him from climbing up, called loudly on the turnkeys to cluster round the cell and save him from the fury of the rabble, or put him in some dungeon underground, no matter of what depth, how dark it was, or loathsome, or beset with rats and creeping things, so that it hid him and was hard to find. But no one came, or answered him. Fearful, even while he cried to them, of attracting attention, he was silent. By and by he saw, as he looked from his grated window, a strange glimmering on the stone walls and pavement of the yard. It was feeble at first, and came and went, as though some officers with torches were passing to and fro upon the roof of the prison. Soon it reddened, and lighted brands came whirling down, spattering the ground with fire, and burning sullenly in corners. One rolled beneath a wooden bench, and set it in a blaze. Another caught a waterspout, and so went climbing up the wall, leaving a long straight track of fire behind it. After a time, a slow thick shower of burning fragments, from some upper portion of the prison which was blazing nigh, began to fall before his door. Remembering that it opened outwards, he knew that every spark which fell upon the heap, and in the act lost its bright life, and died an ugly speck of dust and rubbish, helped to entomb him in a living grave. Still, though the jail resounded with shrieks and cries for help, though the fire bounded up as if each separate flame had had a tiger's life, and roared as though in every one there were a hungry voice, though the heat began to grow intense, and the air suffocating, and the clamour without increased, and the danger of his situation, even from one merciless element, was every moment more extreme, still he was afraid to raise his voice again, lest the crowd should break in, and should of their own ears, or from the information given them by the other prisoners, get the clue to his place of confinement. Thus fearful alike, of those within the prison and of those without, of noise and silence, light and darkness, of being released and being left there to die, he was so tortured and tormented that nothing man has ever done to man, in the horrible caprice of power and cruelty, exceeds his self-inflicted punishment. Now the door was down. Now they came rushing through the jail, calling to each other in the vaulted passages, clashing the iron gates dividing yard from yard, beating at the doors of cells and wards, wrenching off bolts and locks and bars, tearing down the doorposts to get men out, endeavouring to drag them by main force through gaps and windows where a child could scarcely pass, whooping and yelling without a moment's rest, and running through the heat and flames as if they were cased in metal. By their legs, their arms, the hair upon their heads, they dragged the prisoners out. Some threw themselves upon the captives as they got towards the door, and tried to file away their irons. Some danced about them with a frenzied joy, and rent their clothes, and were ready, as it seemed, to tear them limb from limb. Now a party of a dozen men came darting through the yard, into which the murderer cast fearful glances from his darkened window, dragging a prisoner along the ground, whose dress they had nearly torn from his body in their mad eagerness to set him free, and who was bleeding and senseless in their hands. Now a score of prisoners ran to and fro, who had lost themselves in the intricacies of the prison, and were so bewildered with the noise and glare that they knew not where to turn or what to do, and still cried out for help as loudly as before. Anon some famished wretch, whose theft had been a loaf of bread, or scrap of butcher's meat, came skulking past, barefooted, going slowly away because that jail, his house, was burning, not because he had any other, or had friends to meet, or old haunts to revisit, or any liberty to gain, but liberty to starve and die. And then a knot of highwaymen went trooping by, conducted by the friends they had among the crowd, who muffled their fetters as they went along, with handkerchiefs and bands of hay, and wrapped them in coats and cloaks, and gave them drink from bottles, and held it to their lips, because of their handcuffs, which there was no time to remove. All this, and heaven knows how much more, was done amidst a noise, a hurry, and distraction, like nothing that we know of, even in our dreams, which seemed for ever on the rise, and never to decrease for the space of a single instant. He was still looking down from his window upon these things, when a band of men with torches, ladders, axes, and many kinds of weapons, poured into the yard, and hammering at his door, inquired if there were any prisoner within. He left the window when he saw them coming, and drew back into the remotest corner of the cell. But although he returned them no answer, they had a fancy that some one was inside, for they presently set ladders against it, and began to tear away the bars at the casement. Not only that, indeed, but with pickaxes to hew down the very stones in the wall. As soon as they had made a breach at the window, large enough for the admission of a man's head, one of them thrust in a torch, and looked all round the room. He followed this man's gaze until it rested on himself, and heard him demand why he had not answered, but made him no reply. In the general surprise and wonder, they were used to this. Without saying anything more, they enlarged the breach until it was large enough to admit the body of a man, and then came dropping down upon the floor, one after another, until the cell was full. They caught him up among them, handed him to the window, and those who stood upon the ladders passed him down upon the pavement of the yard. Then the rest came out, one after another, and, bidding him fly, and lose no time, or the way would be choked up, hurried away to rescue others. It seemed not a minute's work from first to last. He staggered to his feet, incredulous of what had happened, when the yard was filled again, and a crowd rushed on, hurrying Barnaby among them. In another minute, not so much, another minute, the same instant with no lapse or interval between, he and his son were being passed from hand to hand through the dense crowd in the street, and were glancing backward at a burning pile which some one said was Newgate. From the moment of their first entrance into the prison, the crowd dispersed themselves about it, and swarmed into every chink and crevice, as if they had a perfect acquaintance with its innermost parts, and bore in their minds an exact plan of the whole. For this immediate knowledge of the place they were, no doubt, in a great degree indebted to the hangman, who stood in the lobby, directing some to go this way, some that, and some the other, and who materially assisted in bringing about the wonderful rapidity with which the release of prisoners was effected. But this functionary of the law reserved one important piece of intelligence, and kept it snugly to himself. When he had issued his instructions relative to every other part of the building, and the mob were dispersed from end to end and busy at their work, he took a bundle of keys from a kind of cupboard in the wall, and going by a kind of passage near the chapel (it joined the governor's house and was then on fire), betook himself to the condemned cells, which were a series of small, strong, dismal rooms opening on a low gallery, guarded at the end at which he entered by a strong iron wicket, and at its opposite extremity by 2 doors and a thick grate. Having double locked the wicket, and assured himself that the other entrances were well secured, he sat down on a bench in the gallery, and sucked the head of his stick with the utmost complacency, tranquillity, and contentment. It would have been strange enough, a man's enjoying himself in this quiet manner, while the prison was burning, and such a tumult was cleaving the air, though he had been outside the walls. But here, in the very heart of the building, and moreover with the prayers and cries of the 4 men under sentence sounding in his ears, and their hands stretched out through the gratings in their cell doors, clasped in frantic entreaty before his very eyes, it was particularly remarkable. Indeed, Mr Dennis appeared to think it an uncommon circumstance, and to banter himself upon it, for he thrust his hat on one side, as some men do when they are in a waggish humour, sucked the head of his stick with a higher relish, and smiled, as though he would say, "Dennis, you're a rum dog. You're a queer fellow. You're capital company, Dennis, and quite a character." He sat in this way for some minutes, while the 4 men in the cells, who were certain that somebody had entered the gallery but could not see who, gave vent to such piteous entreaties as wretches in their miserable condition may be supposed to have been inspired with, urging whoever it was to set them at liberty for the love of heaven, and protesting with great fervour, and truly enough perhaps for the time, that if they escaped they would amend their ways, and would never, never, never again do wrong before God or man, but would lead penitent and sober lives, and sorrowfully repent the crimes they had committed. The terrible energy with which they spoke would have moved any person, no matter how good or just, if any good or just person could have strayed into that sad place that night, to have set them at liberty; and, while he would have left any other punishment to its free course, to have saved them from this last dreadful and repulsive penalty, which never turned a man inclined to evil, and has hardened thousands who are half inclined to good. Mr Dennis, who had been bred and nurtured in the good old school, and had administered the good old laws on the good old plan, always once and sometimes twice every 6 weeks, for a long time, bore these appeals with a deal of philosophy. Being at last, however, rather disturbed in his pleasant reflection by their repetition, he rapped at one of the doors with his stick, and cried, "Hold your noise there, will you?" At this they all cried together that they were to be hanged on the next day but one, and again implored his aid. "Aid? For what?" said Mr Dennis, playfully rapping the knuckles of the hand nearest him. "To save us," they cried. "Oh, certainly," said Mr Dennis, winking at the wall in the absence of any friend with whom he could humour the joke. "And so you want to be worked off, are you, brothers?" "Unless we are released to-night," one of them cried, "we are dead men." "I tell you what it is," said the hangman, gravely. "I'm afraid, my friend, that you're not in that here state of mind that's suitable to your condition then. You're not a-going to be released. Don't think it. Will you leave off that here indecent row? I wonder you aren't ashamed of yourselves, I do." He followed up this reproof by rapping every set of knuckles one after the other, and having done so, resumed his seat again with a cheerful countenance. "You've had law," he said, crossing his legs and elevating his eyebrows. "Laws have been made a purpose for you. A wery handsome prison's been made a purpose for you. A parson's kept a purpose for you. A constitutional officer's appointed a purpose for you. Courts is maintained a purpose for you. And yet you're not contented. Will you hold that noise, you sir in the furthest?" A groan was the only answer. "So well as I can make out," said Mr Dennis in a tone of mingled badinage and remonstrance, "there's not a man among you. I begin to think I'm on the opposite side, and among the ladies, though for the matter of that, I've seen a many ladies face it out in a manner that did honour to the sex. You, in number 2, don't grind them teeth of yours. Worse manners," said the hangman, rapping at the door with his stick. "I never seen in this place afore. I'm ashamed of you. You're a disgrace to the bailey." After pausing for a moment to hear if anything could be pleaded in justification, Mr Dennis resumed in a sort of coaxing tone. "Now, look here, you 4. I'm come here to take care of you, and see that you an't burnt, instead of the other thing. It's no use your making any noise, for you won't be found out by them as has broken in, and you'll only be hoarse when you come to the speeches, which is a pity. What I say in respect to the speeches always is, give it mouth. That's my maxim. Give it mouth. I've heard," said the hangman, pulling off his hat to take his handkerchief from the crown and wipe his face, and then putting it on again a little more on one side than before, "I've heard a eloquence on them boards. You know what boards I mean. And I've heard a degree of mouth given to them speeches that they was as clear as a bell and as good as a play. There's a pattern. And always, when a thing of this nature's to come off, what I stand up for is a proper frame of mind. Let's have a proper frame of mind, and we can go through with it creditable, pleasant, sociable. Whatever you do, and I address myself in particular to you and the furthest, never snivel. I'd sooner by half, though I lose by it, see a man tear his clothes a purpose to spile 'em before they come to me, than find him snivelling. It's 10 to 1 a better frame of mind, every way." While the hangman addressed them to this effect, in the tone and with the air of a pastor in familiar conversation with his flock, the noise had been in some degree subdued, for the rioters were busy in conveying the prisoners to the sessions house, which was beyond the main walls of the prison, though connected with it, and the crowd were busy too in passing them from thence along the street. But when he had got thus far in his discourse, the sound of voices in the yard showed plainly that the mob had returned, and were coming that way, and directly afterwards a violent crashing at the grate below gave note of their attack upon the cells, as they were called, at last. It was in vain the hangman ran from door to door, and covered the grates one after another with his hat, in futile efforts to stifle the cries of the 4 men within. It was in vain he dogged their outstretched hands, and beat them with his stick, or menaced them with new and lingering pains in the execution of his office. The place resounded with their cries. These, together with the feeling that they were now the last men in the jail, so worked upon and stimulated the besiegers, that in an incredibly short space of time they forced the strong grate down below, which was formed of iron rods 2 inches square, drove in the 2 other doors, as if they had been but deal partitions, and stood at the end of the gallery with only a bar or 2 between them and the cells.
'Halloa!'
cried Hugh, who was the first to look into the dusky passage.
'Dennis before us! Well done, old boy! Be quick and open here, for we shall be suffocated in the smoke going out.' 'Go out at once, then,' said Dennis. 'What do you want here?'
'Want?' echoed Hugh.
'The 4 men.' 'Four devils!' cried the hangman. 'Don't you know they're left for death on Thursday? Don't you respect the law, the constitution? Nothing. Let the 4 men be.'
'Is this a time for joking?' cried Hugh. 'Do you hear 'em? Pull away these bars that have got fixed between the door and the ground, and let us in.'
'Brother,' said the hangman in a low voice, as he stooped under pretence of doing what Hugh desired, but only looked up in his face,
'Can't you leave these here 4 men to me, if I've the whim? You do what you like, and have what you like of everything for your share. Give me my share. I want these 4 men left alone, I tell you.'
'Pull the bars down, or stand out of the way,' was Hugh's reply.
'You can turn the crowd, if you like. You know that well enough, brother,' said the hangman slowly. 'What? You will come in, will you?
Yes.'
'You won't let these men alone, and leave 'em to me? You've no respect for nothing, haven't you?'
said the hangman, retreating to the door by which he had entered, and regarding his companion with a scowl.
'You will come in, will you, brother?'
'I tell you, yes. What the devil ails you? Where are you going?'
'No matter where I'm going,'
rejoined the hangman, looking in again at the iron wicket, which he had nearly shut upon himself, and held ajar.
'Remember where you're coming. That's all.'
With that, he shook his likeness at Hugh, and giving him a grin, compared with which his usual smile was amiable, disappeared and shut the door. Hugh paused no longer, but goaded alike by the cries of the convicts, and by the impatience of the crowd, warned the man immediately behind him (the way was only wide enough for 1 abreast) to stand back, and wielded a sledge-hammer with such strength that after a few blows the iron bent and broke, and gave them free admittance. If the 2 sons of one of these men, of whom mention has been made, were furious in their zeal before, they had now the wrath and vigour of lions. Calling to the man within each cell, to keep as far back as he could, lest the axes crashing through the door should wound him, a party went to work upon each one, to beat it in by sheer strength, and force the bolts and staples from their hold. But although these 2 lads had the weakest party, and the worst armed, and did not begin until after the others, having stopped to whisper to him through the grate, that door was the first open, and that man was the first out. As they dragged him into the gallery to knock off his irons, he fell down among them, a mere heap of chains, and was carried out in that state on men's shoulders, with no sign of life. The release of these 4 wretched creatures, and conveying them, astounded and bewildered, into the streets so full of life, a spectacle they had never thought to see again, until they emerged from solitude and silence upon that last journey, when the air should be heavy with the pent-up breath of thousands, and the streets and houses should be built and roofed with human faces, not with bricks and tiles and stones, was the crowning horror of the scene. Their pale and haggard looks and hollow eyes, their staggering feet, and hands stretched out as if to save themselves from falling, their wandering and uncertain air, the way they heaved and gasped for breath, as though in water, when they were first plunged into the crowd, all marked them for the men. No need to say, this one was doomed to die, for there were the words broadly stamped and branded on his face. The crowd fell off, as if they had been laid out for burial, and had risen in their shrouds, and many were seen to shudder, as though they had been actually dead men, when they chanced to touch or brush against their garments. At the bidding of the mob, the houses were all illuminated that night, lighted up from top to bottom as at a time of public gaiety and joy. Many years afterwards, old people who lived in their youth near this part of the city, remembered being in a great glare of light, within doors and without, and as they looked, timid and frightened children, from the windows, seeing a face go by. Though the whole great crowd and all its other terrors had faded from their recollection, this one object remained, alone, distinct, and well remembered. Even in the unpractised minds of infants, one of these doomed men darting past, and but an instant seen, was an image of force enough to dim the whole concourse, to find itself an all-absorbing place, and hold it ever after. When this last task had been achieved, the shouts and cries grew fainter, the clank of fetters, which had resounded on all sides as the prisoners escaped, was heard no more. All the noises of the crowd subsided into a hoarse and sullen murmur, as it passed into the distance; and when the human tide had rolled away, a melancholy heap of smoking ruins marked the spot where it had lately chafed and roared. Chapter 65.